Chapter 292. The runes array has been destroyed. Without the runes array, Lin Fei no longer has the ability to resist. Lin Fei is really finished this time. With the runes array destroyed, the remaining fighting strength of the Lin family no longer had the ability to resist. Facing the ferocious experts and the experts of the Black Tortoise sect, it would be a piece of cake to annihilate the other families in Guiyuan City. Lin Jintian, your son killed my fourth brother. I'm afraid you never thought that such a day would come, right? Chen Shang stood up. Lin Jintian appeared in the sky above the Lin family. Indeed, I didn't. Lin Jintian said. However, I will always be proud of my son. I'm afraid that in the near future, your Tianxia will experience the same fate as my Lin family. I believe that day will not be far away. Chen Shang laughed. Lin Fei? We will not give him any chance to grow. I forgot to tell you, your Lin family's Lin Fei overestimated himself and wanted to snatch the profound emperor's inheritance. I'm afraid that he would have been killed by a profound spirit expert. Guiyuan City was located in a remote area, so he did not know the situation outside. A trace of shock flashed across Lin Jintian's eyes before he calmed down. You keep saying that. It looks like you're afraid of my Lin Fei. That's why you can only use such a method to take revenge. Your world gang is indeed very disappointing. No, I should say extremely disappointing. Old thing, this young master will personally send you down. Chen Shang's eyes flashed with killing intent. What he said just now had indeed hit the nail on the head. Ever since the incident in the Demon Beast mountain range, Chen Shang had been panicking even though he did not know what would happen next. That was why he brought his men over to exterminate the Lin family. When the time came, he would let Lin Fei go to Mountain River City to take revenge. Soul-breaking palm. Chen Shang clapped his hands, and his entire body soared into the sky. True Yuan surged out, blasting towards Lin Jintian's position. Lin Jintian showed no fear and took a deep breath. Azure Dragon Capture. Roar. When Xiao Chun executed his consummate technique, the Azure Dragon image in the air gave off a dragon might and turned into a huge palm, clashing with the Azure Palm. Hong. One was at the advanced stage of the Profounder Realm while the other was at the Profounder Realm. The gap between the two was too great. Even though the great Azure Dragon capturing technique was very strong, if one lacked strength, one would not be able to bring out its might. After displaying this unique skill, Zhou Bao's eyes widened. Chen Shang's expression immediately changed. Something seemed to be amiss. However, in the blink of an eye, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Since he had already made his move, he would go all the way to the end. Lin Jintian, you only have this much strength. With just one move, Lin Jintian was blasted flying and crashed into a house. Rumble. The area where Lin Jintian landed immediately turned into ruins. Even the houses could not withstand the huge impact and were directly turned into ruins. Everyone could imagine this scene. How could the Lin family withstand the attack of a mystic adept? Chen Shang, who was in mid-air, was also secretly shocked. I did not expect this Lin family to be related to the Upper Lin family. It seems like they are branches of the Upper Lin family. Since you have already made your move, kill them all. I believe that the Upper Lin family will not know. Soul-breaking palm. Chen Shang moved again. He rushed to the sky above the ruins and slammed his palm down, preparing to kill Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian, who was in the ruins, was seriously injured in just one move. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. His biggest regret was that he could not see his son's name spread across the continent. He subconsciously closed his eyes. Get lost. Just when everyone thought that Lin Jintian was dead for sure, an angry roar came from the horizon. Immediately, countless rays of light attacked. The terrifying aura shocked everyone present. Who is it? Why does he have such a terrifying aura? Chen Shang was shocked and quickly retreated. Rumble. As the sword light fell, the people of Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect, who were slaughtering, fell to the ground without a sound. All of them had a wound on their throats. A one-hit kill. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned on the spot. They could not believe the scene in front of them. The mystic adepts were all dead. Other than them, there was no one else on the ruins. Apart from the corpses on the ground, this happened in just a short period of time. The one who attacked in anger was Lin Fei. He had finally rushed back at the crucial moment. "Father, quickly eat the elixir." So, Lin Fei appeared beside Lin Jintian and fed him a healing elixir. At the same time, he injected a stream of true yuan into Lin Jintian's body, effectively healing his injuries. "Xiao Fei, is it really you?" Lin Jintian asked excitedly. It was as if he was dreaming. "Yes, I am back." Lin Fei handed Lin Jintian over to the people who came up. "Now, I will help you vent your anger." Seeing the look in his son's eyes, Lin Jintian knew that his son had become stronger than before. He was like a tall mountain that everyone had to look up to. "Third brother, Xiao Fei." Lin Xiao and Lin Feng rushed up, their faces filled with disbelief. "Big brother, second brother," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Take these healing elixirs and let them eat them." When they saw that the genius from the Lin family had returned, everyone in the Lin family felt as if they had been hit by a huge pie. The fear in their hearts disappeared completely. The people outside were also dumbfounded. There were at least 20 to 30 mystic adepts and experts at the 9th heaven of the martial path who rushed in. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. If not for the corpses lying on the ground, they would not dare to believe that all of this was real. Even if it was a mystic adept, it would be extremely difficult to kill all of them in one move. "Have you all thought about how you want to die?" Lin Fei stepped on the void and looked at the group of people opposite him. If he had not decided to come back first, the Lin family might have been annihilated. It would also affect his future cultivation. "It's you, Lin Fei." Chun Shang clenched his teeth. He did not believe that it was Lin Fei who had returned and killed all of his subordinates. Other than the few behind him, there was no one else. For some reason, after hearing this, fear rose in Chun Shang's heart. He kept saying to himself in his heart, "He is only at the mystic adept realm. What is there to be afraid of?" He desperately tried to calm himself down. "Have you thought about how you want to die?" Lin Fei calmly said the same thing. "My young master is not someone you can yell about killing." A mystic adept realm martial artist behind Chun Shang said angrily. Bang, bang. There was no movement at all, but the experts behind Chun Shang collapsed to the ground in an instant, lifeless. Shocked, everyone was horrified. 5 months ago, Lin Fei was only at the 9th heavenly layer of martial Dao. 5 months later, he was already at the mystic adept realm and killed a mystic adept realm expert. They could not think about it. Chun Shang was shocked. Brother Feng beside him was shocked. Oh, no one thought that Lin Fei would be so fierce as soon as he came back. "Lin Fei, I am from the Black Tortoise sect. Do you dare to kill me?" The young man from the Black Tortoise sect said angrily. "Idiot." Lin Fei appeared in front of the young man and slapped him. The young man at the mystic adept realm flew out directly. His jaw was also broken, revealing his pale bones. He hit the ruins. "It seems that you have not thought about it. I will make the decision for you." Chun Shang was shocked. "How dare you?" Pa! A slap came and Chun Shang flew out. "You dare to destroy my Lin family. I will cut off one of your arms." Rip! Chun Shang's left arm was torn off. "You dare to touch my father. I will cut off one of your arms." Chun Shang's right arm was also torn off. "You dare to kill my Lin family. I will cut off one of your legs." "You dare to destroy my Lin family. I will cut off one of your legs." In the air, everyone saw the most brutal scene. It turned out that a mystic adept realm expert could also fight like this. At the same time, it left an unforgettable scene in everyone's heart. Chun Shang was like a sandbag. He fell in Lin Fei's hands without any ability to fight back. After losing his limbs, Chun Shang did not die. The powerful blood and qi of a martial artist allowed him to live temporarily. "My father will definitely avenge me." Lin Fei lifted Chun Shang and said indifferently, "Then I will wait for your father's revenge." Boom! Chun Shang turned into a mist of blood. He could not be more dead. Whether it was inside or outside, everyone was scared stiff. Just now, they thought that the Lin family was finished. Who would have thought that in just a few breaths Tianxia and the Black Tortoise Sex people would die one by one? A mystic adept realm expert should be strong enough. In the end, in the hands of Lin Fei he was like a child. He killed them whenever he wanted. He was simply a monstrous genius. Oh, big brother, we are not dreaming, right? Lin Xiao forgot about the wounds on his body. He stared at Lin Fei's figure in the sky with a look of worship. Lin Feng muttered to himself, I don't think I'm dreaming. Third brother's strength? Lin Xiao was already stunned and asked stupidly. It should be a very, very powerful. As for the rest of the people, their current mood was not much different from Lin Xiao and the others. Their faces were filled with horror and shock. At the same time, there was something called surprise. The elders and the rest of the people present had never thought that the third young master Lin, who was useless in their eyes, would one day appear in front of them in such a manner. When he attacked, he killed his enemies one by one. They could not even see how he attacked. Until now, their Lin family had never had a mystic adept realm expert. Moreover, his strength was so abnormal. Just now, they saw clearly that there were no less than 5 or 6 mystic adept realm experts, and all of them were killed in one move. Father, I came late. I have let you suffer. Lin Fei landed. Lin Jintian's injuries had recovered quite a bit. After all, the healing pill was bought from the system. Its effect was naturally first class. It was far from what ordinary healing pills could compare to. Not late, not late. Lin Jintian smiled proudly. The Lin family was shocked. Everyone seemed to have watched a big show. From the overbearing manner of Tianxia and Xuanwu sect, to wanting to destroy the Lin family in the hands of others, the genius disciple of the Lin family, Lin Fei, rushed back from outside and killed everyone on the spot. Even the mystic adept realm experts in their eyes were killed one by one. Felt like a comical farce. It was very noisy, but at the crucial moment, there was immediately silence. This kind of thing that could only be imagined usually appeared in front of them. It was indeed like a dream. The news of the return of the genius disciple of the Lin family immediately spread to all the big and small families in Guiyuan City. Other than shock, there was still shock. Everyone understood that this time the Lin family really stood up. After 5 months, the Lin family's third young master Lin once again shocked everyone. From the 9th level of the martial path, he suddenly rushed to the mystic adept realm. It was a total of 2 big leaps. Especially after becoming a mystic adept realm expert. His combat power was even more terrifying and unimaginable. What kind of monster did the Lin family have? Everyone was thinking about what to do in the future. The Lin family had such a monster young master. Did they need to rely on the Lin family? Lin family. Lin Fei returned. The haze of the Lin family was swept away. In just a day, the Lin family returned to normal. Other than some ruins that had not been cleared, there were no other problems in the rest of the place. The dead and injured disciples of the Lin family had already been properly taken care of. The atmosphere of the Lin family was also not as anxious as before. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. After all, no matter how strong Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect were, they probably would not offend such a monster genius, especially with the strength to kill a mystic adept realm expert in one move. Third brother. This time it's really all thanks to you. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fei. In the meeting hall, other than the elders, there was no one else. Lin Fei smiled and said, We're family. You're treating me like an outsider. Lin Feng also said, Just now, third brother was really impressive. What mystic adept realm expert, you killed them so easily. I think Tianxia will not dare to come again. Lin Fei and the other 2 brothers got along very well. Seeing Lin Fei show his power, they were naturally happy. This was the supreme honor of the Lin family. The rest of the elders also nodded their heads. However, today we killed the people of Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect. Will they? One of the elders said worriedly. Lin Fei smiled and said, Don't worry about this. In a few days, I will personally go to Mountain River City and settle all the troubles. In the future, there will be no more Tianxia. Swoosh! The elders sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was in the past, they would definitely scoff. Tianxia claimed to have 100,000 disciples. Was it really so easy to deal with them? Now that these words came out of Lin Fei's mouth, they did not dare to doubt it. Lin Jintian said, "If it doesn't work, we will think of another way." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry." At night, in Lin Jintian's study room, Lin Fei first set up the runes formation. Of course, it was the simplest. "Father, this time I am back. I think it will be a long time before I come back again. So, before I leave, I want to leave something behind." Lin Fei said and waved his hand. A mountain of pure elemental pills appeared in front of them. Pure elemental pills. The Lin family also had pure elemental pills, but there were very few of them. When they saw the huge amount of pure elemental pills, Lin Jintian, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao were all dumbstruck. Lin Fei waved his hand again and ordinary weapons flew out. Apart from these, there were also soul treasures. However, they were just low-grade soul treasures and soul liquids. "These are just a few of my gains outside. With these things, the family should be able to quickly raise their strength." This was just a few of his gains? As the family leader, Lin Jintian was dazzled by the sight of millions of pure elemental pills. As for Lin Fei's two elder brothers, they were practically drooling. Chapter 293. P.S. Thanks to QQHJG, 5-star Army General Super Mew Mew, for his monthly vote. Thanks to Doling for his evaluation vote. April 1st. Begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Lin Fei took out a large number of treasures in one go, causing Lin Jintian and the rest to gasp. Any one of them would be highly sought after. Such a large amount of resources could only appear in a dream. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Pure yuan pills were one of the cultivation resources for the disciples of the big families. Lin Feng had never used more than 100 pure yuan pills in his life. He had never used the spiritual liquid, but he had heard of its miraculous effects. As for the spiritual treasure, it was something that could only be found in a dream. In reality, no matter which treasure it was, the Lin family could only look at it and think about it. They had never thought of owning it. After all, it was another level of cultivation. Lin Fei laughed. "Of course it's not a dream. You will become experts soon. There are a total of 10 million pure yuan pills, 500 kilograms of spiritual liquid, and some ordinary weapons and spiritual treasures. I believe that the family will rise again soon." Hiss! The three of them inhaled a breath of cold air. 10 million pure yuan pills, it was an unimaginable number. Lin Feng and Lin Xiao were stunned. Only Lin Jintian remained calm. Even so, his breathing was rapid and his heartbeat accelerated. He could not remain calm. Lin Fei waved his hand and stored all the pure yuan pills in order to prevent their aura from leaking out and attracting the attention of outsiders. He handed it to his father solemnly. "Father, these resources will be under your control from now on. Choose a few loyal members of the Lin family and nurture them. It will be enough to nurture a group of experts." Lin Jintian looked at his son, not knowing what to say. 5 months ago, Lin Fei gave him a huge shock. Who would have thought that 5 months later he would bring another shock? Especially the resources that he brought back, Lin Jintian did not even think about it. Soon, Lin Jintian felt relieved. His son was so proud he should be happy. "Little Fei, your father can't do anything else, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate a group of experts who are loyal to the Lin family." Lin Jintian was very confident. Lin Fei said, "After I leave, I will set up the runes array in the secret room. When the time comes, you can cultivate in the secret room. Also, while I am at home, help you improve your strength." If one were to say that they had taken out such a generous amount of resources, it would already be shocking enough. At this moment, it felt like a dream to talk about improving his strength. "Is that okay?" Lin Xiao could not help but ask. If Lin Fei wasn't confident before, then he was completely relieved now. Lin Fei's control over quintessential essence had already reached a level where he could control it at will. It shouldn't be a problem for him to help them increase their strength appropriately. Before reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the martial Tao, one would cultivate true qi. After consuming the spirit liquid, one would be able to improve immediately. His father, on the other hand, had the strength of a late-stage profound practitioner. As long as he had enough true qi, his strength would be able to improve. The Lin family had a profound adept expert overseeing it, so there wouldn't be any big problems for the time being. Of course, that night, Lin Fei was in the secret room, helping them to improve their strength. It took a total of 3 days for their strength to improve. His father, Lin Jintian's strength, had been forcefully raised by Lin Fei to the late-stage mystic adept. It was already impossible for him to go any further and reach the late-stage mystic adept realm. However, with the spirit treasure that Lin Fei had left behind, he would be able to fight against a mystic adept expert without being at a disadvantage. He might even be able to kill them. He didn't have to worry about being unable to deal with a mystic adept expert. As for his two brothers, Lin Fei didn't forcefully raise their strength by much. He only helped them to break through to the profound practitioner realm. Fortunately, their foundations were very good. After advancing to the profound practitioner realm, Lin Fei helped them advance 3 small realms to the late-stage profound practitioner realm. Anyone below the profound practitioner realm was killed without mercy. It was already 3 days later when he finished raising his strength. With the strength of a late-stage mystic adept, Lin Jintian once again intimidated everyone in the Lin family, especially the elders. Fortunately, this news was suppressed by Lin Jintian and was not allowed to leak out. As for whether it would be leaked out, it was no longer important. What was important was that the Lin family's strength had increased once again and had truly taken a step forward. After raising his strength, Lin Fei went out to see his old friends. After all, he didn't know when he would return again. During this period, the Rune Guild's Mu Chongkong personally came to explain what happened that day. Regarding the matter that day, Lin Fei wasn't really angry. He knew the cause and effect, and there was nothing he could do about it. Mu Chongkong was also shocked by the rapid improvement of Lin Fei's strength. This kind of cultivation speed was like sitting on a rocket. How many people could reach this step? For the Rune Guild, it was very useful at the moment. It was not wrong to have a good relationship with them. As the leader of a guild, Mu Chongkong no longer looked at him as a disciple. Instead, he looked at him as the same person. If Mu Chongkong knew that Lin Fei could already contend against a king stage expert, he would probably be scared half to death. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't the kind of person who liked to flaunt his strength everywhere. Mu Chongkong left with a satisfied harvest. Actually, the thing that Mu Chongkong was most worried about when he brought his men here was that Lin Fei would leave a bad impression on the Rune Guild. Lin Fei had returned from outside and killed a mystic adept expert on the spot. He had killed all the disciples of the Black Tortoise sect and Tianxia like slaughtering chickens and sheep. This news fell into Mu Chongkong's ears immediately, which was why he took the initiative to pay a visit today. Originally, he thought that he could rest for a few days after settling the matter. Only then did he know that being famous wasn't a good thing. First of all the big shots in Guiyuan City came to pay a visit. The Lin family didn't have any free time. Other than that, the city lord Su Wen also took the initiative to pay a visit. 5 days later, after returning from outside, Lin Fei stayed for 5 days. On the morning of the 5th day, Lin Fei left quietly. He didn't like the sadness of parting. In addition to the things that he had left behind, it was inevitable that the Lin family would develop rapidly in the future. After leaving Guiyuan City, Lin Fei became lazy again and rode Shaohei to Mountain River City. This time, Lin Fei wanted to completely settle the remaining troubles. When that time comes, he could really be at ease. Damn. The mission given by the system is really a pain in the ass. Lying on Shaohei, Shaohei ran as if it was flying. It was so fast that one couldn't see its shadow. It ran on the official road like a ghost. At this moment, Lin Fei was very resentful. Last night, Lin Fei initiated a promotion mission. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a big mission. Annihilate Tianxia. The promotion mission of a mystic master was actually to annihilate Tianxia. Lin Fei himself was surprised. Fortunately, with my current strength, I don't need to be afraid of Tianxia. At most, it will be a little troublesome to deal with it. However, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building should intervene in this matter, right? Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Unconsciously, he thought of Jin Feng, the rich lady who had a little temperament of a queen. A day later, Lin Fei appeared in the vicinity of Mountain River City. Previously, when he returned to Yuan City, Lin Fei was leisurely. This time, he didn't control his speed and let Xiao He run to his heart's content. When he was about to reach Mountain River City, he then stopped. Xiao He, you can go now. Lin Fei took out a small bag of pure elemental pills and hung it on Xiao He's neck. He let Xiao He go. When he reached Mountain River City, he wouldn't need Xiao He anymore. Ayo. Xiao He let out a long howl and then left reluctantly. Any demonic beast would be happy to be a mount for a few days and receive a good income, especially for Xiao He, who wasn't very strong. With this income of pure elemental pills, he might even be able to advance a realm. Mountain River City. I, Lin Fei, am back. Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a long howl and flew towards Mountain River City, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lin Fei pulled the black robe on his body and walked into Mountain River City. It had been 5 months since the last time. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. I wonder how Jin Feng is doing. Walking on the streets, people came and went. It was as lively as the last time. Mountain River City was still the same Mountain River City. When a group of people in black swaggered through the streets, they were even more arrogant than before. Lin Fei couldn't help but have a bad feeling. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw a few groups of people in black passing through the streets. What happened in Mountain River City in the last 5 months? The people of Tianxia seemed to be more arrogant than before. Lin Fei looked at the disciples of Tianxia who had just walked past him. After his strength had increased, Lin Fei had a strong perception of subtle changes. Usually, things would not be too far from the truth and would not be too far off. It seems that I have to find someone to ask, Lin Fei thought. Mountain River City had no shortage of people. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei walked out of the alley, leaving behind an unconscious person. So that's how it is. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Just now, he had found a random person and asked about the specific situation. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. No wonder Tianxia has been so arrogant recently. It turns out that such a big change has happened in Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. He was still thinking about what that martial artist had said just now. The building master of Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was ambushed and killed by an expert of Tianxia. Now they are in a mess internally. They are fighting for power. If they don't handle it well, they will fall apart. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building that was originally on par with the World Gang had lost the control of the building master and was in chaos internally. Everyone wanted to sit on this position and become the true building master, controlling the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. There was a fight for power internally. Outside, there was a forced marriage by Tianxia. That's right. It was indeed a forced marriage. The eldest son of Tianxia, Chan Ting, was preparing to marry Miss Jin Feng. In fact, he was aiming for Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, which was equivalent to finding a reason to interfere. Chapter 294. Mountain River City. In the huge headquarters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. At this time, with an atmosphere of decline, people wondered if it would collapse at any time and become a memory in the long river of history. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, which could compete with Tianxia in the past, had long lost its original dominance and was in extreme chaos. The guards at the door were also lazy and had lost their usual vigor. All this was because the building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Jin Yang, was dead. The strength of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was all in Jin Yang's hands. Although it was partly with the help of other forces, it was undeniable that any organization needed a person with vision, insight, and courage. There was no doubt that Jin Yang was one of them. Unfortunately, after Jin Yang was killed, the internal situation immediately loosened and people began to fight for power. Jin Yang did not have a son. He had many adopted sons, but his real biological daughter was Jin Feng. As a girl, Jin Feng was not strong and could not control the elders and other warriors. As a result, under the deliberate instigation, the internal problems became more and more serious. Coupled with the constant pressure from Tianxia, the strength of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was constantly being suppressed. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, in a quiet little yard, it was full of greenery. A young girl stood in front of the window. The soft moonlight shone on the girl, but the girl's eyebrows were full of worry. Behind the girl stood a middle-aged man. This man was Yang Kai, whom Lin Fei was familiar with. He was one of the deputy building masters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and could be said to be one of Jin Yang's right-hand men. Niece Jin, I will definitely seek justice for you tomorrow, Yang Kai said angrily. The building master's body is not cold yet, and they have already begun to fight for power. I will not accept whoever takes this position. In this fight for power, the only one who did not make a move was Yang Kai. The girl turned her head and revealed a touch of firmness in her eyes. Uncle Yang, this position is my father's. No one can take it away from me. I will not let my father down. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with joy. The only thing he was worried about was that Jin Feng had lost the courage to keep moving forward. Now that he heard this, it was enough to confirm that Miss Jin had not lost her fighting spirit. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Jin Feng was the most qualified to sit on the position of the building master. Unfortunately, she was a woman, which made people feel dissatisfied. If she was a man, it would be perfectly justifiable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any internal strife. Yang Kai said, as long as young lady says this, Uncle Yang will risk his life to help you win this position. I will go out and contact them now, and strive to give them a counterattack tomorrow. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was in chaos. Its power was divided into several factions. The Golden Phoenix faction was not the strongest, but it was also not the weakest. However, it was the most qualified faction that sat on the throne. The other factions lacked the qualifications the most. Miss, it's best if you don't go out tonight. I'll arrange 2 experts outside the courtyard, Yang Kai said before leaving. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Yang. When Jin Feng was left alone in the room, a sense of helplessness flashed across her strong face. She would only show it when no one was around. Father, what should I do? Jin Feng sat on the bed. After a moment, the sense of helplessness of a young girl disappeared. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building belongs to our Jin family. No one can take it away. Jin Feng's eyebrows straightened and her face turned cold. Miss Jin, it turns out that you are so beautiful when you are angry. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the room. Who? Jin Feng turned around and moved. The black whip lashed in one direction, making a pa-pa-pa sound. However, when she felt her whip fell on the hand of the man, she could not help but be shocked. In the darkness, the voice sounded again. You still like this trick? Last time you whipped me, I didn't expect you to whip me again this time. The black shadow walked out of the darkness and lifted his hood. It's you. Jin Feng was shocked. You? When did you come in? The one who sneaked into Jin Feng's room was Lin Fei, who came from Gue Yuan City. Under the cover of the night, he came to Jin Feng's room. Lin Fei loosened his hand and said with grievance, I just arrived and then Miss Jin whipped me. Don't you think I am wronged? Jin Feng put away the whip and her mood suddenly became better. She rolled her eyes and said, Who let you sneak in? Don't you know that? Is this a girl's boudoir? Lin Fei laughed dryly. Well, you opened the window. How would I know? You are twisting words and forcing logic. This was the first time for Lin Fei to hear the details of the situation, since he asked about the situation on the street, including what happened after he left. It seems that Tianxia and Black Tortoise sect arranged disciples to kill me. Someone must have snitched on me. Lin Fei could not help but think of the things that happened a few days ago, because everything happened without warning. Jin Feng was startled. Your Lin family was also attacked? Lin Fei smiled bitterly. If I hadn't rushed back, the Lin family might really have been annihilated. Listening to what you said just now, it seems like there's someone behind all of this. Your father is a mystic spirit practitioner after all. The Under Heaven gang has always been unable to touch your father. How did they succeed this time? I suspect that there's an expert involved. Could it be Black Tortoise sect? Lin Fei said. That is unknown. But we will soon know who is behind this. With that, his eyes revealed a murderous intention. Jin Feng hurriedly said, "You can't do anything stupid. Whether it is Black Tortoise sect or Tianxia, they are not something you can contend with at present." Although the two of them did not know each other for a long time, there was no restriction when they were together. They were very free. Therefore, Jin Feng was worried that Lin Fei would do something impulsive. Lin Fei could finally laugh. "I can easily enter your Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Do you think I am that kind of reckless person?" Jin Feng's strength was at the profound perfection realm. In 5 months, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had just entered the profound perfection realm recently. Hearing this, she could not help but be surprised. "You have already entered the profound master realm. This is not my true strength. It is more than enough to enter your Golden Breeze Drizzle building." Lin Fei said, "You and I are friends. We now have a common enemy, Tianxia and Black Tortoise sect. Your matter is also my matter. I will definitely help you vent your anger." Jin Feng was very touched. She did not take Lin Fei's words to heart. Instead, she was worried. "I understand your intention. I will deal with Tianxia. I will not let my father die in vain. I don't want you to take the risk." Lin Fei immediately heard Jin Feng's concerned tone. For this kind of smart girl, he vaguely guessed something. He changed the topic. "I heard that you are going to re-elect the building master tomorrow. Do you mind taking me with you?" Jin Feng still regarded Lin Fei as an impulsive person. She did not want him to do anything impulsive. She nodded. "You must promise me that you will not do anything stupid." Lin Fei smiled. "Last time I was your guard. I did not expect to be a guard again." That night, the two of them chatted until late. The two people guarding outside the courtyard did not dare to know what was going on inside. The next morning, Lin Fei was the first to wake up. When he saw Jin Feng beside him, he could not help but be confused. Did he not drink last night? He only remembered that they chatted until late. Then, he did not remember. When he woke up, he was like this. This movement made Jin Feng's long eyelashes flutter. She opened her eyes. "Ah!" Jin Feng could not help but scream. Her pretty face could not help but blush. She was very embarrassed. Apparently, she did not expect that she would fall asleep next to a man last night. Both of them did not care about this matter. It was as if nothing had happened. When Jin Feng came out, there was a mask on Lin Fei's face. He looked like a sickly middle-aged man. He looked very sick. "You are?" If it was not for the familiar clothes, Jin Feng would have thought that it was a stranger. "How is it? You can't recognize me?" Jin Feng nodded. "What an exquisite disguise. I almost could not recognize you. From now on, I am your guard. A guard sent by a mysterious person." Lin Fei immediately found an excuse for himself. If it was not for the incident in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Lin Fei would definitely change into a mask. He wanted to see who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. When Jin Feng brought Lin Fei out, the two Xian adept experts at the entrance of the courtyard were obviously shocked. How did this person get in? How come they didn't know anything? After hearing Miss Jin Feng's explanation, they were relieved. They were afraid that they had been kidnapped. Once again, he walked in the familiar Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was very depressing. It seemed lifeless. It was not as vigorous and energetic as before. The death of Jin Yang had a considerable impact on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Otherwise, it would not be like this, Lin Fei thought to himself. He saw the changes in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Today, the meeting hall was quite lively. The position of the building master made everyone excited. People were greedy. Once the stone on their heads was removed, they would have ideas. Once these ideas were out of control, they would go to another path. At the entrance of the meeting hall, as soon as Jin Feng and Lin Fei arrived, they met a group of people coming from the opposite side. Lin Fei was a little surprised to see the leader of the group. It was Jin Fei, Jin Yang's favorite adopted son, who had lost to him in a duel. "Little Feng, is this person also one of them?" Jin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. A dog that cannot be tamed. Lin Fei obviously understood the meaning behind her words. Jin Fei was also here to compete for this position. In addition, he was an adopted son. Even if he became a puppet, he would be drawn in by others. It was no wonder that he was said to be a dog that cannot be tamed. Lin Fei was most displeased with the idea of adopting a son. In the movies, this kind of person was most likely a traitor. Chapter 295. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Jing Fei was in a good mood recently. As Jin Yang's adopted son, especially the one that he valued the most, Jing Fei always had a great ambition. He was not satisfied with being an adopted son, but he wanted to stand out and make a name for himself. In the past, this idea had been suppressed infinitely, and he did not even dare to show a trace of it, fearing that it would be seen by others. He had always been honest and diligent. After Jin Yang's adopted father died, Jing Fei could no longer control his ambition. In addition, recently, people frequently came to find him, offering unimaginable temptations. Jing Fei was completely moved. Being an adopted son was not as glorious as being the owner of the building. Even if he became a puppet, so what? As for revenge, Jing Fei had never thought about it, nor did he want to do it. He was already dead. How could he take revenge? Unless that person was an idiot, he wouldn't be able to do so. After today, Jing Fei, will be the new owner of the building. At that time, I will be a celebrity in the Mountain River City. Jing Fei smiled proudly. When he saw Jin Feng, Jing Fei's eyes revealed a lustful look. This sister, on the surface, did not know how many nights she had wanted to press him under her body, completely conquer him, and seek pleasure under his crotch. Now, Jing Fei had no scruples anymore. Jin Feng is mine. No one can take her away. Sister Jin, why are you here? I am here for men's affairs. Jing Fei strode forward. His tone sounded very polite, but in fact, he was expressing his own opinion. He did not mind others hearing it, and he did not mind others seeing his ambition. Jin Feng said lightly, "Such a big thing. How can I not come? Anyhow, I am your sister." This was also a reply to Jing Fei. Jing Fei smiled. "I am afraid that Sister Jin will be disappointed today. As the adopted son of my adopted father, I will inherit his will, and carry forward the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and let everyone know the Golden Breeze Drizzle building." Lin Fei, who was next to him, could not help but want to laugh. "Don't you know how to brag? You haven't even taken this position yet, and you're already acting so smug here? You should at least hide your desires. Don't be so blatant. Don't you know that this is very unsightly?" "Young Master Jin Fei, I don't agree with your words. You are also an adopted son, and so am I. Are you the only one who can be the Tower Master?" At that moment, someone else interrupted. It turned out that there was another young man who was about the same age as Jing Fei. Judging from his tone, he was also one of the adopted sons. "This is Jin Jiangqing, my father's adopted son." Lin Fei was amused. "It seems that all of you foster sons are full of wild ambitions. You should all be killed." Indeed, no matter how tolerant Jin Feng was, she would not have a good impression of her father's adopted sons. On the contrary, she hated them deeply. She had already suppressed them by not attacking them on the spot. Very quickly, four foster sons walked in. Each of them had a group of supporters behind them, such as elders. They were the strongest supporters. "These people are useless." Lin Fei shook his head. "But that Jing Fei's people are all experts. They don't seem to be from your Golden Breeze Drizzle building." "Traitor." Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said hatefully. In the meeting hall. The meeting hall of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was very big. At this time, it was full of people. Those who had a certain status in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were all gathered in the meeting hall, because there was an important matter today. According to what they said, a country couldn't be without a leader, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building couldn't be without a leader. They had to choose a new leader to resist the invasion of Tianxia and get out of the current depression. They couldn't delay it any longer. Everyone wanted to choose this person as soon as possible. As the saying goes, Every king has his own courtiers. It would have a great impact on the position and the distribution of benefits. They had to pay attention to it. When Jean Feng came in with Lin Fei, everyone respectfully called her Miss Jean. On this point, they didn't dare to go overboard. If word got out that landlord Jin's corpse hadn't even turned cold yet, a member of the gang had already bullied his daughter. If word got out, it would have a huge impact. This was a matter of face, and they didn't dare to let others talk about it. A bunch of hypocrites. Jean Feng lowered her voice and said, "Isn't it just to choose a new leader earlier? Look at them. They are just short of a full-scale war to fight for this position." Lin Fei looked at them and said, "Just let them be happy. There are accidents in everything. In the end, they will be the losers." Jean Feng glanced at Lin Fei and said, "I hope so." When the 4 adopted sons walked in, everyone stood up. The vast majority of them chose to support one of the adopted sons, because only the adopted sons had the right to compete. Otherwise, it would be unjustifiable and no one would be convinced. Who knew when the quarrel would end? This was an unspoken rule in the gang. No one could avoid it, because they couldn't. There was such a scene. Vice Leader Yang Kai is here. Vice Leader Shen Sanbao is here. When the 2 giants of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building appeared, the meeting hall quieted down. Yang Kai and Shen Sanbao came in one after another. The 2 of them sat at the head of the table. The middle seat was empty, which was the leader's seat. At this moment it was empty, and their target was this seat. As the saying goes, a country can't be without a leader for a day. Our Golden Breeze Drizzle building can't be without a leader. I suggest that we elect a new leader. Shin Sanbao stood up and said, "Since we are all together today, let's discuss and elect a new leader so that everyone can be at ease. We will definitely support Landlord Shin's words. Elect a new leader to continue leading the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Elect a new leader. Elect a leader." Everyone present was excited, especially the elders. They were especially excited. Those adopted children who were seated were similarly beaming with joy. They were exceptionally excited because at this crucial moment, there was someone among them who could sit in the sacred position of floor master. Elect a leader. I recommend young Master Jin Chongqing. He has the ability to lead us forward. An elder immediately stood up and said, "Jin Chongqing is just a playboy. What ability can he have?" I agree with recommending young Master Jin Fei to be the leader. Another elder said, "I also support young Master Jin Fei. Young Master Jin Fei is strong. He is already at the Mystic Adept realm. Among all the adopted sons, he is the strongest. If he doesn't become the leader, who else can?" Young Master Jin Fei is the adopted son that the leader values. Since he is valued, he must have something important. With the help of Landlord Yang and Landlord Shin, there won't be a problem. The scene was noisy, just like a market. Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that everywhere was a pugilistic world. Big pugilistic world. Small pugilistic world. For this position, they were no different from shrews quarreling on the street. "Are you disappointed?" Jean Feng's face was expressionless, but a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. None of the elders mentioned her name, as if she had been forgotten. Being a woman is indeed not as useful as being a man. Lin Fei understood the helplessness in Jean Feng's heart. Whether it was on Earth or in the Shentian continent, everyone's opinion was the same. This was vividly displayed from the quarrel in the meeting hall. Being a woman was indeed not very useful sometimes. Just like the ancient emperors, only Wu Zetian could be a female emperor. Who said that being a woman is not as useful as being a man? Lin Fei said, "I feel that you will be very awe-inspiring and powerful as the first female leader." At this time, Yang Kai spoke. The deputy leader spoke, and the meeting hall quieted down. Everyone has been discussing for so long, competing with each other. I wonder if everyone has forgotten one thing? They are adopted sons. Although adopted sons are not real sons, the bloodline of the leader has been passed down. Have you forgotten about Miss Jean Feng? She is the next leader. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but once he did, he got to the point. He brought up Jean Feng and wanted to see what the others had to say. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai had always been the right-hand man of Jin Yang, they didn't expect that he would stand out to support Jin Feng. In the eyes of the elders, they were disgusted by a woman being the leader. They didn't like a woman standing above them, so they chose to ignore it. Now that Yang Kai, the deputy leader, proposed it, the situation was completely different. They were forced to give an answer. Everyone looked at each other, seeming to know that this topic was not easy to answer. Elders, I think it's more appropriate for me to take the position of Tower Master. Jin Fei suddenly stood up. In terms of strength, I am the strongest among all the adopted sons. As for my sister Jean, she is not as good as me. At the same time, I am also the most valued adopted son of my adoptive father. This position must belong to me. Everyone was in an uproar. Jin Fei was the most powerful among the adopted sons. He stood out in this situation, which showed how confident he was and how he didn't care about others. Jin Fei, you are an adopted son, and I am also an adopted son. Why should you be the leader? One of the adopted sons stood up and glared at Jin Fei. Jin Fei sneered, because of my strength. Boom! Behind Jin Fei, a figure quickly flew out. It was Jin Fei's adoptive son. He didn't even make a sound and died, leaving behind a bloody smell. This is my strength. Jin Fei looked around and felt a sense of achievement. You dare to kill? The elders behind the adopted son finally glared at him. In the internal conflict of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, the adopted son was the card that the elders had the most confidence in. Now that he was killed, it meant that they had lost the chance. Because the adopted sons that were chosen from the adopted sons were all strong and had a certain influence. As for the weaker ones, they were all abandoned. It was conceivable that the death of such an adopted son meant that the elders had lost a qualification. If they were to find another adopted son, they would have already lost. How could they be willing to accept this? Elder Mo, there's no need to be angry. I think Jin Fei is right. The position of Tower Master needs a person with courage. Jin Fei is very courageous. He's just an adopted son. Why should he be like this? Shin Sanbao opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but he was helping Jin Fei. Uproar, in fact, after the death of the Golden Sun Building Master, Shin Sanbao had never said anything or expressed anything. No one could guess who he would support. In the end, no one had expected that he would support Jin Fei. Unexpected. Very unexpected. The group of elders and deacons finally understood why Jin Fei dared to kill in public. It turned out that Shin Sanbao, the vice building master, was supporting him. As for killing, it was just a small matter. Resist, how to resist. Even Yang Kai was surprised. Sanbao, didn't you say that you would support Miss Jean yesterday? Shin Sanbao said faintly, as if he didn't feel angry at all. About last night's matter, I have thought about it for a long time. According to tradition, I should support Miss Jean because she is the daughter of the Tower Master. However, as the Vice Tower Master, I hope that the successor of the Tower Master should be the adopted son that Jin Yang thinks highly of. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building needs a charismatic adopted son, and I think that Jin Fei is very suitable, much more suitable than Miss Jean. Yang Kai stood up with a swoosh and pointed at Shin Sanbao. Good Shin Sanbao, you repay kindness with enmity. That year, when you were in danger, it was the building master who saved your life. That year, it was the building master who brought you up from the bottom. That year, it was the building master who gave you a chance. How dare you do this today? Shin Sanbao didn't have any expression on his face. He laughed loudly and said, I really want to thank the building master. If it wasn't for the building master, I wouldn't be here today. However, I still have the same opinion when it comes to choosing the building master. I won't change my mind because of anyone. Yang Kai didn't expect that Shin Sanbao would be so shameless. He promised yesterday, but today he changed his mind and chose to elect Jin Fei as the building master. He was indeed cheated. You support Jin Fei, but I don't agree at all. I still have the same opinion. The building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building must be Miss Jean. She is the most suitable person. Yang Kai refused. When one of the two deputy building masters was chosen, all the elders knew that they had lost the opportunity. They had lost the real opportunity. The position of the building master would be chosen between Jing Fei and Jin Feng. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Jing Fei could inherit this position, because only Jing Fei had the qualification. Lin Fei saw everything with his own eyes. He was not surprised at all about this change. There were many tricks in the small Jianghu, and this might be one of them. Sister Jean, this position should be mine. Since you are my sister, you can leave by yourself. Otherwise, everyone will feel bad. Jing Fei jumped out. He was beaming with joy as if he could see the position under him. Dream on. Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said, "How can an ungrateful wolf be the building master?" Jing Fei's face flashed with anger, but he restrained himself and said, "Everyone has a judgment on who should be the building master. It is better to let them decide who should be the building master. Don't you think this is the most fair?" Chapter 296. P.S. Thank you to Wandering Dragon Merchant and Bobk for your monthly votes. From Shin Sanbao's words, fairness no longer existed. Especially after Yang Kai's words, no one understood what was going on. It would be strange if they didn't. In just one night, the situation had changed dramatically. It was conceivable what was going on. I agree with the election. I also agree with the election. I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Everyone should choose the one who will be the next floor master. Let's vote together. Whoever has the most votes will be the next president. Among the people present, some elders stood up and called for the election by voting. Lin Fei saw something fishy in it. If even a person like the deputy pavilion master could change his mind in a single night, then it was not impossible for these elders to change their minds. As such, one did not need to think to know what the result would be. Jin Feng was bound to lose. Lin Fei glanced at Jin Feng secretly and found that there was no anger on her face. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that she had another trump card? There is no need for the election. Jin Feng stood up and said, "The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is supported by my father. Of course, it is inseparable from all of you. As for my father's adopted sons, none of them has the right to be elected." She rejected all the adopted sons in one sentence. Jin Fei was unhappy. "You rejected us in one sentence. Who gave you such a big right?" Jin Feng said indifferently, "It is the right that my father gave me. Do you want me to decide? Fortunately, my father left something for me. Otherwise, all of you would have flown up to the sky." Then Golden Phoenix took out a golden token from her body. As soon as the token was taken out, everyone's heart sank. This is the token of the previous building masters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Do you have anything else to say now? Jin Feng said lightly. All the elders and deacons looked gloomy. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, no matter which generation the building master was, he must have a token to become the building master. Building Master Yang, this is the will that my father gave me. Now you can announce it in public. I believe that all the elders will understand what I just said. Uproar. No one had expected that even though the Golden Sun Tower Master was dead, he had left behind a backup plan. At this moment, it seemed that Jing Fei's advantage was completely gone. The previous floor master had left behind his will, and at the same time, he left behind the token that was necessary to become a floor master. Jin Feng became the next tower master. At the side, Lin Fei was also slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chun to be hiding such a move. No wonder he was not worried. However, Lin Fei still didn't think it was optimistic. With the gold medallion and a will, she seemed to be in an invulnerable position. Unfortunately, Jin Feng had forgotten one thing, and that was that the Golden Sun Tower Master was no longer around. How many people would be willing to abide by the rules? This was a sore spot. As expected, after a moment of silence, Jing Fei raised his voice again and laughed. "Miss Jean, you want to become the Tower Master with just a gold medal and a will? Don't you think too highly of yourself? In that case, I'll also go make a gold medal and a will. Won't I be the owner then?" As for Jing Fei, who was going to become the Tower Master, he absolutely could not agree to it. The moment he opened his mouth, he slandered the gold medal and the will. Jing Fei, Who allowed you to talk nonsense? Yang Kai said angrily. The aura of a mystic spirit realm expert pressed against him. Hong. Another aura also rushed up and blocked Yang Kai's pressure. The one who made the move was Shin Sanbao. Yang Kai, why are you doing this? Shin Sanbao shook his head. Yang Kai took a step forward. Are you going to defy the Tower Master's will? Then you don't take the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's rules seriously. Since you are such a person, why should I be merciful? Shin Sanbao sneered. Yang Kai, everyone here knows that Jing Fei is the best candidate to inherit the Tower Master's position. If you continue to be stubborn, then you are going against the next Tower Master. Then, I don't mind making a move against you. The two giants finally shed all pretense of cordiality. Yang Kai looked around. You are all the elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. You all know who is going to be the Tower Master. Now, with the Tower Master's will, those who are willing to let Miss Jean become the Tower Master, please stand up. Shin Sanbao said, if you want to know the result, then see with your own eyes how many people support Miss Jean. Only a few elders stood up, but they sat down again midway. A crushing defeat. A real crushing defeat. Even Yang Kai did not expect that the result would be like this. Elder Wang Tao, can you tell me why this is the case? Yang Kai looked at an elder in front of him, who was the punishment elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. I think Jing Fei is more suitable to lead the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building to continue to develop. Elder Wang Tao was obviously guilty, and did not dare to look at Yang Kai's eyes. Jin Feng's body shook slightly, and it seemed that she had suffered a big blow. Lin Fei gently helped Jin Feng, and he could feel a sense of disappointment. Could be said that her heart was hurt. Her father's body was not cold, and such a big thing happened. It was not easy to accept. Don't be sad. I am here. Lin Fei gently comforted her. Jin Feng had indeed suffered a great blow. Under her resolute appearance, there was also a fragile heart, especially at this time. I said that I, Jing Fei, am the one who is most valued by my adoptive father. It is reasonable that I should be the next Tower Master. Jing Fei said arrogantly at this time. Shin Sanbao glanced at him, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He thought, this kind of person can only be a puppet. Fortunately, almost all the elders in the gang have been bribed. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous today. Yang Kai, do you understand now? Shin Sanbao said to Yang Kai. It seems that I should announce the result. Miss Jean, whom you support, has lost. No, who said she has lost? Yang Kai said angrily. If I don't agree, do you think the result will be effective? Don't forget, the Tower Master has the right to veto. Shin Sanbao seemed to have expected this. He shook his head. They are prepared to fight to the end. Then we can only let the Great Elder judge. The Great Elder. No one expected that the Great Elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would come out, because everyone knew that the Great Elder always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. In the eyes of outsiders, the Golden Sun Building Master was the #1 expert. They did not know that the Great Elder was the real #1 expert. After 2 generations of building masters, he had the highest seniority in the gang. It could be said that the Great Elder's decision was equivalent to the final decision. Outside the gate, a gray-robed old man stepped in and appeared in the meeting hall. Greetings, Great Elder. Everyone lowered their heads. In front of the Great Elder, no one dared to show any disrespect, because the Great Elder's previous position was the punishment elder of the gang. It could be said that he was hot-tempered. I'm old. Get up. His loud voice was like a big bell, ringing in everyone's heart for a long time. The gray-robed old man's eyes turned and fell on Jin Feng. I remember the last time I saw you. You were still a little girl. I did not expect you to grow up so fast. Jin Feng's eyes turned red. Greetings, Great Elder. Jin Feng still had an impression of the Great Elder because her father was able to become the Tower Master because of the Great Elder's push from behind. Only then was he able to stand out and become the Tower Master. Your father died. This old man is also very sad. Now that your father's body is not cold, It is really not right for the gang to do such a thing. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of anger in it. However, every family has their own difficulties. Xiaofeng, you have to be considerate. You should give up the position of Tower Master. Jin Feng showed bitterness, as if the ending was already decided. The Great Elder had already announced the result. No one could change it unless they wanted to offend the Great Elder. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, the Great Elder was the real stabilizing force. The gray-robed old man looked around again. Xiaofeng will not compete for this position, but if anyone dares to do something sneaky, don't blame this Great Elder for being merciless and killing you. The latter sentence was a warning to everyone present, which was tantamount to adding a life-saving talisman to Jin Feng. No one dared to touch Jin Feng. This was the only thing the Great Elder could do. Jin Feng shed tears. For some reason, Lin Fei felt a surge of anger when he saw this. Xiaofeng, do you want to take this position? Jin Feng was anxious, but what would Lin Fei do? Don't mess around. The Great Elder has spoken. I can't change anything. Lin Fei shook his head. This is not what you want to say. If you want to take this position, as long as you say it, I will help you. You don't have to worry about me. Do you remember what I said that night? Lin Fei's voice was not concealed at all, because there was no need to conceal it. Naturally, this voice fell into everyone's ears. When she saw the sickly-looking middle-aged man, she actually couldn't recognize him. Who was this person? How could he appear next to Jin Feng? From his tone, it seemed that this position was as easy as lifting a finger to him. With the Great Elder here, no one dared to say anything. Your Excellency? Who are you? Are you trying to bewitch Miss Jean? Are you trying to confuse people here? Shin Sanbao sneered. Go away, you have no right to speak here. Lin Fei turned around and slapped Shin Sanbao without saying a word. The violent True Yuan aura was like a tidal wave. Even though Shin Sanbao was at the cryptic spirit level, he was still sent flying by this furious slap. The meeting hall was turned into a pile of rubble. Hiss! Everyone present stood up with their mouths agape. They were all scared out of their wits. What the hell was going on? When did Jin Feng find such a helper? Even Lord Shin Sanbao was not a match for him. He was slapped out in one slap, and he could not even block it. His strength was simply too tyrannical. Chapter 297. Shocking. Everyone was shocked. Especially the arrogant Jing Fei. He was dumbfounded. Shin Sanbao, a mystic spirit expert, was sent flying by a single slap. How powerful was that? How could Jin Feng have such a helper? Was God not on her side? Jing Fei felt that all his ambitions had collapsed in an instant. In front of such powerful strength, he became so fragile. Everyone was shocked. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. If that slap had landed on them, they wouldn't have dared to think about it. After hearing that it was a close friend, everyone's heart turned cold again. They couldn't digest this news no matter what. With the appearance of such a powerful expert, the situation was going to be different today. Lin Fei sent Shin Sanbao flying with a slap, as if he had done something insignificant. Xiaofeng, I'm waiting for your word. Uncle will help you. Lin Fei said lightly, but no one dared to doubt his words. Jin Feng was a smart girl. After hearing Lin Fei's words, she finally understood why she said that last night. Lin Fei was already so powerful, but she still treated him like a child. Uncle, this position was passed down by my father. It shouldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. I hope Uncle can help me. Jin Feng didn't give up. She agreed, because Lin Fei's slap had given Jin Feng enough support and confidence. Shin Sanbao's strength was at the mystic spirit middle stage. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, he was only slightly weaker than the Golden Sun building master. In order to send someone flying, one must have the strength of the mystic spirit great circle. As for the strength of a king realm expert, it was unimaginable. In the mountain river city, it was unknown whether there were any king realm experts. Only a few people knew. Lin Fei smiled and said, "This position was yours in the first place. They are just a few unimportant foster sons. They are just ingrates that cannot be raised properly. If you are angry when you see them, then go and accompany your foster father." What are you doing? Hearing this, Jing Fei and the other foster sons' faces changed. This man wanted to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei pointed out with a finger, and a strong wind swept out. No matter how the adopted sons tried to defend themselves, their heads exploded like watermelons. The smell of blood filled the air, leaving behind several lifeless corpses. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of his godson. So what if he killed them? He could vent his anger. In any case, it was better to kill them than to keep the ingrates alive. Sir, this is the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Do you have any respect for me? The gray-clothed first elder revealed an ugly expression. The fact that Shinsanbao was sent flying was already embarrassing enough. Now that his adopted sons had been killed, it could be said that no one could sit in this position. Only Jin Feng was qualified to sit in this position. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Great elder, I see that you've been in seclusion for too long that your brain is starting to rust. Isn't it because women can't be tower masters? Why do you have to find such a reason? Back then, you could let Jin Feng's father take the position, and now you can do it again. Isn't it because Jin Feng is a woman? The gray-clothed first elder was at the peak cryptic spirit realm, but facing this sickly middle-aged man, he was still afraid, especially when he killed his adopted sons with a finger. That dangerous aura even made him feel threatened. If it was an ordinary person with the first elder's temper, he would have mercilessly killed him. At this moment, he could only blush. How could Lin Fei not know that this was a patriarchal mindset? It was the most common one on earth. No matter how powerful a woman was, she had no status. Moreover, stepping on their heads made the first elder uncomfortable, so he decisively chose Jin Fei. Of course, there would inevitably be some benefits to be distributed. Sir, are you going to intervene in the gang's matters? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and pointed at the first elder. I respect you as the first elder, so I'm polite. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you don't want Jin Feng to be the tower master. I think you're asking for a beating. I rarely hit old people. If you insist on doing things the wrong way, then don't blame me for beating you until even your mother can't recognize you. Everyone was scared by these words. How could this person be so rude? He had the aura of a bandit. No one dared to speak, because there was a matter ahead. Bastard, die for me. Shinsanbao, who had been slapped away, rushed in from outside. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. He rushed in like a madman, his true yuan exploding out, heading straight for Lin Feng. Raising heaven finger. Ever since Shinsanbao became the tower master, he had never lost face like this. Being slapped away in front of everyone. This kind of embarrassing thing had never happened before. Therefore, he rushed in from outside and attacked without caring about anything else. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Courting death. In the Death Desert, Lin Fei no longer cared about cryptic spirit experts, not to mention a mid-cryptic spirit realm one. Wang! A broken sword flew out. It was the Netherworld sword. It cut the raising heaven finger apart, turning it into nothingness. The Netherworld sword's momentum did not stop. With a flash of cold light, Shinsanbao was cut into several pieces. Only then did it fly back, leaving behind a pile of broken pieces on the ground. Tower Master Shinsanbao was dead. Everyone couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The Tower Master was still alive and kicking, but in an instant he had died. It was like a dream. The eyes that looked at Lin Fei were filled with fear. Even Tower Master Shinsanbao had died so quickly, let alone them. Even the head elder's face sank. He could kill a mid-cryptic spirit realm expert, but to kill one so easily, he could not do it. This person was stronger than him. The head elder had already made a judgment in his heart. This person was very strong, strong enough to make him feel a deep sense of dread. Lin Fei killing Shinsanbao also had a reason. It was to let everyone understand that if he could kill a vice tower master, then there was no need to mention you elders. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. AI. There are always people looking for death, wanting to follow in the Tower Master's footsteps. It just so happens that I'll send him down. You are all here, who else wants to follow the Tower Master? Just say it and I'll send you down for free. Lin Fei's cold eyes looked around. No one dared to look him in the eye, because they were all frightened. Was cryptic spirit realm so strong that anyone could kill him? Resist? Forget it. Even the head elder did not make a move. If they made a move, they would only be asking for trouble. Only fools would do it. Xiao Feng, I lost control of my anger just now and killed him. You won't mind, right? Lin Fei turned his head and said. Jin Feng did not know why, but it was as if she had found someone to rely on. Uncle, don't blame yourself. Uncle Shin did it to follow in my father's footsteps. I think my father will be happy. Don't you think so, uncles? None of the elders present dared to say anything. If they were killed, they would be dumbfounded. At this time, they had already lost their temper, because they were all frightened. Going against such a strong person, wasn't it the same as asking for death? They had not lived long enough, and their thoughts were constantly changing. Miss Jean was also very suitable to be the Tower Master. Why couldn't she be? Tower Master Shin died for a reason. Miss Jean is righteous. All kinds of flattering words came one after another. At this moment, they were like grass on the wall. After experiencing that scene, they were already frightened birds. Among them, Yang Kai was the most shocked. The Tower Master had left such a trump card, which turned the situation around in one fell swoop. Moreover, he had killed several adopted sons, Shun Sanbao, and suppressed the head elder. It was simply incredible. Great Elder, can I be the Tower Master now? Jin Feng walked up and said to the Great Elder. The Great Elder regretted coming out today. He even encountered a difficult opponent, whose strength might be at the Cryptic Spirit Great Circle, or even stronger than him. Just now, when he asked Jin Feng to give up being the Tower Master, he said it in a reasonable manner. Now, he was going to agree. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Moreover, it was a slap in the face. It was like swallowing a fly. At this time, the Great Elder could not wait to slap Shin Sanbao to death. Unfortunately, he was already dead, leaving behind a pile of corpses on the ground. It seems that this Great Elder is not very willing. Destroy. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge golden millstone appeared above the crowd. The will of destruction came crushing down. Everyone was suppressed, unable to breathe. Cold sweat flowed down, as if they would die at any moment. Many of the weaker people were crushed on the ground, unable to get up. Boom! The huge millstone crushed down, heading straight for the Great Elder. Lin Fei did not care whether you were the Great Elder or not. If you were not the Great Elder, he would kill you on the spot. Crack! Everything around the Great Elder was mercilessly crushed into pieces. As a great perfection realm profound spirit Grand Elder, when faced with this gigantic millstone, the intent of destruction locked onto his body. His astral chi protection was actually unable to withstand it and was continuously shattering. If the other party wanted to kill him, the Great Elder's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. This old man agrees, this old man agrees. This gigantic millstone was used by Lin Fei to scare people. Any words would be meaningless. However, in the face of strength, words were the real deal. As the Great Elder, he had to lower his head when facing someone stronger than him. Crash! The golden millstone disappeared, and so did the will of destruction. It was as if it had never been there. It was as if the sky had cleared up. If not for the ruins left on the scene, it would have been the best proof. Against the will of destruction, the floor and tables of the meeting hall were all turned into pieces. This was a result that no one had expected. The trump card left by the Golden Phoenix Tower Lord had shattered all their thoughts. They were just a little bit away from death. This fear left an indelible mark in their hearts. It had to be said that from then on, no one dared to look down on the Golden Phoenix Tower. They became respectful and nothing similar happened again. After Lin Fei dispersed the millstone, he went out with the Great Elder. As for what the two talked about, no one knew. However, everyone noticed that the Great Elder's attitude had changed a lot. Chapter 298. P.S. Thank Luo Yuxuan for the reward of 588 Qidian coins. It was a foregone conclusion that Jin Feng would become the new Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. No one dared to say anything. Since the Great Elder had agreed, how could they not agree? Wasn't it an obvious thing to do? If the mysterious middle-aged man got angry, they would not have a good ending. Moreover, Shin Sanbao was dead, and the Great Elder was almost suppressed. What were they? They were nothing. They had to accept the reality. It was not a bad thing to have such a strong person. Jin Feng felt like she was dreaming. The unreachable position had become a thing under her. She could not help but shed tears of excitement. It turned out that it was such a simple thing to turn the situation around. In the face of powerful strength, any conspiracy was like the moon in the mirror. It would break and become a thing of the past. I declare that the next Tower Master is Miss Jin Feng. As the Great Elder's voice faded, the position of Tower Master, which had been fought over, was thus settled amidst the bloodshed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building also had its first female Tower Master. Under such circumstances, Jin Feng became the first female Tower Master, which was beyond everyone's imagination. As the saying goes, a new emperor, a new minister. With Jin Feng becoming the Tower Master, plus such a strong person and the support of the Great Elder, they did not dare to play any tricks. As for the elders who disapproved of it before, they regretted it now. If there was no medicine for regret in the world, they would not offend Jin Feng. If she bore a grudge against them, they would have a hard time in the future. When Jin Feng sat down, she became the first female Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. The internal strife in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building finally ended. When Jin Feng sat down, she looked at Lin Fei with gratitude. Jin Feng knew that without Lin Fei's help, she would not have the current position. She was grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps the elders would not be so polite to her. I will not let you down, Jin Feng said to herself in her heart firmly. Although Jin Feng was a woman, she was as bold as a man when it came to doing things. First of all, she replaced several important positions with her own people. As for those who were replaced, they did not dare to say anything. The first elder was present, unless they wanted to find trouble. Moreover, they could not find an excuse to refute the reason put forward by Jin Feng. He placed his own men in important positions and at the same time, he guarded all the foster children. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It seemed that he had already calculated everything. Great Elder, Little Feng's performance was pretty good, right? Lin Fei stood together with the first elder and asked with a smile. After the two of them went out for a while, when they returned, the Great Elder was no longer as angry as before. On the contrary, he became polite. Little Feng is indeed very courageous. I believe that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building will continue to develop in her hands. The Great Elder's tone was respectful, because he was not a match for this middle-aged man at all. He was worthy of putting down his status and identity. That was because in the eyes of experts, his status was nothing at all. The position of Great Elder was just that. Little Feng is not sensible. I will need Great Elder to take care of her in this aspect. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. His meaning was very simple. He wanted to assist Jin Feng. With such a Great Elder in charge, no one would dare to act rashly. The Great Elder had been in seclusion all year round and rarely came out to assist anyone. If it was in the past, he would definitely not agree. But now it was different. He nodded and actually agreed. These 200,000 pure essence pills are worth it. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Even if you are the Great Elder, you can't resist the temptation of pure essence pills. Right after Jin Feng became the building master, a disciple rushed in from outside the meeting hall in a hurry. Elders, it's not good. A large group of people from Tianxia came outside, saying that they want to marry Miss Jin. This disciple obviously did not notice Jin Feng, who was sitting in the seat of honor. Outrageous. Tianxia is too much. Building master, we can't let this matter go. It's obvious that Tianxia wants to swallow our Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Shameless, too shameless. The group of elders was seething with anger. The previous conflict had been swept away. With the Great Elder and a master overseeing, they were naturally full of confidence. They couldn't wait to go up and fight, to show off the Golden Breeze Drizzle building's strength. Everyone looked at Jin Feng. Don't worry, I'll support you from behind. Lin Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Jin Feng's ears. She looked up and saw Lin Fei nodding at her, injecting a stream of energy into her. Humph! Everyone, follow me outside to take a look. Jin Feng stood up and walked out of the meeting hall. This action made the elders' hearts jump with joy. Who said that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head was less courageous than a man? Facing Tianxia, she did not show any fear. Outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's main entrance, the situation was tense, especially since many people from Tianxia had come, carrying boxes of things wrapped in red cloth. These were obviously betrothal gifts. Just as expected, the eldest young master of Tianxia had brought his people to deliver betrothal gifts. Tianxia, which boasted 100,000 members, was not stingy at all when it came to betrothal gifts. Everyone was dazzled by the number of betrothal gifts. Tianxia's eldest young master really came. I wonder what will happen to the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building this time. If the Golden Sun Building's head was here, Tianxia wouldn't dare to be so aggressive. Recently, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building has been suppressed badly. I'm afraid they would agree to Tianxia's marriage. I heard that the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building is going to elect a new master today. Tianxia must be here to elect a new master. The Golden Sun Building's head died at a bad time. Now, Tianxia is going to dominate the Mountain River City. Their forces are expanding rapidly. If the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building doesn't take any action, I'm afraid it's hard to say. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's internal power struggle is very fierce. I heard that their adopted sons are not simple people. Outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, a group of people had gathered and were discussing with each other. Now, what was the most important thing in the Mountain River City was the competition between the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and Tianxia. Would Tianxia swallow the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building? Or would the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building continue to stand strong? This became a matter that everyone was guessing and concerned about. Privately, they guessed that the chances of Tianxia swallowing the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was very high. After the Golden Sun Building's head died, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's strength had been greatly reduced. Many experts had died. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated and been constantly suppressed by Tianxia. Now, they had personally come to fetch the bride. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to do such an unreasonable thing. From the clues, it could be seen that Tianxia was the general trend. It was only a matter of time before they swallowed the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. If the marriage was successful today, then the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would definitely lose. Tianxia would have found an excuse. With an excuse, everything would be logical. On the surface, they had already obtained the excuse. All that was left was to annex the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. They could easily bring the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building into Tianxia. Everyone was concerned about how the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would deal with this matter. Agree? Refuse? From the current situation of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the former was the most likely. Congratulations, young master, for marrying a beautiful wife. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Chun Ting, the young master, was in a good mood. He was sitting on his demonic beast, and his face was full of pride. After all, the daughter of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was pretty. In the Mountain River City, many people wanted to have a taste of her, but Chun Ting was the first one. How could he not be happy? I heard that this Golden Phoenix has a strong character and is very hot. It should be very fun to play with her. Chun Ting smiled obscenely. It was obvious that he didn't take the marriage seriously. If young master says it's fun, then it's definitely fun. No matter how powerful the daughter is, she can do whatever she wants with young master. Chen Ding, the bodyguard, flattered. The people we've arranged should be working, right? Chen Ting asked. Chen Ding said, if nothing goes wrong, that dog, Jin Fei, will become the building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Chun Ting said with satisfaction. That's good. This is an important step. There can't be any accidents. As long as that dog, Jin Fei, becomes the building master, we, Tianxia, will be able to take the opportunity to plant our people there. In less than half a year, we will control the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and make it a vassal force of Tianxia. The people of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building are coming out. How could it be her? When Jin Feng, who was walking in the front, walked out, the people outside suddenly quieted down. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be a girl walking in the front, especially when everyone knew this girl. She was Jin Yang's daughter, Jin Feng. Obviously, they didn't care so much at this time. As for guessing who would become the building master, no one could guess it at all. That was because men took care of the outside world and women took care of the inside world. There were several forces in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and they were constantly fighting. It was extremely difficult for Jin Feng to become the building master, unless the sun rose from the west. Everyone thought it was arranged by the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to welcome them. They chose to agree, so they let Jin Feng walk in the front. This result was within their expectations. It was not surprising. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building's strength had been greatly damaged, and it would be difficult for them to resist Tianxia. Miss Jean, are you coming out to welcome your future husband in person? Chun Ting laughed, not realizing that something was wrong. But Chun Ding, who was next to him, noticed something was wrong, because a familiar figure had disappeared. How dare you? This is the new building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. An elder stood out and said angrily. There was an uproar. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Building master? She was chosen so quickly, and it was a girl. This, in fact, what they wanted to say was that it was too fast. It wasn't even noon yet, and the OP had already been chosen. Now, everyone finally understood why Jin Feng walked in the front. She was the building master, and she had this right not because she was forced to do so. Dumbfounded and tongue-tied were the main expressions of the crowd. How can you be the building master? What about Jing Fei? Isn't he the building master? Chen Ting was shocked. To be exact, he was shocked. He subconsciously blurted out. In order to make Jing Fei the new building master, Chen Ting had used a lot of resources to bribe some elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and prepared to support Jing Fei at the critical moment. Among them, there was also the giant Shin Sanbao, the deputy building master. It was certain that Jing Fei would become the building master. Jin Feng's face turned cold. The Jing Fei you mentioned has been killed. How can an ingrate like him be qualified to be the building master? I'm afraid young Master Chen's idea will be in vain. Chun Ting's face darkened. He knew that he had revealed something that he shouldn't have said, but he didn't care much about it. After all, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building couldn't do anything to him. He was decisive and didn't want to continue this matter. Then, I have to congratulate Building Master Jean. Chun Ting smiled and said, Today, we can have double happiness. This is my betrothal gift. Let's do it now. Today I will marry you. Let's have a double happiness. Chun Ting chose to ignore Jing Fei's matter. Jing Fei was already dead. In addition, he couldn't see Shin Sanbao. Naturally, he knew that there was an internal problem. He was a step late. His heart was filled with hatred. The ingrate was really not a good thing. The tables were turned so quickly. And that Shin Sanbao, he had received so many benefits from me, but he didn't know how to do things. Young Master Chun, what do you mean? When did this building master agree to marry you? Jin Feng said coldly. If there is nothing else, young Master Chun can leave now. Chun Ting was shocked again. Was she trying to send him away? This girl dared to refuse him. Didn't she know the current situation of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? Building Master Jean, my young master admires you and wants to marry you. Are you willing? This was promised by Building Master Shin. Do you want to go back on your words? Chun Ding's guard said fiercely. Building Master Shin is no longer the building master. What happened before doesn't count. Jin Feng didn't say that Shin Sanbao was dead. It wouldn't be good for the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Chun Ting's temper wasn't good. It wasn't easy for him to say these words today. In addition, Tianxia's power was expanding rapidly. As a young master of Tianxia, his status was rising. He was in a bad mood. So you're saying that this young master's trip is going to be in vain? If young Master Chun wants to think so, you can think so, Jin Feng said. Chun Ting clapped his hands and said, It seems that Building Master Jean is ready to go all the way. No one has ever dared to refuse me when I personally come to fetch a bride. Even if you are the building master, I will still bring you back today. Chun Ding, go and take her back. Yes. Chun Ding nodded. He rushed out like a ghost. He grabbed Jin Feng with one hand and said, "No one can escape from my hands. You should obediently be the young master's wife." Snatching a wife. Chun Ting's move was vicious. Chapter 299. P.S. Thank you, Luo Yuxuan, for the tip. Congratulations on becoming the first deacon. Thank you, Yen Shenrong, for the monthly vote. The attacker was very fast. Chun Ding had the strength of cryptic middle stage, so he had the confidence to speak. With a single grab, the true Yuan swept across, causing the nearby warriors to feel pain on their cheeks. So fast, the crowd could not help but exclaim. Chun Ding's face was already showing a sinister smile. A mere master of Golden Breeze drizzle building, this was a piece of cake. Xiao. With a light sound, a green wind blade slashed through the air. Chun Ding snorted coldly. His claw slammed onto the green wind blade, trying to shatter it. In his eyes, a mere attack could stop him? Dream on. Boom! He grabbed onto the green wind blade. Who would have thought that the green wind blade would turn into a cold light, slicing through the attack and turning into a green cold light? Chun Ding's face darkened. He struck out 2 giant claws from his left and right. Each claw was powerful, hitting the green wind blade. Such a fierce attack could not be dispelled, and the green wind blade did not move an inch. How could this be? 2 attacks, but the green wind blade did not even move an inch. My life is over. The green wind blade swept past, and Chun Ding's personal guard was cut in half. He fell from the air and became a corpse. Chun Ding. Chun Ding's face was as black as charcoal. He could not help but exclaim, Who killed my personal guard? As a personal guard, Chun Ding's strength was at cryptic middle stage. He had always been Chun Ding's right-hand man. Many things that could not be seen in the light were all handled by Chun Ding. Losing a right-hand man and a cryptic middle stage at that, it would be strange if Chun Ding did not feel the pain. Humph, this piece of trash wants to snatch people. You, a young master, have the nerve to speak? A sickly middle-aged man walked out, his face full of disdain. This person was Lin Fei. From the moment Chun Ding made his move, Lin Fei blasted out a wind blade that was as hard as steel, killing the opponent mercilessly. Chun Ding, the young master, almost vomited blood. He cursed in his heart. Damn it! A cryptic spirit middle stage expert is trash? It's easy for you to say that. You're just a bully. Chun Ding's strength was ranked among the top in Tianxia. Now that he was killed in one move, Chun Ding, the young master, felt his heart ache. At the same time, his face was filled with anger. Sir, who exactly are you? Despite his anger, Chun Ding still retained his rationality. Haha, of course I'm here to beat you up. She's Jinyang's old friend's niece, and you even dared to touch her. As his good friend, I can't just watch and not do anything. Since you actually dared to come and steal the bride today, you don't have to leave. Lin Fei said calmly as he looked at Chun Ding, the young master. Chun Ding's heart sank. He hadn't expected Jin Yang to have such an expert as a friend. He had even suppressed his cultivation to confuse everyone. Chun Ding was filled with regret. I am the young master of Tianxia. Could it be that you wish to make life difficult for Tianxia? Chun Ding said sternly, I'll give you a word of advice. Offending us, Tianxia, will not end well. Lin Fei laughed loudly. I'm not afraid of anything. I love to look for trouble. Isn't your Tianxia very powerful? I'll start with you. Boom! Lin Fei casually raised his hand, and an azure wind blade appeared. It was more than 300 meters long, and it was a flowing azure light. The sharp sword chi spread out on the street like a spiderweb on the hard limestone floor. Everyone felt a huge pressure from this green wind blade. It was as if they couldn't survive this attack. Block it. Block it for me. As a mystic adept, Chun Ding's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. His killing intense sword. Walala walala. The green wind blade swept across. All of Chun Ding's subordinates were killed by the green wind blade, leaving behind a ground full of broken limbs and fresh blood. As the young master of Tianxia, Chun Ting immediately took out an item. It was a piece of runes. He placed it in front of him and a white runes formation appeared. "You're dead. You actually want to kill me." Chun Ting's face turned sinister. "I've already informed the experts in the sect. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." When the cyan wind blade landed on the array, a stream of light appeared on the surface of the array, blocking the attack. Even so, young Master Chun Ting was still overwhelmed with shock. Chun Ting was very clear about the power of this runes formation. It had blocked many people's attacks. When the green wind blade descended, the formation actually showed signs of being unable to block it. How powerful was that person? A pretty good tortoise shell. It's a pity that you're going to die today. No one has ever survived to snatch someone in front of me. You're the same. Rumble. 2 green wind blades on the left and right, 2 green flowing lights, one on the left and one on the right, circled around the formation array, as if they were cutting it. With a rumble, the formation array broke apart with a crash. Chun Ting was only at the Mystic Adept Great Perfection realm. Facing the 2 green flowing lights, he let out a miserable cry and fought against the runes formation. Silence. The scene was as silent as a mountain. Oh my God. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building actually killed young Master Chun Ting. Something big happened. Something really big happened. Chun Xian's death last time already made the sect leader of Tianxia furious. Now that his successor is dead, it's definitely a big deal. Young Master Chun Ting's protective treasure couldn't even block it. What's the background of this person? This is too terrifying. First of all, the surrounding onlookers didn't expect this. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was too bold. This person was too awesome. He was the young master of Tianxia, yet he killed him just like that. Didn't he know that Tianxia was behind him? Tianxia with 100,000 members? The young master of Tianxia was respected by everyone and everyone wanted to please him. No one expected that he would die in front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building without being able to fight back. Even his protective treasure couldn't block the attack. Crazy, this is too crazy. The faces of many people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building turned pale. They were obviously terrified. It wouldn't be a big deal if the person they killed was a cat or dog. However, the person they killed was the young master of Tianxia. The young master. What was his status? He had an illustrious status and could do whatever he wanted in the Mountain River City. This was because he had the support of the sect leader of Tianxia, who was about to become a king stage expert. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, including the Great Elder, were in a state of shock. They probably couldn't accept this news. Killing the young master of Tianxia in front of them. Damn it, this was too crazy. If you wanted to kill him, at least find another place. Why did you kill him in front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? You didn't mean to cause trouble? It was conceivable that after Tianxia knew the situation, they would think that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was the murderer. There would be a storm soon. The Great Elder, who had received the benefits, was also regretting it. I was fooled. I really was fooled. I shouldn't have accepted the 200,000 pure yuan elixirs. I really shouldn't have agreed. When Lin Fei attacked, the Great Elder already knew that something big was going to happen. Deputy Building Leader Shen Sanbao was killed without hesitation. Moreover, he was the young master of Tianxia. He was probably just an ordinary person in the eyes of such people. The Great Elder knew that with the death of the young master of Tianxia, the relationship they maintained would definitely be broken. Then, Tianxia would definitely launch a large-scale attack. Soon, the war would begin. The Golden Phoenix took a deep breath and turned to the group of elders. Elders, could it be that all of you are afraid? The World Gang has the ambition of wolves. They actually want to snatch this Tower Master back to be their wife. Could it be that everyone here can swallow this insult? It's good that Chun Ting died. I will kill him myself. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is not afraid of a war. Golden Phoenix's cold eyes swept to the elders and deacons behind her, forcing them to make a decision. Fight to the end. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has never been afraid of a war. The elders complained in their hearts. Their faces were full of indignation, as if they wanted to shed their blood. This scene also fell into the eyes of Lin Fei. This girl is so smart. She knew my intention so quickly. Lin Fei had thought about killing the young master of Tianxia. He couldn't stay in Mountain River City for too long. He couldn't take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak in and kill them all. Lin Fei liked to be straightforward. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts. What better way was there than to kill the young master of Tianxia? Lin Fei believed that if Chun Xian died in his hands, it would be an irreconcilable conflict. Even with the help of Tianxia, they might not be able to sit still. This was one aspect. The other aspect was to spread the name of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. This was for long-term consideration. If the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building could truly gain a foothold in Mountain River City, the family would also be able to develop in the future. With the help of such a gang, they could form an alliance and form double insurance. Lin Fei was thinking about the long term. Otherwise, he would have killed himself long ago. At the same time, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would leave a mysterious expert behind, which could completely deter the other forces. Whoosh, at the end of the long street, figures were moving, their sharp auras rushing over. Everyone subconsciously left this area, and the entire street was suddenly empty. They were afraid that a fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat, so they left as far as they could. The World Army of Tianxia is here. The Grand Elder appeared beside Lin Fei and explained. Lin Fei glanced at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, are you interested in exterminating them together? From the moment the Grand Elder took the 200,000 pure essence pills, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Then, with the death of young Master Qin Ting, the conflict could not be resolved. The two gangs were bound to fight. The Grand Elder was destined to be unable to transcend. Chapter 300. Crazy. This is too crazy. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building is preparing to start a war. This isn't a question of whether the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building wants to start a war. A young master died in Tianxia. Another young master died last time. Gang Master Chun can't help but be angry. The World Army has been arranged here. Tianxia's most elite warriors with the best equipment are all at the Mystic Adept realm. They are going to make great contributions for Tianxia. Who is that middle-aged man? He actually dared to make a decision for the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. He said he killed the young master and he killed him. Look at the Great Elder. After the World Army arrived, the Great Elder and Lin Fei attacked at the same time. It shocked everyone again. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building started to move. They actually wanted to attack the World Army. Did they not know how powerful the World Army was? Hundreds of Black World Army emitted a murderous aura. They were covered in black armor and only their eyes were exposed. Their killing intent soared to the sky and people didn't dare to look at them. Where's the young master? In front of the Under Heaven Army, 3 armored commanders appeared. These 3 commanders were the 3 commanders who were quite famous in the World Army. Each of them controlled 500 World Army. The reputation of the World Army could be said to cause people to flee. Even if it was a mystic spirit expert, they wouldn't dare to attack the World Army and would definitely flee. Because the World Army had another name, the Bane of the Strong. Countless mystic spirit experts died in their hands. Because of this, the World Army had a reputation. Anyone who heard that the World Army attacked would definitely be scared out of their wits. They would either choose to admit defeat or choose to flee. The young master is dead. After sending back the news, the 3 commanders' expressions changed greatly. It was no less than a bolt from the blue. No one dared to believe that this was true. The young master was dead. The 3 commanders' hair stood on end. Attack and kill them. Avenge the young master. The 3 officers exchanged glances. The eldest young master was dead, and it was difficult for them to escape responsibility. In that case, they had to perform a meritorious service. Otherwise, when they returned and faced an enraged gang leader Chen, their foreheads would be covered with cold sweat. Tak, walala walala, behind the 3 commanders. There was a total of 300 Under Heaven Army. All of them were mystic adepts. They were well-equipped and had great lethality. Furthermore, the Under Heaven army focused on killing. Ever since they came out, they had never suffered a defeat. Kill without mercy. Neat and clear voices rose into the sky. The killing intent that gathered together turned into a black fog above their heads. That was the manifestation of their killing intent condensing together. It was easy to imagine how many cultivators had died at their hands. That was why they had such a lineup. 300 people of the World Army transformed into a sharp arrow and charged forward, forming a black stream. Tianxia's young master had died. It immediately appeared on the tables of the major families. Because this matter was too big, the spies outside immediately sent the news back. For this patriarch, the battle between Tianxia and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was something they were happy about. The ancients had a saying that when two strong forces fought, one of them would definitely be injured. No matter if Tianxia won or if the Golden Breeze Drizzle building maintained the situation, it wouldn't affect them. Of course, if the Golden Breeze Drizzle building could teach Tianxia a lesson, it would definitely be a good thing. They could teach Tianxia a lesson so that they wouldn't be too arrogant. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord of Mountain River City. At this moment, he also received news from the spies. Compared to other spies, his news was more accurate. This person is quite capable. I didn't expect Golden Sun to have such a trump card. City Lord's Mansion. In the study room, there was more than just the City Lord. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He wore a white robe and exuded a scholarly aura. City Lord Lu Quan said, "This person is too hot-tempered. He doesn't know how deep the waters of Tianxia are. Who knows, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building might suffer a great loss this time. They might even be annexed by Tianxia." The middle-aged scholar said, "Isn't this just what you want? Tianxia's power has been expanding too quickly recently. It's a good time to use the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to teach them a lesson. When necessary, give them some help. I think the Golden Breeze Drizzle building will be able to persevere." As expected of the resourceful star, Lu Quan smiled and said, "Mountain River City has been in my hands for 50 years. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find an opportunity to uproot Tianxia and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. I think this will be an opportunity. Let's wait and see. Perhaps this will be your opportunity to truly control the Mountain River City in your hands. You won't have to worry about others anymore." The Great Elder and Lin Fei rushed towards the Under Heaven army. Demon Sealing Sword Technique. The Great Elder was a martial artist who used a sword. He used 2 black swords, which were inferior grade spiritual treasures. He stabbed at the Under Heaven army in front of him. Sword chi like silk. Xiu xiu xiu. Sword chi like silk was also a powerful technique. Only those who had high attainments in swordsmanship could truly comprehend it. Its lethality was terrifying. Dang dang dang. The Under Heaven monarch lived up to his reputation. Facing the sword chi like silk, the black armor on his body emitted a black radiance. He actually blocked the sword chi like silk and only suffered a small injury. Kill. Fist radiance. Sword chi. Saber chi. There were more than 100 of them that flew towards the Great Elder. The neat and orderly attacks shocked everyone. The Under Heaven army is really strong. Facing this technique, everyone was speechless. Over 100 mystic masters attacked at the same time. It was normal for a mystic spirit expert to die in their hands. That was because they had armor for defense. They only needed to attack continuously. Attack was the best defense. The Great Elder was instantly surrounded. The power of the Under Heaven army was still unimaginably strong. On the other side, Lin Fei also encountered a torrential attack. Tianxia is indeed famous. Gathering everyone's strength to deal with one person, it is indeed a terrifying martial artist army. Even the Great Elder is in a difficult situation. Lin Fei thought. Windstorm. The green wind blades whistled and the green wind blades that filled the sky went up to meet the attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green wind blades were like steel sabers, shattering all the attacks of the Under Heaven army. The power did not stop and directly hit the Under Heaven army. Whoosh. The green wind blades were like scythes that harvested the enemy's life. The tough armor was unable to block the azure wind blade at all. It immediately lost its effect and was cut in two. This was because the azure wind blade contained a state. The power of the concept was unimaginable. Whirlwind. After the windstorm, Lin Fei's sword technique changed and turned into the swift and fierce whirlwind again. With this big move, the Under Heaven army suffered heavy losses. Under the wind blades, 50 to 60 of the Under Heaven army died tragically on the ground. In such a short time, so many of the Under Heaven army died. This person is so strong. The strength of the Under Heaven army was obvious to everyone. But today, everyone realized that the powerful Under Heaven army was like an ant in front of that mysterious person. In an instant, there were heavy casualties. How long could the 300 of the Under Heaven army last? The people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were all shocked. Killing building Master Shin Sanbao and suppressing the Great Elder was already terrifying. But now, killing the Under Heaven army was like crushing an ant. They sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they looked at the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master with deep fear and dread. Unknowingly, they had already regarded the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master as the Pavilion Master. They no longer had any thoughts of resisting and wholeheartedly supported the Pavilion Master. With such an expert helping them, they didn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei didn't know that killing the Under Heaven army would bring about such an effect. It would leave such a deep impression in their hearts that they wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. This person is an expert. Let's attack together. The three commanders of the Under Heaven army saw the Under Heaven army falling one by one, and their hearts were bleeding. The Under Heaven army that Tianxia had nurtured was only around 5,000. In the blink of an eye, over 100 of them had died. They didn't know how to explain when they returned. This person had to die. They had to kill him first. If they allowed the Under Heaven army to continue dying, the entire army would be annihilated. 10,000 miles of ice. Rampage. Broken cloud sword art. The three commanders immediately attacked. Surging true essence auras swept across the area. All of them possessed the strength of late mystic spirit realm as they attacked Lin Fei, preparing to kill him in one fell swoop. Such a ferocious attack caused the crowd's expression to change. This person is in danger. With the three commanders joining hands, even a perfect mystic spirit expert will die in the underworld. Lin Fei didn't put them in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you are Tianxia's lackeys. You deserve to die." Boom! A giant green millstone spun in mid-air, tearing cracks in the void as it ruthlessly crushed towards them. This was the giant millstone created by Lin Fei using his wind concept. It was a powerful attack that specialized in crushing all enemies. Rumble. Before the giant millstone, the three commanders' attacks were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were crushed by the millstone and dissipated in the void. Moreover, their attacks couldn't block the giant millstone. Damn it! This is a concept. Concept attack. The three commanders were experienced people. When they saw this scene, they cried out involuntarily. They were very powerful when they joined hands. Even a perfect mystic spirit expert wouldn't fear them. However, in front of a concept attack, everything seemed so weak. Especially when this concept attack was driven by a huge amount of true essence, its power was imaginable. The green millstone ruthlessly smashed towards them with a destructive aura. The place where the three commanders were was instantly crushed into pieces. Under the will millstone, their armors were crushed into pieces, and their bodies were also crushed into pieces. The Under Heaven army below was also in the range of the crushing. Whoosh, crack, crack. The giant millstone crushed over like a spring breeze. Everywhere it passed, no one was spared. The street was turned into ruins. It was unimaginable that these ruins were created by a single attack. Chapter 301. Defeated. Completely defeated. I didn't expect the powerful world army to be defeated so quickly. Even the great elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building might not have the ability to annihilate the world army. But that sickly-looking middle-aged man actually managed to completely wipe out the 300-world army. This person's ability is too tyrannical. Could it be that he has the ability of a king level? King level expert? Is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They were at a loss and couldn't digest this news. The world army that could easily kill mystic spirit experts was actually defeated by a middle-aged man. Almost no one from the 300-world army survived. Other than a few who left, the rest were all dead. It was fine if the world army died, but 3 commander-level experts died. That was horrifying. The sky was turned upside down. After personally witnessing the middle-aged man kill 3 mystic spirit experts, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building became infinitely larger in their eyes and became an existence that couldn't be provoked. Your Excellency has great skills. I admit defeat. The Great Elder flew over. If he was still unconvinced before, then after the other party killed the world army, he was truly convinced. The Great Elder had experienced the power of the world army. Powerful defense and powerful attack. Even with Xianling's strength, he would have to use all his means to be able to contend against them. Otherwise, the Under Heaven army would not have become the strongest trump card of the world gang. Just the mention of it would cause one's face to change. Great Elder is also powerful. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has been able to contend against Tianxia. Great Elder has contributed a lot, Lin Fei said to the Great Elder. A hint of joy flashed in the Great Elder's eyes, but he said modestly, "That's nothing compared to you. It's not worth mentioning." Most of the 300-world army were dead. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was shocked. They usually had to be careful when they saw the world army. They never thought that one day, the powerful world army would die in front of them. The elders were shocked. The deacons were shocked. The disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were also shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. It was unknown who started shouting, but soon after, it became a chorus of heartfelt excitement. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building that had always been at a disadvantage finally had their morale greatly boosted after killing the world army, sweeping away their previous dispiritedness. At this time, as long as they made use of it, the combat power of all the disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would once again be united. They could even kill the powerful world army, so why should they worry about Tianxia's counterattack? That was because that mysterious middle-aged man had become the role model in their eyes. With such an expert overseeing things, would the Golden Breeze Drizzle building need to be afraid? The answer was, of course, there was no need to be afraid. Although Jin Feng was a woman, her mastery of momentum was not inferior to that of a man. She quickly seized the opportunity to pull up the previously depressed taxi. If Tianxia attacked now, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would have the morale to fight. Morale was such a simple thing. When the army was defeated, they were at a disadvantage and their morale was low. Once they saw the hope of victory, their morale would easily rise again. Why was the army defeated like a landslide? It was because they had lost the morale to fight, because they could not see any hope of victory. When the powerful world army died in front of them, everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building felt delighted. It was refreshing to kill. It was refreshing to kill, and it was good to kill. The world army was nothing more than this. They would still be killed. The world army was defeated. 3 commanders had died in battle. The news was like a spring breeze that swept through the entire mountain river city. The big and small forces were all shocked, and the same sentence hung on their mouths. How could this be possible? It was only when the spies sent back the news did they confirm that the news was not wrong. The world army was defeated, and 3 cryptic late-stage commanders had died. Something big has happened this time. All the clan leaders said the same thing. The world army was almost completely annihilated, and there were only a few survivors. This was already terrifying. With the death of 3 commanders, Tianxia had lost 3 experts. If Tianxia did not show an attitude, how could they make everyone look at them differently again? The big and small forces that received the news all noticed that the sickly middle-aged man had almost single-handedly annihilated the world army and killed 3 cryptic late-stage commanders. What was the background of this middle-aged man? Everyone had this question in their hearts, and it was followed by speculations about his strength. Cryptic great circle? Or a king-level expert? If it was the former, Tianxia was completely capable of killing the other party. If it was the latter, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It would definitely be a battle of life and death. The spies in Mountain River City were fully activated, paying attention to the latest developments of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and Tianxia, for fear of falling behind. It could be said that Lin Fei's attack had turned the compound of Mountain River City upside down. For a moment, Mountain River City was like a pool of muddy water. In a quiet room in Tianxia, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. It seems that Brother Xian Qi is going to lose this game. Chen Tianba put down a black chess piece and killed a small white dragon. He seemed to be in a good mood. Sitting opposite him was Lin Fei's old acquaintance, Xian Qi. He reached out and put down the chess piece. Lost. Brother Tianba, this game is getting more and more powerful. It has a courageous momentum, just like the momentum that Tianxia is in now. Chen Tianba laughed. Brother Xian Qi, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the care of the Black Tortoise sect that Tianxia can have today's achievements. Otherwise, Tianxia would just be a first-rate sect. You have the strength, so you can become the spokesperson of the Black Tortoise sect. You and I will benefit from each other and take care of each other. Brother Tianba, you don't have to be so polite. Xian Qi shook his head and said seriously, Dong dong dong. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and the door was pushed open. Father, something bad has happened. Chen Tianba raised his eyebrows and seemed unhappy, even if this person was his son. He scolded, Little Guang, who let you in? Don't you know that I am entertaining a distinguished guest? Chen Yaoguang was the second son of Chen Tianba. He looked fair and clean. When he heard the scolding, he could only bite the bullet and said, Father, big brother is dead. What? A horrifying aura broke out. Chen Tianba stood up with a whoosh, and his anger soared. The objects around him were turned into powder under the strong wind of the true yuan. Xian Qi, who was sitting opposite, also showed a surprised expression. What had happened? Chen Yaoguang knelt down with a puff, unable to bear this wave of horrifying aura. Big brother is dead, the 300 Heaven Army is also annihilated, and the 3 commanders are also dead. Chen Yaoguang's forehead was full of cold sweat, and it took him a lot of effort to say what had happened. The people who killed them were from the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Kacha. The quiet room was instantly razed to the ground. How hateful! My son. Chen Tianba's eyes were red. The death of his beloved youngest son was enough to make him distressed. He did not expect that after a few months, his favorite eldest son was also dead. His future successor was dead. Chen Tianba felt like the sky had collapsed. Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment, Chen Tianba was extremely angry. Within the surrounding area, the strong wind of the true yuan mercilessly strangled some objects. Nothing good could be found in the surroundings. Brother Tianba, calm down, Xian Qi said. Among the people present, only Xian Qi was qualified to speak. Chen Tianba calmed down and did not dare to continue to release his powerful aura. I have let Brother Xian Qi see a joke. If you need any help, just tell me. Such a big thing has happened, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building must answer for it, Xian Qi said. Chen Tianba's eyes were filled with anger. I really need Elder Xian Qi's help in this matter. The death of my son must be avenged. This time, I will uproot the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and not give them a chance to breathe. Xian Qi nodded. This time, the Black Tortoise sect will definitely help you. Brother Badian, go ahead and do it. The other forces will not interfere. I can guarantee this. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Lin Fei brought over a chair and swaggered to sit in front of him. He looked like he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. In fact, this was Lin Fei's mentality. He was waiting for them to come up. After killing so many people in Tianxia, I don't believe that you, a coward, can hide for long. After killing you, I will also kill the elders and then Tianxia will fall. Lin Fei guessed. Lin Fei did not want to stay in Mountain River City for too long. Calculating the time, half a year was almost up, and he still had to return to the Divine Force sect. Today's killing was to force that bastard out. Uncle Lin, is it too dangerous to do this? Jin Feng walked lightly and appeared beside Lin Fei. Naturally, the people behind her did not dare to call out her full name. There's danger in everything, but to me, there's not much danger today. Lin Fei smiled. I believe that without the higher-ups of the World Gang, your position as the floor master will be stable. Are you going to leave? Jin Feng suddenly asked. Lin Fei looked back and saw a flash of reluctance on Jin Feng's face. I have no choice. I was born to work hard. You know. Will you come back? Lin Fei blinked. Of course I will come back. I believe that when I come back, you will be the building head. At that time, don't whip me again. The Golden Phoenix burst into laughter. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Here comes the show. Jin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked at the end of the street and saw a large number of people moving toward them. An earth-shattering aura rushed toward them like a dark cloud, giving people a strong shock. Disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, gather. Jin Feng ordered, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building moved. Who killed my son? Come out. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire street. Almost half of the Mountain River City could hear it. Chapter 302. Chun Tianba's attack caused quite a stir. The loud rumbling announced that the leader of Tianxia had come in anger. He was not only here for revenge, but also to destroy the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Just the black mass of Under Heaven army behind him was enough to make people fearful. No matter where they were, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. And the one who would not be able to eat or sleep in peace was the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Not to mention the Under Heaven army. The experts that Chun Badian had brought were enough to make everyone fearful. They did not dare to fight against Tianxia. It was a one-sided situation. Tianxia was really going all out this time. They were prepared to teach the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building a lesson. Old thing, are you blind? Can't you see that I am the one who killed your son? Lin Fei did not try to control it. His loud and clear voice rang out like thunder on a sunny day, landing in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This middle-aged man was really arrogant. Did he not know that it was Chun Batian in front of him? He was the leader of Tianxia. He was a big shot that could shake the entire Mountain River City. Now, there was someone who did not give Chun Batian any face, calling him old thing directly. He really did not know how to spell the word death. If not for the previous scene, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with this person's head. How dare he provoke such a big shot? Once Chun Batian attacked, this person would not have a good ending. Between the middle-aged man and Chun Batian, everyone was more optimistic about Chun Batian. This was because Chun Batian had once escaped from a king-level expert. A king-level expert was a terrifying existence. Everyone could imagine the result. This was because king-level experts were the ones in charge of small empires. The strength of a king-level expert could disregard warriors below the king level. It could be said that no matter how many came, they would be killed. In any empires, if anyone dared to rebel, even if they were strong and had many helpers, they would not be able to stop a king-level expert. They would all be killed. In the past, there was a large family in a dynasty that was preparing to rebel. They raised a large number of experts, most of whom were profound spirit realm experts. They used their strength to sweep through the world and almost took over the dynasty. In the end, the dynasty arranged for a king-level expert to mercilessly kill them. Even if they worked together, they couldn't block a single blow. The strength of a king-stage expert was still fresh in everyone's mind. The fact that the leader of Tianxia was able to escape from a king-class elite was a testament to Chun Baishan's abilities. Later on, no one at the same level dared to fight Chun Batian, as they didn't have much confidence. Although the two of them had similar strength, the difference between them was huge. One was like the sky and the other was like the ground. Therefore, they believed in Chun Baishan's strength. This kind of provocative action would undoubtedly cause Chun Batian to die even faster, because no one had ever dared to call Chun Batian an old thing, especially in front of so many people. This already put Chun Batian on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures landed on the long street. The one in the lead was Chun Batian. His eyes were like lightning, and a murderous aura locked onto Lin Fei. You killed my eldest son? Lin Fei didn't stand up and said lazily, Old thing, you've already guessed it. Why bother asking? I really don't know how you became the leader. You don't even have the ability to analyze things. What a failure of a person. You're courting death. Chun Batian was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. Roar. The roar of a tiger soared into the sky. A white tiger, several meters long, leaped several meters with each leap. It pounced at Lin Fei, turning everything in its path into ruins. Xiao Feng, stay back. Lin Fei stood up with a swoosh and slapped his hands in front of him. Boundless true essence gushed out, and the space around him crackled like beans being fried. Boom! The green gale blade slashed down and landed on the white tiger's body. The white tiger's huge body was smashed into pieces, and a ravine was left on the street. Old thing, it seems like your attack is useless against me. Chun Batian had just used the white tiger killing fist. The white tiger was mainly used for killing, and this fist technique also carried a murderous aura. He had always used this move against ordinary people. You do have some ability. No wonder you dared to kill my son, Chun Batian said coldly. He was shocked and had already classified his opponent as an expert. Luckily, his opponent wasn't a king-level expert, so he was relieved. If he wasn't a king-level expert, then everything would be fine. The two exchanged a quick move, and it was a peaceful exchange. The result was beyond imagination. This guy is really strong, to be able to block Chun Batian's fist. Chun Batian's strength belonged to the top in the mountain river city, and he was famous for being able to escape from a king-level expert. His fist technique had always been ferocious and filled with murderous aura, and he had always killed people in less than 10 moves. Lin Fei took a step forward and laughed. If I wasn't strong, how could I have killed your son and annihilated the world army? Today, not only will I kill your son, I will also kill you, old thing, and let you accompany your son in hell. Arrogant, Lin Fei already had the capital to be so arrogant. Lin Fei hated war of words the most, and the feeling of killing someone in front of him felt really good. In the past, he might not have had the confidence to do so, but Lin Fei now had enough strength, and he didn't need to worry about this powerful Tianxia. He could just pack up and leave. Voila! The crowd was shocked once again. How could there be such an arrogant person? Calling him an old thing was already arrogant enough, and now he said, I will kill you, old thing. If it was them, they wouldn't have dared to say such words. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building heard this, and they felt especially carefree, a carefree feeling that they had never felt before. These words could only be said in their hearts in the past, but now that they heard it, it was as if they were the ones saying it, and it felt really good. This Uncle Lin is so mighty. Ever since Chun Batian became the leader, he had always been scolded as an old thing, and now he actually said that he wanted to kill him. His tone was really not ordinary. Did he really think that he was a king-level expert? Your tone is really big. If you want to kill this leader, you have to show your strength. You don't know how many people wanted to kill this leader, but in the end, they all died in my hands. Chun Batian did not get angry, but instead laughed, as if he was looking at a stupid person. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The person beside you is Elder Xian Qi, right? Xian Qi was also startled. You know me? Xian Qi did not have any impression of the person in front of him. From the moment he appeared, he had been sizing him up, but he couldn't remember such an expert, especially that this person knew him. He was quite surprised. Of course I know you, because today you will also die. Voila! The crowd was shocked again. This tone. After a wave of injustice, another wave was born. What kind of person was Xian Qi? He was one of the elders of Black Tortoise Sect, and was quite powerful. The power behind him was Black Tortoise Sect, which had more influence than Tianxia. If Tianxia was already strong enough, but in front of Black Tortoise Sect, they did not dare to make a sound, as the power of life and death depended on one sentence. If killing Chun Batian could be said to be arrogant, Then killing an elder of Black Tortoise sect would mean going against Black Tortoise sect, and that was really arrogant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Xian Qi's face darkened. Your Excellency, do you know who I am? Do you know who is standing behind me? You are going against Black Tortoise sect. Don't you know what will happen to you? Lin Fei originally wanted to kill Chen Badian, then go to Black Tortoise sect to kill Xian Qi, but now that he had met him here, he would not be polite and kill him at the same time, saving him a wasted trip. As for Black Tortoise sect, Lin Fei was not worried at all, nor was he afraid. Black Tortoise sect would not want to go against a king-level expert, right? The Black Tortoise Gate wouldn't fight to the death just for an elder who had the strength of a king-ranked expert. Although Lin Fei was not a king-level expert yet, his battle power had already reached king-level. Unless the king-level expert from Black Tortoise sect wanted to die, Lin Fei did not mind killing him, at least it was experience points. Black Tortoise sect? Just a lowly sect. If I kill you two today, you will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Lin Fei took another step forward, his eyes cold. Xian Qi had never been called out by name like this before, and even wanted to kill him on the spot. Although he was not strong, he was at the late stage of cryptic spirit, and he had a huge Black Tortoise sect behind him. A sect's influence was the biggest deterrent. Crazy, he's really crazy. The great elder was in a good mood, but after hearing these words, he was in pain. Who was this person? Why did he look like a mad dog? Black Tortoise sect. That was the most famous and powerful sect in Shanha province. If the Black Tortoise sect wanted to kill someone, unless that person left the Shanha county, he would die without a doubt. Who asked the Black Tortoise sect to have such a powerful master? To be able to compete with the Divine Martial sect for so long, they should have at least one king-level master, right? No matter how good Xian Qi's temperament was, when faced with this kind of words, he would fly into a rage. Moreover, he came from the Black Tortoise sect, so he had always been arrogant. Seeing someone humiliate the Black Tortoise sect, his heart was filled with anger. True Yang sword art. Xian Qi moved. This person dared to provoke him, so he must be taught a lesson. The scorching sun was burning, and the blazing True Yuan was like a burning sun, floating behind him. The temperature of the whole street suddenly rose, and the hot air made it feel like he was in a desert. Scorching sun, burning sky. The fiery sun turned into a long sword, emitting the true Yang Qi, and slashed at Lin Fei from the sky. Hua la la. The ruins were incinerated into nothingness under this long sword. Lin Fei was suddenly in a hot environment, facing the scorching sun. Lousy True Yang sword art, let me show you what a real scorching sun is. Boom! Destructive Qi burst out from Lin Fei's body. Golden suns appeared behind him, and the destructive Qi was earth-shattering. Immediately, the golden suns turned into long swords and slashed at Xian Qi. Scorching sun versus golden Sunday. With the destructive Qi, how could the scorching sun be a match for Xian Qi? The suns were destroyed one by one, and the scorching sun pierced through the blockade and slashed at Xian Qi. True Yang shield. Xian Qi's heart skipped a beat, and the scorching sun surrounded him as he retreated. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 303. P.S. Thanks to Dubious Little Girl and Uncle Bill for their monthly votes. Such a powerful attack was not something that Elder Xian Qi could withstand. Lin Fei's annihilation sword art crushed over mercilessly, crushing this Elder Xian Qi to death. His physical body was crushed to a pulp. Even if he had a miraculous elixir, there was no way he could survive. Old thing, it's your turn now. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the golden millstone once again pressed down towards Chen Badian, causing the void to collapse layer by layer. Rumble! The horrified millstone pressed down from the sky. The giant millstone, which contained the intent of destruction, immediately caused the experts of Tianxia to feel a sense of danger that could kill them. Elder Xian Qi died, and they could not react in time. The killing move arrived with a loud bang. Madman, this guy must be a madman. He even dared to kill Elder Xian Qi. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Black Tortoise sect? Damn it, I don't want to die. As the giant millstone approached, Chen Badian grabbed the air from his left and right, and two figures were caught in front of the giant millstone, trying to block the attack. Walala! The two figures directly turned into a mist of blood, and a rain of blood immediately fell on the street. Damn it! Chun Badian raised his eyebrows, and the destructive aura locked onto him, as if it wanted to crush him to death. I don't believe that you can last long with this big move of yours. Once again, they grabbed left and right, forming a human wall, trying to block the attack. The most tragic thing was that the experts were caught and thrown by Chun Badian, becoming a scapegoat. No one would have thought that they would become a scapegoat. Haha. Old thing, are you afraid? Today you will die. Lin Fei stepped forward, and the great millstone continued to crush over. Everywhere he passed, everyone was crushed to death by the great millstone, not leaving a single survivor. His methods were extremely cruel. Killed XXX, obtained 150 sin points. Killed XXX, obtained 250 sin points. Killed XXX, obtained 180 sin points. Every time the giant millstone crushed a person to death, the system would immediately send out a cold voice. Awesome, this is too awesome. It feels so good to kill people. Along with the system's voice, Lin Fei was in a good mood. This kind of opportunity to gain experience by killing people was really rare. Moreover, these people from the World Army had sin value. Based on this conversion, I'm afraid it will be at least millions or even tens of millions of experience points, right? Lin Fei thought. Chun Badian, the leader of the Tianxia sect, was in a complete mess right now. To think that the leader of the Tianxia sect would be forced into such a state by a single person. He didn't know how many of the Under Heaven army had died because of him, but he still couldn't block the other party's attack. That damned killing intent was undoubtedly going to kill him. White Tiger killing fist. Chun Badian was infuriated. Seeing him being chased like this, he couldn't help but think back to the time when he was chased by a king. In fact, Chun Badian himself knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. If he took a gamble, he might have a chance. Roar! This time, Chun Baishan's berserk true origin surged out, and a boundless killing intent gathered together. The 100 Zhonglong White Tiger emitted a terrifying aura. In the White Tiger killing fist, the most powerful move, White Tiger biting kill, was activated by killing intent. It consumed half of the true origin to activate this powerful attack, killing without mercy. Just in time. Rumble. The great millstone's aura spread out and directly collided with the White Tiger's body, crushing it from left to right. The White Tiger let out a roar, obviously extremely angry. Crash. The huge White Tiger was mercilessly killed by the great millstone again and again. Old thing, you can die now. The great millstone streaked across a stream of light and crashed into Chun Baishan's body. Instantly, a violent gust of wind was set off in the surrounding area. Those with low strength nearby were suppressed to the point that they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Not dead. Lin Fei frowned and looked at the ruins. Because there was no notification from the system, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Boom! A figure soared up into the sky and stopped in midair. That person's entire body was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, like a beggar on the street. At this moment he was dancing with joy. Haha, I have finally advanced to the profound king realm, becoming a king-level expert. Thanks to you, I managed to advance to the profound king realm. Now let's see how you will kill me. The person who came out from below was none other than Chun Badian, who was blasted down. At this moment, his powerful aura made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Oh no! Chun Badian actually became a profound king realm expert. Everyone was shocked, especially the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Once a martial artist advanced to the profound king realm, the gap was like heaven and earth. Even if it was the early stage of the king level, his strength would soar rapidly and was far from what a profound spirit expert could contend with. No one would have thought that Chun Badian would advance to the profound king realm in the face of a life and death crisis. Lin Fei was very surprised. Old thing, your luck is really not bad. To be able to become a king-level expert before your death, it seems that you will be able to leave in style. Chun Badian laughed. Soon, I will let you know what the true strength of a king-level expert is. Shio! Chun Batian leaped hundreds of zhang and appeared in front of Lin Fei. He punched towards Lin Fei's face and grinned, "Die for me!" Rumble. After advancing to the king level, his speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Many people below were shocked by this speed. How many people could block such a blow? No wonder it was said that no matter how strong one was below the king level, it was impossible to contend against a king-level expert. They would die without a doubt. Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was about to be blasted into pieces. Jin Feng couldn't help but shed tears. She couldn't bear to watch any longer because the speed was too fast. What she saw was the scene of Lin Fei being blasted into pieces. "Old thing, your speed is too slow." A lazy voice suddenly came from behind Chun Batian. "Not dead." Chun Batian was shocked. What he destroyed was just an illusion. Immediately, a figure attacked and kicked Chun Batian. "You want to kill me with this speed? Dream on." Bang! Chun Batian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into a house and immediately turned it into ruins. Dust flew everywhere. There was complete silence. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This man was a king-level expert. Other than king-class experts, no one would be able to react fast enough to block this sudden attack. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was stunned. King-level expert? Jin Feng also stopped crying. Her heart was in turmoil. Previously, she had estimated Lin Fei's strength to be between the Cryptic Spirit late stage to the complete Cryptic Spirit. She had never thought that he would reach such a terrifying level. How on earth did he cultivate? Jin Feng couldn't think of a reason. Even geniuses couldn't cultivate at such a speed, right? I am a king-level expert. How could I not block it? Chun Batian stood up from the ruins. His eyes were filled with fear. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was a king-level expert, but he couldn't even block a single kick and was sent flying. This was too much. Seeing that you are a king-level expert, I will use the most powerful method to send you to hell. Lin Fei rushed over. The sword array formed behind him. Total annihilation. Killing must be done in a spectacular manner so that no one would dare to look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. This scene would be remembered by everyone. Lin Fei believed that all the spies present would bring the news back. They wouldn't dare to hide anything. Rumble. 2 white sword rivers rushed down. The sword chi slammed into Chun Batian's body. 720 flying swords. Even the strongest experts of the 18 clans were injured and had to flee. Moreover, he was only at the initial stage king level. He hadn't even consolidated his strength. After the total annihilation, the ground collapsed. The houses became ruins. At the same time, a huge crater appeared. The surrounding cracks were like spider webs. It was horrifying. Lin Fei's eyes turned and fell on the World Army and the other experts. His eyes were cold. Run. Chun Batian had died when he became a king-level expert. Not to mention the opponent was a king-level expert. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The experts of Tianxia panicked. They ran in all directions. They were scared out of their wits. Die! 720 flying swords turned into a sword light and flew in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. Those who ran away were all killed by the flying swords. Their corpses fell down. The whole street was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. After this battle, all the experts of Tianxia were killed. As for the World Army, they died in Lin Fei's hands. They were exchanged for a lot of experience points. Surrender was unnecessary. It was better to exchange them for experience points. Boom! Lin Fei blasted out a sword light. The people of the Black Tortoise Gate are so uncultured. You want a sneak attack? In the sky, a figure was blasted away. His face was aghast and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Senior, you misunderstood. With my strength, how could I sneak attack you? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate secretly wiped their cold sweat. They regretted coming to check the situation. They met an existence like a fiend. A king-level expert could easily kill him. He was a king stage expert and he had almost been killed. Lin Fei frowned. Really? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. His face was pale as if he was seriously ill. "Senior, even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it." Lin Fei coldly snorted. "Go back and tell your Black Tortoise Gate master that I have a grudge against Xian Qi. If he has any thoughts, he can come and find me. Also, Tianxia was also destroyed by me. If you are not satisfied, you can come and find me." The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate hurriedly shook their head. Xian Qi is no longer a member of the Black Tortoise Gate. He deserved to die in the hands of Senior. Tianxia has nothing to do with us. They offended Senior, that's their own business. At this time, this expert of the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to say anything. Chun Badian had become a king-level expert, but he was still killed so quickly. Their Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to offend such a king-level expert. Elder Xian Qi, the Under Heaven gang, they didn't dare to say anything. Offending such a powerful king-level expert would greatly damage the Black Tortoise sect's strength. Chapter 304. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Recently, Xiao Ku has returned from Qingming. My body isn't feeling well, so 10,000 has become 6,000. I will explode in a few days. What is shocking? What is awesome? The corpses and wreckage on the streets were the best proof. No one at the scene could have imagined that this person could be so powerful and cruel. Chun Badian advanced to the king-class expert before his death, but he was still killed. The casualties of the Tianxia experts he brought was almost the same. It was a shocking bloody battle, and the one who made the move was a king-class expert. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-class expert standing behind it, which made everyone fearful. What did it mean to have a king-class expert overseeing the place? Everyone was clear that at least in the Mountain River City, no one dared to not give him face. This was the deterrent force. Even if you were gnashing your teeth in hatred, you still had to maintain a smile on your face as you couldn't afford to offend him. From now on, no one would look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Its influence suddenly rose to the level of a household name. Even the Mountain River City Lord would have to be polite to them. The Black Tortoise sect's elder expert didn't even dare to make a sound in front of a king-class expert and was as respectful as a turtle. This was strength. Elder Xian Qi was still an elder previously, and the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to question him. Instead, they expelled him from the Black Tortoise sect. As for the entire Tianxia, they were abandoned because they didn't want to offend a king-class expert. Chun Badian became a king-class expert and was killed so easily. Unless the Black Tortoise sect wanted to be entangled to the end, they wouldn't be angry over this matter. Once they offended a king-class expert, their Black Tortoise sect's strength would definitely be greatly damaged. The Black Tortoise sect swallowed the insult and humiliation, and that was the best choice. Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. If the Black Tortoise sect made a move, he wouldn't mind going to their doorstep and might be able to extort a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, the Black Tortoise sect didn't fall into the trap. Elder Xian Qi was expelled, and Tianxia was abandoned. Most of the Tianxia experts were dead, and countless of the Under Heaven army were slaughtered by Lin Fei. Tianxia's strongest force was lost by at least 2/3. What would the result be like? Everyone would kick a collapsing wall. You can scram now. If I find out that your Black Tortoise sect is playing any dirty tricks, I'll make your sect leader pay attention to his own head. A cold voice resounded throughout the street. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate did not dare to breathe loudly, nor did they dare to show any dissatisfaction. I will definitely pass on Senior's words. The Black Tortoise sect's expert let out a long sigh of relief as he was able to escape from the hands of a king-level expert. He was so close to dying at the hands of the king-level expert. The reason why Lin Fei let the Black Martial School's elder go was because he didn't want the Black Martial School to hold a grudge against the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. He landed again and appeared next to the Golden Phoenix. Xiao Feng, you can now arrange for people to clean up the battlefield and launch an attack on Tianxia. Lin Fei knew that with him here, no one would dare to make a move. Once he left, Tianxia would definitely become a fat piece of meat for everyone, and everyone would want to take a bite out of it. Tianxia was such a big piece of meat. If Lin Fei wasn't in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, he wouldn't be able to eat it, and he might even be pushed out. Lin Fei was a super strong existence, and he was the best deterrent. If they wanted a share of the pie, they would have to think about whether they had the ability or not. Uncle Lin, I will listen to you. The great elder also said respectfully, I will personally take action and kill the remnants of Tianxia. Very soon, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved. Although it was constantly being suppressed and had lost a part of its strength, its current fighting strength was like a ferocious tiger that could devour people at any time. Following the order, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved at the fastest time, heading straight for the headquarters of Tianxia. After losing Chun Badian and the other experts, coupled with the matters outside, everyone was already panicking. When the Golden Breeze Drizzle building attacked Tianxia and met with a brief resistance, they took the opportunity to blast open the main gate and kill their way into Tianxia. The Black Tortoise Sect's elder Shen Qi was killed. Tianxia's Chun Badian, who had advanced to the king level, was killed. The world army was defeated. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had produced a king-level expert. The entire mountain river city was in an uproar. When they heard this news, their first thought was disbelief. A king-level expert was a high-level fighting strength. How could he be killed? But when the news came, they were shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-level expert, and his strength was especially tyrannical. Chun Badian, who had just advanced, was like a child in front of him. A gang with a king-level expert overseeing it would have a completely different influence. The Black Tortoise Sect was powerful, right? Facing this king-level expert, the Black Tortoise Sect elder lowered his head, not daring to have any thoughts of going against him. He also understood that this king-level expert was not to be trifled with. After this news was confirmed, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The powerful Tianxia had disappeared just like that. With such a king-level expert overseeing it, all the forces in Mountain River City didn't dare to interfere. A big piece of meat, but such a big piece of meat also required strength to eat. Everyone understood that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would become a bigger force than Tianxia in the future. Even if this king-level expert was Jin Yang's good friend, as long as he existed, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would be free of worries. As long as they didn't offend the public, who would dare to attack the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? No one dared, and no one dared to do it. Tianxia was a big force in Mountain River City, and its leader, Chun Badian, had many experts under him. But all of this was like an illusion, broken with a light touch. From today onwards, Tianxia would become a thing of the past, a memory in history that might occasionally be remembered by someone. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the mission to annihilate Tianxia. Obtained 10 million experience points, 100,000 points, 10,000 points of special elemental energy, and a lottery ticket. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind as he sat in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. A warm feeling flowed through his body. That was the benefit of leveling up. After leveling up this time, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. What is this special elemental energy? When the mission was issued, there was no mention of special elemental energy. Only after receiving the reward did Lin Fei know that he had obtained this elemental energy. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be surprised. Special elemental energy, a super explosive power that doesn't belong to this world. Once it explodes, it will produce a huge force. Congratulations on killing the enemy. There's such a power? Lin Fei thought, damn, could this elemental energy be from the upper realm? Isn't this too awesome? The appearance of this kind of power really surprised Lin Fei. He didn't know that the system had such a heaven-defying function. Lin Fei didn't care about the experience points. With 100,000 points, he felt really good. In addition to his previous points, he had about 200,000 points. I wonder what kind of power this elemental energy explodes with. Lin Fei opened the system and found that the experience points had increased from 100 million to 500 million. It was a 5-fold increase, which was within the normal range. On the system attributes, Lin Fei found the elemental energy interface. When he saw the label, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was too heaven-defying. This elemental energy can actually be extracted from the body of a powerhouse. The system rewarded him with special elemental energy, and he immediately unlocked the super elemental energy branch. Elemental energy. 10,000 points. The branch introduction was very simple. 10,000 elemental energy exploded, and the combat power actually reached a level that Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine. It actually reached the profound Emperor Great Circle. Awesome, a group attack skill. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. This branch system was too awesome. In online games, there had always been super group attack skills. For example, back in the day, Lin Fei once played Fantasy World. There was a super large group attack. That kind of super large group attack had a time constraint. Now, this required elemental energy, and it could only be obtained by killing powerhouses. It was equivalent to magic mana potions in games. This attack started with 10,000 elemental energy as the driving force, and when it was unleashed, it displayed a powerful lethality. The strength of the profound Emperor Great Circle was such a terrifying attack. This feels great. Out of all the breakthroughs, this was the one Lin Fei was most satisfied with. He did not care about experience points, but he cared about elemental energy. He believed that after activating this branch, he would have a chance to obtain elemental energy by killing experts in the future. After calming himself down, Lin Fei started the lottery. At this time, no one would come to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei happily started the lottery. This time, Lin Fei was much calmer. He opened the lottery page and opened the system. This time, he was going to rely on his luck and draw whatever he got. Previously, he had used the 72 mortal flying swords and the strengthening skill stone to strengthen his wings of the wind and increase his speed. He wondered what he would get this time. Lin Fei thought, "Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei. You have obtained the strengthened version Waterfire Lotus. The system will immediately upgrade it for you. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei. Strengthening skill completed. Obtained strengthened version Water Flame Lotus." And why did I get this? Lin Fei was very surprised that he actually got the strengthened version Water Flame Lotus. His luck seemed to be too good. The Water Flame Lotus could be said to have helped Lin Fei solve a lot of problems. After his strength kept increasing, the power of the Water Flame Lotus couldn't be increased. This time, Lin Fei was also very surprised to get this ability and suspected that he had seen wrongly. Water Flame Lotus. With a thought, a lifelike lotus appeared on Lin Fei's hand. When this Water Flame Lotus appeared, it emitted a powerful and dangerous aura which was far stronger than before. Now, every leaf of the Water Flame Lotus was vivid and lifelike. One could feel the aura of fire on it. This was something that didn't exist before because previously it was just a form. But now, the Water Flame Lotus not only had a form, but it also had an intent. When placed in front of him, it seemed real and couldn't be seen as fake. Chapter 305. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the second leader. Mountain River City. What was the most noteworthy event in recent days? It should be said that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had become the biggest gang in Mountain River Prefecture. Especially after taking over the remaining forces of Tianxia, no one dared to underestimate it anymore. 3 days passed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had finished digesting its forces. Under the jealousy of the public, it had completely digested the territories that it had swallowed before. Someone should have asked if it was possible. One could not become fat with just one mouthful of rice, let alone the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. What if there was a king-level expert in charge? The situation would be completely different. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building would not have any trouble when digesting the territories, nor would it give the public a chance. They could only watch helplessly as they were digested. During these 3 days, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had become the target that all the forces in Mountain River City wanted to rope in. Even if they could not rope in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, they could not become enemies, especially since they had a king-level expert. In the end, it all depended on the king-level expert. When the head of the Black Tortoise sect came in person, no one knew what had happened. However, everyone could see that when the head of the Black Tortoise sect came out, his face had changed a little. A fight between king-level experts? Or, that was unknown. At least on one point, the Black Tortoise sect admitted defeat. After the head of the Black Tortoise sect left, everyone knew that the situation in Mountain River City had changed again. In the afternoon, the city lord of Mountain River City also took the initiative to visit. He was very polite and obviously wanted to rope in Mountain River City. The meaning was obvious. It was worth the city lord's initiative. Lin Fei stayed in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, it was nothing more than a deterrent to other forces, especially the secret fight with the Black Tortoise sect and so on. Now it was all gone. Lin Fei's task was completed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building only had time to develop. One night, the building master, Golden Phoenix, came to Lin Fei's room in person without any servants. Even so, Golden Phoenix already had the aura of a superior. In these few days, "Brother Lin, are you there? The door is not locked. Come in." Lin Fei's voice sounded from inside the room. The Golden Phoenix pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fei, who was in the room, had already returned to his original appearance. His bronze skin was filled with the scent of a man. The black robe he was wearing was very fitting. "How is it? Have you gotten used to it?" "Fortunately, I finally understand Father's painstaking efforts and hardships to be the building master." Jin Feng sighed softly and sat down beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei also heard the sigh and didn't know what to say. To be a tower master, to be a member of a sect. The price one had to pay was freedom. "Xiao Feng, this is for you. I believe you will be able to use it at critical moments." Lin Fei took out a small bag. It was the runes bag, a disposable item. "Are you leaving?" Jin Feng said faintly. She didn't take the bag of runes. Lin Fei was indeed ready to leave. He nodded. "It's time to return to the sect. I've been out for more than half a year. It's time to go back." It was a very casual sentence. Jin Feng actually burst into tears. Before Lin Fei came back to his senses, she directly hugged him and pressed her hot body against Lin Fei. "Don't say it. Let me remember this feeling again." Lin Fei was not a stone-hearted person. He held back the words he wanted to say. Smelling the faint body fragrance, he already understood what it meant. Jin Feng liked him? Lin Fei never thought that he would be liked by a girl. It seemed that he had always been the one chasing girls. No girl had ever chased him. At this moment, Lin Fei was very proud. It should be no problem to push her down now, right? Somehow, Lin Fei came up with this idea. Lin Fei didn't move. Jin Feng didn't move either. At this time, the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Half an hour later, Jin Feng hugged Lin Fei and slowly released him. "I will remember this day." Lin Fei, who turned his head, saw Jin Feng's red eyes. Lin Fei sighed softly. "Why are you doing this?" Suddenly, Jin Feng kissed him. "I do. I like you. You are the first man who made me fall in love with you." This time, Jin Feng actually confessed her love. Last time, he was counterattacked and kissed. Unexpectedly, this time he was counterattacked again. Last time, he didn't pay attention. This time, it was the same. "Damn. Counterattacked me?" Lin Fei didn't hesitate. His brain was full of blood. He directly counterattacked and kissed her fiercely. For more than half a year, Lin Fei stayed away from girls. In addition to the counterattack and the matter of practicing martial arts, he had been suppressing his desire. In terms of kissing skills, how could Jin Feng be the opponent of Lin Fei? What wet kiss, what tongue kiss? Jin Feng moaned and gasped. Her face was all red. Her whole body collapsed in Lin Fei's arms. She was weak. Apart from moaning, there was nothing else. "Brother Lin, take me. You don't regret it?" "I don't regret it. I know you will have many women in the future. As long as you can occupy a part of your heart, I will be very happy." Jin Feng was firm. Lin Fei reached out and kissed her. "From now on, you are my woman." That night, Jin Feng became Lin Fei's woman, the first woman in Shentian continent. Lin Fei stayed for another 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Fei accompanied Jin Feng. On the day of departure, Lin Fei left a large number of pure elemental pills and treasures to Jin Feng. It was enough for her to cultivate for the next 10 years. It would not be a problem for her to become a Xianling expert. Just like that, Lin Fei left Mountain River City with Jin Feng's heart. She didn't know that it was 10 years later when Lin Fei came back again. Out of Mountain River City, Lin Fei had a feeling of parting. No one can resist the charm of one Wenxiang. It almost makes me want to stay and be the king of the mountain. Lin Fei sighed. He finally understood why those heroes and ancient emperors were willing to abandon their country and country for a woman, all for the woman in their hearts. Withdrawing his thoughts, the wings of the wind appeared behind him and he flew towards the Divine Force sect. The last time he went down the mountain was 7 months ago. Lin Fei was travel-worn. This time, it only took him 1 day to reach the territory of the Divine Force sect. After arriving at the territory of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei simply stopped and leisurely went to the Divine Force sect. Anyway, there was more than enough time for the promise of half a year. When standing at the foot of the mountain again, Lin Fei sighed. 7 months ago, I was just a low-level martial artist. Now, even a king stage expert is no longer a match for me. I'm afraid none of the geniuses in the Divine Martial Arts sect are as strong as me. Lin Fei lifted his head and looked at the mountain path. The Divine Force sect was as usual. The path at the foot of the mountain was filled with disciples of the Divine Force sect. Many of them were new disciples because the Divine Force sect had recruited a new batch of disciples. The first thing Lin Fei did when he returned to the Divine Force sect was to meet Gao Chong. They were his only friends in the Divine Force sect. When he was in the Divine Force sect for 5 years, he only had a few friends, and Gao Chong was one of them. After finding the direction, Lin Fei went straight to where Gao Chong was, which was where the low-level disciples were. Junior brother Li Wudi, you have to think this through. If you're going to protect this person, then you're going against senior brother Eternal Wind. You've just been promoted to an inner disciple, while senior brother Eternal Wind is a veteran inner disciple. I advise you not to offend him. On the training field of the Divine Force sect, the atmosphere was tense. Li Wudi stood in front of Gao Chong, who was supported by someone behind him. His face was pale and it was obvious that he was injured. In front of Li Wudi were a few inner disciples, who were staring at him impolitely. Li Wudi said coldly, "Forgive me for not being able to accept senior brother's request. Gao Chong is a friend of mine." Furthermore, during the sparring earlier, it was clearly that person who launched a sneak attack on him, which resulted in his dantian being destroyed. All the disciples saw it clearly. Even if this matter were to be reported to the elders, you would still be the ones to suffer. I believe senior brother Eternal Wind wouldn't blame the elders for this, right? Gao Chong was very excited. Although he knew that it was because of Lin Fei, he was still very excited. Senior brother Wudi, this matter was caused by me. I, Gao Chong, will take responsibility for what I did, Gao Chong said in a low voice. He knew that senior brother Chongfeng was powerful, and he did not want Li Wudi to be involved. Most of the veteran inner disciples had reached the mystic adept realm, and they were qualified to become elders in the Divine Force sect. It was not a good thing to make things difficult for these inner disciples. Li Wudi glared at him. I'm good friends with Lin Fei. Your matter is my matter. Junior brother Gao Chong, you don't have to say anything. Li Wudi, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it was something else, we could let it go on account of your talent. It's hard to avoid mistakes in sparring, but this friend of yours injured senior brother Chongfeng's only nephew and destroyed his dantian. If you want to be a good person, let's see how strong you are. The man snorted coldly. Tack. The surrounding disciples did not dare to say anything. Senior brother Eternal Wind had a resounding reputation among the inner disciples. Adding on the fact that such a huge matter had happened, even some of the elders would give him face. Moreover, Gao Chong was only in the 8th level of the martial path, so he had no value at all. Whoosh! 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 2 of the 3 rushed at Li Wudi, and 1 went for Gao Chong. Li Wudi's face darkened, and he immediately felt a great pressure. In half a year, he had risen from Mystic Adept Realm to Mid-Stage Mystic Adept Realm, and the 2 rushing at him were both in the late stage. Icebound World. Whoosh! Frost origin energy swept out, and the surrounding area suddenly turned into a white world, trapping the 2 disciples. A moment later, they broke out of the ice, accompanied by disdain. Icebound world, so this is the basic battle technique. One of them sneered and threw a punch at Li Wuti. Tiger cannon 3 punches. A tiger's roar resounded through the air. Li Wuti's face darkened again, and he was immediately surrounded. Humph! Who dares hurt my friend? Eft. Chapter 306. As the 2 late-stage abstruse disciples were sent flying, everyone was shocked. A young man had appeared in front of Li Wuti at some point in time. He looked angry, and everyone present could feel his anger. It was an undisguised anger. What's going on? Just who is this person? He's so angry. Did he attack just now? What terrifying strength. He sent 2 senior brothers flying with one move. Why does he look so familiar? Right, isn't he senior brother Lin Fei, the dark horse of the outer sect assembly half a year ago? What? He's senior brother Lin Fei? How can he be so powerful? I remember he was only at the 7th or 8th stage of the martial path. How long has it been? How did his strength soar so quickly? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The person who had appeared was none other than Lin Fei, who had rushed all the way from the foot of the mountain. With his powerful perception, he could easily see the situation on the field. That was why he attacked in a rage and sent the 2 disciples flying. Even so, the 2 disciples would have to be bedridden for at least half a year. If they were somewhere else, it wouldn't be as simple as being heavily injured. They would have been killed on the spot. Junior brother Lin Fei. Li Wuti was also shocked and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Gao Chong, who was behind him, was also shocked. The inner disciple who had pounced on him was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it weren't for his aura, he would have suspected that he was already dead. More importantly, he didn't even see how Li Wuti attacked. Lin Fei turned his head. Yeah, I'm back. If I didn't come back, how would I know that my friends were being bullied? Li Wuti knew that Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in Mountain River City. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he felt that his strength was unfathomable. Lin Fei, you're finally back. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Gao Chong was happy, but when he heard Lin Fei's words, his heart warmed and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei appeared in front of Gao Chong and took out a healing pill. Don't talk. Eat the pill first. Someone wasn't too happy. You're Lin Fei? Qi Jin glared at him with a stern face. Lin Fei turned his head and with a whoosh, appeared in front of him. He closed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant and grabbed him by the throat. With a wave of his hand, he slapped him. Pa 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 pa. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. The crowd was in an uproar. Humph, you dare to offend a friend of mine, Lin Fei? How dare you? Lin Fei coldly snorted and immediately pointed his finger. The Divine Force sect has more trash like you, causing the Divine Force sect to be in a foul atmosphere. My Dantian. Lin Fei waved his hand and slapped him again. So what if I cripple your Dantian? You attacked my friend for a martial arts disciple. Now that I've crippled your Dantian, do you have the ability to fight me? Qi Jun was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. He looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He had not expected that in such a short period of time, he who had been strutting around earlier would turn into a cripple in the blink of an eye. Ah, bastard, you destroyed my Dantian. The elder will not let you off. Lin Fei waved his hand and Qi Jun was thrown out like a piece of trash. He fell to the ground and rolled away. Then he clapped his hands and looked around. Those who know him, feel free to go and report. I, Lin Fei, will wait here. A mere inner sect disciple, Lin Fei did not take him seriously at all. Qi Jun was a profound perfection realm expert and was only one step away from the mystic adept realm. The disciples did not expect that Lin Fei half a year ago would be so brutal and cripple Qi Jun's Dantian as soon as he attacked. This was a profound perfection realm expert disciple and an inner sect disciple at that. Yet he destroyed his Dantian with one finger. Crazy. He must be crazy. Could it be that he was not afraid of the law enforcement hall's punishment? No one could figure out what was going on. Lin Fei, you were too impulsive. How could you destroy Qi Jun's Dantian? What should we do now? Li Wuti's face was full of worry as he frowned. The divine martial gate did not forbid martial arts competitions. Even if someone was injured, it was pardonable. But once it involved the destruction of someone's dantian, it was a serious matter. Lin Fei chuckled. Brother Wudi, since I dared to make a move, it means that I had full confidence. Don't you think that they went overboard just now? Li Wudi nodded in anger. They did go overboard. Gao Chang accidentally destroyed his dantian during a spar. That was a sneak attack and hidden weapons. He only has himself to blame. Instead, they wanted to take Gao Chang away. The divine martial gates rules were broken by these disciples. I still have to thank you for today's matter. Otherwise, Gao Chang would not have been able to keep his strength, Lin Fei said gratefully. Li Wudi glared at him. If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such words. Lin Fei could feel that Li Wudi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Li Wudi had stood up for Gao Chang when he was in trouble. Haha, of course you are my friend. You destroyed Qi Zhen's dantian. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall will be here soon. Why don't you go to Uncle Zhang Wen and explain things clearly? They won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Li Wudi suggested. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. I just want to see if they will protect Qi Zhen and his group, or... Lin Fei, I think Brother Wudi's suggestion is good. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are all inner disciples. Maybe one of them is familiar with Changfeng's group. Gao Chang's complexion had improved. Li Wudi and Gao Chang were worried that Lin Fei would not bow down. Especially since he had crippled Qi Zhen and injured 3 inner disciples, the Law Enforcement Hall would not be polite. Moreover, there were also veteran inner disciples behind them. They might put pressure on them. Inner disciples could be mighty in the divine martial gate, but they had no confidence in front of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Any inner disciple who was taken away by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall ended up in a miserable state, especially when something so serious happened. Whoosh! 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 The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall had arrived. They were in groups of 15. They were dressed in black and held black locks in their hands. Killing intent surged from them. One look and anyone could tell that they were not easy to negotiate with. Suddenly, a vacuum appeared on the training field. The disciples of the Divine Martial Gate were so scared that they left. Not good. I know the disciple leading the group. Li Wudi's complexion turned ugly. He recognized the origin of the disciple leading the group. He's in the same circle as Changfeng. Gao Chang's expression changed as well. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Senior brother Changfeng's influence was really great. He even made the Law Enforcement Hall take action. Disciple Lin Fei is in trouble. Who doesn't know that Qi Zhen is senior brother Changfeng's man? Now that he crippled Qi Zhen, senior brother Changfeng will definitely not let this go. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are all here. Anyone brought in will definitely suffer a great deal of damage. I wonder if senior brother Lin Fei is going to obediently leave, or is he going to resist? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they mentioned the Law Enforcement Hall. Then they looked at Lin Fei with schadenfreude. A newly promoted inner disciple had offended a veteran inner disciple. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? If it were them, they wouldn't do such a thing even if they were beaten to death. We're from the Law Enforcement Hall. Who's Lin Fei? Come out. Wang Chong was expressionless. At the same time, he noticed that Qi Zhen, who was being helped up, had a strange expression. Senior brother Wang Chong, he's Lin Fei. Qi Zhen's eyes were filled with resentment. He was the first to point out, but he was extremely weak. With his dantian destroyed, Qi Zhen's only wish was to kill Lin Fei to vent his anger. With his dantian destroyed, it couldn't be repaired unless it was a miraculous pill. You're Lin Fei? Wang Chang's eyes were cold. You really have guts to destroy someone's dantian in front of everyone. And the two of you, come with us to the Law Enforcement Hall. Behind Wang Chang, for disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall walked up. They were all mystic adepts. Mystic adepts were the most basic requirement to become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Don't worry. With me here today, I want to see who dares to touch us. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He couldn't help but shake his head. He was very dissatisfied with the way the Law Enforcement Hall handled things. Take him down. For Law Enforcement Hall disciples, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, charged at Lin Fei. They were already used to dealing with this kind of person. The black iron chain coiled over like a long snake. This was the auxiliary spirit treasure refined by the divine martial sect. It could suppress Zhen Yuan and prevent martial artists from using it. The strength of a martial artist lay in their true essence. Once their true essence was suppressed, it was the same as losing their strength. When the divine martial sect's Law Enforcement Hall made a move on a disciple, no one could stop them. They could only obediently be taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall disciples. This was mainly because of the auxiliary spirit treasure. No matter how strong one was, they were nothing if they couldn't use true essence. Get lost! For streaks of light shot out, and the 4 Law Enforcement Hall disciples were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Li Wudi and Gao Chong felt their scalps go numb, their mouths agape. When did Lin Fei become so strong? He actually defeated 4 mystic adept law enforcers in one move. It was like a dream. The surrounding disciples of the divine martial sect were all stunned. Lin Fei really made a move and even injured the Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Didn't he know how strong the Law Enforcement Hall was? Something big had happened. Something really big had happened. Go back and tell senior brother Changfeng that if he wants to make a move, let him do it himself. Don't sneak around. Lin Fei said indifferently. You Law Enforcement Hall disciples can only scare ordinary disciples. It's useless against me. Wang Chang's face was cold. He was shocked. Didn't Lin Fei just become an inner disciple? How can he be so strong? I can't see through his strength. Did he have some fortuitous encounter outside? Being able to become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall and a squad leader, Wang Chang's mind was deep. His own strength was only at the late mystic adept realm, and his 4 disciples were sent flying. Naturally, he wouldn't go up and look for trouble. If he didn't bring them back today, he would lose face. How would the people in the Law Enforcement Hall look at him? How would the disciples of the divine martial sect look at the Law Enforcement Hall disciples? What should I do? What should I do? Wang Chong was at a loss. Suddenly, Wang Chong frowned with a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 307. It was a hot potato. Wang Chong, a disciple of the Enforcement Hall, finally understood what it meant to be a hot potato. If a disciple of the Enforcement Hall couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner disciple, he would be a laughingstock. In fact, he really couldn't suppress Chi-Chi. Just as he was worrying about what to do, Eternal Wind's appearance resolved his embarrassment. At least he had a reason to step down. Qi-Zhen is Eternal Wind's man. It's good that he's here. If Eternal Wind can suppress Lin Fei, then everything will be fine. If Eternal Wind can't suppress Lin Fei with his strength of a mystic adept, then I can only ask the elders to take action. Wang Chong had become a disciple of the Enforcement Hall and a captain, so he was naturally scheming. He planned to observe for a while before making a decision. Senior Eternal Wind is here. A sword light flew over from the horizon, and a person could be vaguely seen standing on it. As the sword light flew over, many streaks of light appeared in the surroundings, all of which were inner disciples. News of what happened in the arena spread quickly. Coupled with the fact that Eternal Wind was very famous among the inner disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of the inner disciples. Moreover, it was very rare for a newly promoted inner court disciple to dare criticize a veteran inner court disciple. Lin Fei, we've caused a lot of inner disciples to be unhappy, Li Wudi said in a low voice. Even though Li Wudi was famous among the outer disciples, he was only slightly famous among the inner disciples. So it was only natural for him to be nervous when he saw so many famous inner disciples. Did they teach you a lesson? Lin Fei was very direct. Li Wudi laughed dryly. This is already the inner sect's rule. Newly promoted inner disciples are always challenged by others. Just take it as a lesson to prevent new disciples from challenging veteran disciples in the future. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. I was just wondering why so many inner court disciples showed up. It turns out I'm the one who broke the rules of this trade. Li Wudi smiled bitterly. That's why we're in big trouble. It's said that among the inner disciples, there are very few geniuses who haven't been taught a lesson. You're an exception. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only made a move to teach someone a lesson, but he had unknowingly broken the unspoken rules of the inner court and actually incurred the displeasure of the inner court disciples. However, this is also good. Uncle Zhang recommended me to participate in the dynasty war. I am a newly promoted disciple and have no reputation among the inner disciples. Everyone will not agree to it, and the elders will not agree to it either. Today, I can use them to intimidate them and save myself some trouble later. Lin Fei thought about it and clicked the pass button. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, silhouettes flickered and landed around the ring. Walala, his gaze instantly landed on Lin Fei, curiously sizing up this inner sect disciple, arrogantly and despotically destroying Qi Zhen's dantian. This method was really cruel. He is Lin Fei? It's just ordinary. I really don't know what gave him the courage to offend Senior Brother Eternal Wind and teach a law enforcement hall's disciple a lesson. Could this Lin Fei be cultivating some kind of special cultivation technique? Why can't I see his strength? The inner sect disciples gathered in twos and threes, quietly discussing. Then they found Lin Fei was different. They couldn't see through his strength. The cryptic spirit realm? Someone started to guess. Then all the inner sect disciples couldn't help but shake their heads. The cryptic spirit realm was a core disciple in the divine force sect, which was higher than the inner sect disciples. Usually, when they saw him, they had to call him Senior Brother. It was rare for more than 10 inner sect disciples to appear at the same time. Usually, the inner sect disciples were either cultivating or going out to complete tasks. It was rare for them to be so free. Today was the only exception. You are the Lin Fei who destroyed Qi Zhen's dantian? After landing, Eternal Wind in cyan clothes glanced over with his eyes like lightning, and his momentum was oppressive. Don't try to test me. This pressure is useless to me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The pressure in front of him instantly disappeared. Qi Zhen's dantian was destroyed by me. If you want to help your people, just do it. As for the law enforcement hall, don't count on them. Eternal Wind was surprised. Seeing Wang Chang's apologetic look, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. You took my benefits and didn't do anything. What a bastard. Originally, Eternal Wind was accompanying his junior sister. When he heard that his nephew's dantian was destroyed, he asked Qi Zhen to bring the people over and let his nephew deal with them. In the end, Qi Zhen's dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple. Therefore, he asked someone to inform Wang Chang of the law enforcement hall to take the people away, and then he would deal with them. After sending his junior sister away, Eternal Wind came in person. He didn't expect that things would change so much. Seeing Wang Chang's look, Eternal Wind knew that he had to do it himself. If he hadn't tested him with the pressure before, it might have been nothing. But the other party easily broke through his pressure. Eternal Wind had a bad feeling. Moreover, there were other inner sect disciples here. They obviously wanted to see him make a fool of himself. His nephew's dantian was destroyed. His subordinate's dantian was destroyed. He had to take revenge. Otherwise, how could he continue to stay in this circle? Junior brother Lin Fei, it's good that you admit it, Changfeng said. Since you dared to lay a heavy hand on an inner court disciple, Senior Brother will come and experience exactly how strong you are. Whoosh, Eternal Wind's long sword flew in the air, making a loud sound. Sword Qi rain. Drip, 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 drip. Rainwater fell from the sky between Lin Fei and Changfeng, hitting the ground. Everywhere the rainwater passed, the limestone was filled with holes. This was the rainwater sword principle that Eternal Wind cultivated. His swordsmanship had been cultivated to the great success level. As expected of Senior Brother Eternal Wind, the power of the rainwater sword principle is even stronger than before. With this move alone, I think that Lin Fei won't be able to break it. His defeat is inevitable. Senior Brother Eternal Wind's moves are extraordinary, just like before. The sword rain fell from the sky, surrounding Lin Fei. If an ordinary disciple were to face this move, they would definitely be terrified. His power was too strong. The strength of the divine Martial Gates disciples can't be underestimated. This rainwater sword principle is clearly a Tao that is close to the state. Could it be the rainwater Tao after cultivating it to the great success level? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. If this is Senior Brother Eternal Wind's strongest move, I'm afraid that Senior Brother is going to lose. Lin Fei walked forward leisurely, wandering through the rain. All the rain was blown away by the cool breeze. The sharp rain collapsed, not harming Lin Fei in the slightest. Uproar, the inner sect disciples were the most shocked. They had all experienced Senior Brother Eternal Wind's rainwater sword principle. Once trapped, it would definitely be a difficult thing to deal with and break. But now, Lin Fei was actually unharmed? They almost suspected that they had seen it wrong. If they were not wrong, how could he block the rainwater sword principle? Hiss, Eternal Wind took a deep cold breath. The rainwater sword principle inherited the rainwater. It was continuous and airtight. After cultivating it to the great success level, its power was boundless and few could break it. Humph! It's just a bluff. Eternal Wind snorted and changed the rainwater sword principle again. Continuous sword rain. First clear after the rain. Violent wind and rainstorm. In an instant, Eternal Wind changed his moves and used his strongest moves. He rarely used them during sparring and treated them as his trump cards. Senior Brother Eternal Wind is using his ultimate move. The inner sect disciples naturally hoped that Eternal Wind could defeat his opponent and teach Lin Fei a lesson. If Eternal Wind lost, they wouldn't be able to raise their faces. Even the senior inner sect disciples couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner sect disciple. They would all hold their anger in their hearts. Let's see how you block it this time. Eternal Wind sneered in his heart. At the same time, he secretly used the rainwater sword principle to cripple Lin Fei. Even if the law enforcement hall wanted to punish him, he could say that it was because he didn't fully grasp the moves. His nephew was crippled. This already made Eternal Wind angry. In addition, Qi Zhen's Dantian was crippled. With all these factors added together, he had to vent his anger. Hoo! The wind came and the rain dispersed. Eternal Wind only felt a cool breeze blowing over. The sword rain that he executed actually drifted away with the wind and disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Eternal Wind was astonished. This was out of his expectation and imagination. Lin Fei's cold voice sounded in his ears. Originally, I wanted to teach you a lesson and didn't want to make things difficult for you. However, you used a sword move to cripple my Dantian. If it was someone else, they might fall for it. To deal with a narrow-minded person like you, becoming an ordinary person is the most suitable. No, Eternal Wind was terrified. His secret move was discovered by his opponent. His face instantly turned pale and he let out a scream. Lin Fei casually pointed his finger at Eternal Wind's Dantian. To deal with such a person, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy, especially when he was a narrow-minded person. Ah! Eternal Wind was sent flying and crashed into the edge of the stage. His powerful aura dissipated along with it. He was on the verge of death, no longer as mighty as before. Senior Brother Eternal Wind? Senior Brother Eternal Wind. His Dantian has been destroyed. It's over, it's over. The spectating inner court disciples didn't expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. Senior Brother Eternal Wind, who executed a powerful move, didn't even last for a round before his Dantian was destroyed by Lin Fei. In a single day, the Dantian of 2 inner court disciples was destroyed. Furthermore, the one who did it was a newly promoted inner court disciple. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Lin Fei looked around and said, Senior Brother Eternal Wind wanted to cripple my Dantian. This is called the cycle of karma. If there is a senior brother here who is dissatisfied, feel free to spar with me. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Arrogant. Arrogant. The inner court disciples felt as if they were slapped in the face. Lin Fei, you? An inner court disciple said angrily before he was sent flying. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Lin Fei looked at Wang Chong and said, "Senior brother Wang, are you going to bring me back?" Wang Chong was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, he smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're joking. This is just a spar. The enforcement hall usually doesn't deal with such matters." Chapter 308. Facing the ferocious Lin Fei, Wang Chong, the disciple of the law enforcement hall, had no choice but to lower his head. This was a result he had never imagined. When Chongfeng's dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple, Wang Chong knew that he had to lower his head. If he didn't lower his head, what if he became ferocious and crippled himself? Wang Chong didn't want to become a cripple because it wasn't worth it. So what if he lowered his head? Survival was the most important thing. Chongfeng's rainwater sword Dao was extraordinary. Even Wang Chong himself couldn't break it, and his chances of winning weren't high either. But it was easily broken by Chongfeng. This was called strength. What could he do if he didn't accept it? Chongfeng had already become a cripple. He was no different from a dead man and had lost his value. It was like a living person and a dead person. No matter how mighty and domineering one was when he was alive, once he died, he would vanish into thin air. On the Shentian continent, strength was everything. If you lost strength, you would lose the right to speak. Thus, Wang Chong smiled apologetically and left with the disciple of the law enforcement hall. As the disciple of the law enforcement hall left, the scene was silent. Then, the inner sect disciples also left, or rather, they left with grievances. The inner sect disciples were swatted away like flies. Lin Fei's strength had already made them feel fear. How could they dare to stay? This Lin Fei was too ferocious, terrifyingly ferocious. He would never reach the king realm in his life. Right now, the only thing they wanted to do was to bring the news back. As for the inner sect disciple who was swatted away, he had already left. He didn't have the face to stay. Whether he went to find help or something else, no one knew. At least, he was bitterly disappointed. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Fei didn't take the previous incident to heart. He wasn't afraid of the elder coming to find him. 5 years ago, he was in a sorry state. So what if he was high profile now? He turned around and found that Li Wudi and Gao Chong were looking at him as if he was a monster. "What? Is there something on my face?" Li Wudi and Gao Chong were both in shock. Chongfeng and the disciple of the law enforcement hall had admitted defeat just like that. It was like a dream. No. The two shook their heads. Lin Fei suddenly understood what was going on. No matter how much my strength increases, the two of you are still my friends. It won't change because of the difference in strength. In the past 5 years, the Divine Force sect didn't leave many memories for Lin Fei, and he didn't have many friends. Li Wudi sighed. "I thought I'd be able to catch up to him in half a year, but I didn't expect the gap to be so wide. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him for the rest of my life. Senior brother Everwind is done for." Gao Chong did not have much admiration for the inner sect disciples. "I realized that I can finally show off for a bit. Everyone has to be polite to me." Lin Fei and Li Wudi laughed. "I'm happy today. Let's go drink." In the Divine Force Gate, there were many mountains. At this moment, on a mountain peak, an inner disciple landed on the peak of the mountain and immediately ran toward a residence. "Junior brother Zhangxing, is someone trying to kill you?" In the courtyard, there were 2 people playing chess. One of them put down a chess piece and joked. "Senior brother Li, you guessed it right. If it wasn't for my good luck, I might have been crippled." Zhang Xing sighed. "You guys don't know, but something big happened today." Then, Zhang Xing told him what had happened earlier. The two of them unknowingly stopped playing chess. "You're saying that Everwind's rainwater sword Dao was easily broken by that person? Can't you tell what move he used?" asked the person called Senior Brother Li in surprise. Zhang Xing nodded. "It was a very strange attack. I only felt like a wind blew by, and then Everwind's attack was broken. He broke Everwind's dantian with one move. It was unbelievably fast. Looks like something big happened," Senior Brother Li said in a deep voice. "There's an amazing person in our Divine Force sect. Maybe he has already reached the cryptic spirit realm and can become a core disciple." The other person said with a grave expression. Zhang Xing was shocked. Is that possible? Nothing is impossible. To be able to break the rainwater sword Dao so easily, he must be at the cryptic spirit realm. I'm afraid those core disciples will have a headache. This Lin Fei is really amazing. Interesting. I thought there were only a few people competing among the core disciples, but now there's this Lin Fei. He seems to be quite strong. He'll be a good opponent. Lei Meng stood up, his body making cracking sounds. Lei Meng was one of the core disciples. His position was a level higher than the inner disciples, and he was at the cryptic spirit realm. In such a large divine force sect, they would be the first to know if anything happened. Senior brother Lei, should we go and rope him in? An inner disciple asked. Lei Meng shook his head. There's no need to rope him in for now because he doesn't have the qualifications to do so. He crippled 2 inner disciples in a row. Wait until he has to deal with the law enforcement hall and the elders' questions, then he will have the qualifications. Right now, the one with a headache is the blood shadow behind Chongfeng. Chongfeng was his right-hand man. Now that he's dead, it's the same as losing an expert. Let's see how his strength has improved. Don't look at how peaceful the inner sect disciples were. What they didn't know was that there were many factions within. Core disciples recruited inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples recruited outer sect disciples. They formed many circles, and the struggles were complicated. The divine martial gate's upper echelons turned a blind eye to this, allowing the inner sect disciples to compete more easily. On the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. In the divine force sect, anyone who became a core disciple would have a mountain peak, and they could choose a name for it. The Blood Shadow Mountain Peak was Blood Shadow's residence. Senior brother Blood Shadow, you have to help me vent my anger. Junior brother is finished. Chongfeng, whose face was pale, was carried to the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. He knelt on the ground and wailed. After his dantian was broken, he became very weak, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Opposite Chongfeng was Blood Shadow in a red robe. He was a core disciple of the Divine Force sect, and it was said that he had the chance to become a King Realm expert. Many inner disciples came to join him. Blood Shadow looked at his trusted man. After Chongfeng broke through to the cryptic spirit realm, he became his right-hand man. He didn't expect that he would be crippled just like that. It was inevitable that he would be angry. If a core disciple wanted to have the right to speak in the Divine Force sect, he had to have many experts around him. Only then would he be able to call for help. Now that one of his right-hand men had been crippled, Blood Shadow felt pain and endless anger. There were very few things that could make a core disciple angry. Even the elders would give them face. Among the core disciples, Shui-Ying was one of the stronger ones. Everyone gave him some face. Don't hit people in the face. This was the jargon. Now, not only did Lin Fei defeat Chongfeng, but he also slapped Blood Shadow in the face. This was obviously not giving him face, and he didn't take him, a core disciple, seriously. Ever since Blood Shadow became a core disciple, he rarely got angry. Chongfeng, you are one of my people. I will definitely avenge you, Blood Shadow said. Everyone knew that Chongfeng was one of his people. He had to avenge him. Otherwise, it would be bad for the people below him. How do you want to deal with him? Tell me. Thank you, Senior Blood Shadow, for avenging me. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to cripple Lin Fei. Chongfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the only thing he could ask for. Okay. Even if you don't say it, I will do it myself and cripple that person. Blood Shadow's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Now, tell me in detail how you fought with Lin Fei. Blood Shadow wasn't a reckless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a core disciple. What happened in the arena spread like wildfire in less than half a day. Lin Fei's name shocked everyone once again. Half a year ago, he became a dark horse and made all the disciples remember this name. Half a year later, Lin Fei disappeared for half a year as usual. Everyone thought that he would be unknown. Who would have thought that he would soar to the sky again? First, he defeated Qi Zhen and a few other inner court disciples. Then, he threatened the law enforcement hall disciples and crippled senior brother Chongfeng. No matter which one it was unimaginable. Lin Fei, the inner court disciple, did all of them. In the divine martial gate, Lin Fei became famous. His fame was not small. He was already catching up to those core disciples. His cruel methods were also left in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. As for the disciples who had offended him in the past, they were all uneasy. They were afraid that Lin Fei would hold a grudge against them. Inner court disciples could be crippled just like that, let alone them. Martial artists weren't afraid of fighting and killing. The only thing they were afraid of was having their dantian crippled. No matter how strong you were, after losing your dantian, you would become an ordinary person, just a little stronger than an ordinary person. That night, in Lin Fei's courtyard, many inner court disciples came in person. Other than the polite words, there were more polite words. Other than the familiar face, they didn't want to offend this inner court disciple. There were even rumors that Lin Fei's strength was already qualified to become a core disciple. As such, it would be strange if the inner sect disciples didn't rush over. Inside the Divine Force sect, the inner sect disciples without any organization were like floating duckweed, without any foundation. It wasn't easy for them to mingle in the Divine Force sect, and their status was obviously one level lower than the others. If Lin Fei could become a core disciple, they could also straighten their chests and wouldn't have to lower their heads to others. Lin Fei thanked them one by one. He didn't reject them. Awesome! By the time he finished sending off the inner disciples, it was already close to midnight. Chapter 309. P.S. Home renovation. No electricity for half the afternoon. Update late. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and update tickets. Thanks to Dragon in Chu Tian and Fiery Flood for their comments. Thank you for your support. In the early morning of the Divine Force sect, the breeze was gentle, quiet, and peaceful. As the sun rose, the Divine Martial sect, which was a huge sect, was like a machine that had been fitted with gears. It slowly started to operate again, welcoming a brand new day. Drinking without using true yuan. I will have a headache the next day. Lin Fei lazily opened the window and took a deep breath. The faint headache was a real feeling. Since coming to the Shentian continent, Lin Fei rarely went to drink. Yesterday was an exception. He was too happy, too excited, and he didn't even know how much he had drunk, and he didn't even know when it was over. The true yuan in his body operated, and the faint headache disappeared. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed and comfortable. First, he went to the yard and practiced a set of fist techniques until he was sweating profusely. If only Blue Luan was here. Picking up the towel, Lin Fei thought of Blue Luan. He wondered how Blue Luan was now. Subconsciously, Lin Fei clenched his fists, hating the person who took Blue Luan. Soon, I will find you. After taking a shower, Lin Fei changed his clothes. There was a special canteen for the inner disciples. After coming out, all the inner disciples on the way came up to talk to him, or nodded with a smile. After hearing about yesterday's shocking action, which inner disciple didn't show off? It was necessary to be familiar. After going out for more than half a year, Lin Fei finally had time to sit down and enjoy breakfast. He didn't have to be in a hurry, as if he was fighting a war. Lin Fei ate while paying attention to the surroundings. He found that the surrounding inner disciples all sat far away. Lin Fei was amused by this. After breakfast, Lin Fei walked out of the canteen. Walking out of the cafeteria, Lin Fei frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Is it finally here? Ever since he crippled Chang Feng, an inner disciple, yesterday, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. The only thing he didn't expect was that they couldn't sit still. That's fine too. Core disciples? This was even more of a deterrent. It's more satisfying to fight. Lin Fei thought, after teaching a lesson to a core disciple, I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble, right? Walala, walala, the road to the cafeteria was suddenly filled with tension. Senior Brother Bloodshadow is here. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how it will turn out. Senior Brother Bloodshadow, it is said that our Divine Martial Sect's core disciple has the potential to become a king-class expert. Lin Fei was just lucky. Now that he met Senior Brother Bloodshadow, how could he just obediently admit defeat and kowtow to admit his mistake? That's not necessarily true. Maybe senior brother Lin Fei will amaze the world again. Among the inner disciples, there were people who supported senior brother Blood Shadow. Of course, there were also people who thought highly of senior brother Lin Fei. Senior brother Blood Shadow had a large group of inner disciples under him. It might not be beneficial for them to flatter him. However, if they were to flatter senior brother Lin Fei, if they really succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Junior brother Lin Fei? Blood Shadow was wearing a red robe. His eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. From yesterday's news, Blood Shadow had already recognized Lin Fei with a single glance. Senior brother Blood Shadow. From the two's words, everyone could hear the killing intent in them. This made everyone sigh. This Lin Fei was really bold. He dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Blood Shadow, a core disciple. Blood Shadow was not surprised by Lin Fei's performance at all. This was why he was worthy of his attention. Otherwise, it would not be worth it for him to personally make a move, because the other party must be qualified. Junior brother Lin Fei, you are qualified for me to personally make a move, Blood Shadow said coldly. 3 days later, you and I will fight on the arena. No one would have thought that senior brother Blood Shadow would personally issue a challenge. This was different from a private duel. The influence was different. In a duel on the arena, no matter which side lost, it would definitely have a great impact. Especially for someone like senior brother Blood Shadow, once he lost, it would affect his position among the core disciples. Everyone was guessing whether Lin Fei dared to accept the challenge or not. Senior brother Blood Shadow, aren't you just helping senior brother Changfeng to vent his anger? Why do you have to issue a challenge? It just so happens that there is no one here. Let's settle it to our heart's content. Junior brother still has things to do. Crash. Even though there were not many people eating in the canteen, there were still many people gathered outside. When they suddenly heard this, everyone was shocked. From his tone, could it be that senior brother Lin Fei wanted to settle it quickly? He didn't give any face at all. Indeed, Lin Fei did not give him any face. Core disciples had a high status in the divine martial sect. Even the elders had to be polite to them, not to mention those elders who did not have any power. In the divine martial sect, it was rare for a core disciple to reject a challenge. Because the other party was a core disciple, every word and action of a core disciple represented meaning. Now, an inner sect disciple rejected the challenge and chose to settle it on the spot. If they did not hear it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that these words came from Lin Fei's mouth. It was a naked slap in the face. Lin Fei, do you know who you are talking to? The inner sect disciple beside Blood Shadow said angrily. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. With strength, without any movement, that inner sect disciple was slapped in the face and flew out. He fell and rolled 365 degrees, causing his face to be bruised. Hiss, arrogant. Too arrogant. Lin Fei looked at Blood Shadow. I like to do whatever I want. If senior brother Blood Shadow doesn't like it, feel free to reject it. Blood Shadow said in a deep voice. So, junior brother Lin Fei is not giving me face? This meant that Blood Shadow was furious. A dignified core disciple was arrogant in the divine martial sect. When he personally asked, he was rejected. This had never happened before. The other core disciples did not dare to reject like this. Now someone did it. This person was an inner sect disciple. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said sternly, Face? Senior brother Blood Shadow is such an old man. Do you still care about face? Nephew Changfeng wanted to deal with my friend in a duel. He only has himself to blame for having his Dantian destroyed. As for your Changfeng, he is just using his name to cause trouble. In my opinion, you don't need to care about senior brother's face at all. Everyone's heart was beating non-stop. Crazy. Crazy. He didn't even dare to say such arrogant words. This was really a slap to senior brother Blood Shadow's face, and it was a slap to his face. The applause was resounding. If it was before, Blood Shadow would be polite before using force. However, after hearing this, he was filled with anger. Not only did he not give him face, He even dared to disregard him in public and even hit the people around him. Arrogant. He was indeed too arrogant. Could it be that he didn't know that the consequences of being too arrogant would be tragic? Junior brother Lin Fei, you're good, Blood Shadow said angrily. You're the first to speak to me like this. No wonder you were so cruel. Today, I will seek justice for Changfeng. Boundless Blood Sea. Boom! Behind Blood Shadow, a sea of blood appeared. In the sea of blood, there were figures moving. They were all shadows, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A chilling aura swept across. This was the Blood Sea scripture that Blood Shadow cultivated, an upper yellow-class martial art. If one's mind was not firm, their face would turn pale. It was terrifying. The sea of blood was like a vast ocean. It left a red trail of light as it charged toward Lin Fei's location. Within the sea of blood, an illusory figure with a blurry appearance slowly stood up. Then it raised its hand and smashed down with a palm strike. Scarlet light filled the sky. When the inner disciples saw senior brother Blood Shadow's attack, they immediately knew how big the gap between them was. With just one move, the inner disciples looked at each other. The strength of a core disciple was indeed not something they could compare with. Senior brother Blood Shadow is really strong. Lin Fei was indeed strong yesterday. I don't think he's a match for senior brother Blood Shadow today. Indeed, based on Lin Fei's strength yesterday, everyone had a guess. Would it be a one-sided fight against senior brother Blood Shadow today? Most people thought it was the latter. Scram. Following Lin Fei's roar, a dense quintessence surged out and turned into an azure beam. It was like a rainbow as it smashed into Shui Ying's palm. Shui Ying's palm shattered and turned into nothingness. Then, as if it was piercing through space, it lashed at Shui Ying's body again. It was so fast that no one could sense it. The only thing that shocked everyone was that thick and dense true yuan. Walala Blood Shadow was sent flying by the whip. Or rather, he was sent flying by quintessence. There was no way he could withstand a whip of quintessence. Senior brother Blood Shadow was sent flying. How is this possible? Is senior brother Lin Fei even stronger than senior brother Blood Shadow? Seeing Blood Shadow being sent flying, the inner disciples felt as if they were dreaming. If yesterday they thought that Lin Fei had gotten lucky, then today they were completely convinced. Using pure quintessence and an ordinary strike, Lin Fan sent senior brother Blood Shadow flying. This was true strength, leaving everyone speechless. Blood Shadow's upper body was bare, and there were wounds all over his body. I actually lost. How can he be so strong? Even my boundless blood sea was destroyed. Blood Shadow had found out yesterday that Lin Fei's advantage was speed. Blood Shadow had thought of a foolproof plan to make Lin Fei suffer a crushing defeat. In the end, he was utterly defeated. Senior brother Blood Shadow, if you're not convinced, feel free to look for me. Lin Fei walked up, but there might not be such a good opportunity next time. Crimson Shadow was shocked, and the anger that he had gathered dissipated in an instant. Killing intent. True killing intent. That sentence just now made Blood Shadow's dantian cold, and he immediately panicked. Lin Fei wants to destroy my dantian. This was a blatant warning, a blatant threat. Blood Shadow's body shook slightly, and he squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm convinced. We admit defeat. Hiss, senior brother Blood Shadow admitted defeat. The result was unexpected. This was the result. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Inner Sanctum disciple Lin Fei, please come with us. Swoosh, 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 shadows moved, and a group of men in black appeared on the road again. Chapter 310. Senior brother Blood Shadow actually lost. Senior brother Lin Fei is so powerful. I really want to be his cultivation partner. He's so manly. Senior brother Lin Fei is so mighty. Our divine force gate will soon have another core disciple. While it's still early, let's go and curry favor with him. If he values us, we'll have a good life in the future. Senior brother Blood Shadow took the initiative to admit defeat. This already left everyone shocked. It was no different from the sun rising from the west, completely destroying their understanding of the world. The ordinary and mediocre senior brother Lin Fei's status suddenly became noble, magnified endlessly, and they had to look up to him. Core disciple. Senior brother Lin Fei definitely had the strength to stabilize the strength of a core disciple. Everyone was enlightened by their previous conjecture. It turned out that senior brother Lin Fei himself had the strength of the cryptic spirit realm, which was why he dared to ignore senior brother Bloodshadow. It had only been half a year. How did Lin Fei cultivate? Then this question appeared in their minds. Even geniuses might not have this ability, right? Monstrous, simply too monstrous. He had used his quintessence to send Bloodshadow senior brother flying. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just when they couldn't digest this news, the law enforcement hall disciples came again, dazzling everyone. Lin Fei looked over indifferently and found that it was his old acquaintance, Wang Chong. With just one glance, Wang Chong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that even senior brother Bloodshadow was defeated, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had been lucky yesterday. If he had fought yesterday, he would also have been in such a difficult situation, Wang Chong thought to himself. His mind shook, and he made up his mind that Lin Fei must not be offended in the future, even if he was his friend. If he could curry favor with him and flatter him, that would be great. Bastard, how can you say that? You're not polite at all. Wang Chong turned around and glared at them, then immediately scolded. Didn't I ask you to invite senior brother Lin Fei back? What are you talking about? Senior brother Lin Fei is not a criminal. You're a bunch of brainless things. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were all dumbfounded. They were all confused. Didn't you tell us to say that? Moreover, why should we, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, be afraid of an inner court disciple? Who knows how many inner court disciples have been captured and come out with an unbelievably honest attitude. It was obvious that the disciples of the disciplinary hall were used to their current positions, and had no idea what Captain Wang Chong was worried about. Inner disciples were like dogs in front of them, and they were already used to it. They hadn't expected that Wang Chong would scold them because of a disciple. After scolding him, Wang Chong strode forward and smiled apologetically. Senior brother Lin Fei, please be magnanimous and don't bother with them. These guys don't know how to talk. At this moment, Wang Chong was indeed worried that Lin Fei would bear a grudge against him. After seeing senior brother Bloodshadow's miserable appearance, Wang Chong couldn't be arrogant anymore. He was just a small captain of the law enforcement hall. His identity could scare ordinary people, but how could he scare a genius like Lin Fei? Do you really think you've lived too long? How dare you go against a genius? You're definitely looking for trouble for yourself. Wang Chong, the small captain of the law enforcement hall, had a good reputation among the inner court disciples. It should be said that he had a bad reputation. When they saw such a scene, the inner court disciples couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that the usually majestic law enforcement hall wasn't always strong, and there would be a day when they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Elder invited me? What elder? Wang Chong looked around and asked in a pleading tone. Law enforcement elder? The details. How about we talk about it on the way? Lin Fei knew that he had to go to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, it would be endless trouble and a headache. He might as well solve it all at once. Then let's talk on the way. Lin Fei turned his head and said to Schwering, Senior brother Schwering, help me tell those core disciples that whoever wants to spar with me should first consider their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for embarrassing myself. Senior brother Bloodshadow nodded like a chick pecking rice. He didn't have the previous arrogance and carefully said, I will tell them. Seeing that Lin Fei and the law enforcement hall left, Bloodshadow let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Bloodshadow let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but he felt an immense pressure when facing Lin Fei. He even regretted helping Eternal Wind and ended up failing miserably. What are you looking at? Get out of here! Bloodshadow roared, scaring away a group of people. The law enforcement elder is looking for me just to punish me? Lin Fei looked at Wang Chong indifferently. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. After a day's experience, Lin Fei was like a demon in his heart. Wang Chong knew how powerful senior brother Blood Shadow was, especially the Blood Sea scripture, which was a high-grade yellow-class martial art that could confuse the mind. Since his debut, he had killed many experts and gained some fame in the Bufalling dynasty. In the end, he still lost to Lin Fei and had to admit defeat. Not many core disciples could think of such a situation, and among the core disciples, how many could do it so easily? At least, Wang Chong couldn't think of anyone who could do it. We have a total of 10 law enforcement elders, and they are all old fogies. They usually like to maintain the prestige of the law enforcement hall. Yesterday's matter, I don't know how, but it fell into their ears, so. Wang Chong trembled, peeking at Yi Shiwen's expression from time to time. So they want to punish me? Wang Chong hurriedly nodded. I also think that it's wrong to do so. It's normal to make mistakes in a fight, but the law enforcement elder thinks that senior brother. Say no more. Lin Fei interrupted Wang Chong. A group of stubborn old fogies. Wang Chong didn't dare to make a sound. Stubborn old fogies, only senior brother dares to say that. If it were any other disciple, they would have been suppressed. Wang Chong thought. How do those old fogies plan to punish me? Lin Fei asked casually. Wang Chong swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, They said that they want senior brother to face the wall for 10 years as a warning to others. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed with anger. A group of old fogies. They want to use me as a warning to others. This also depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Using me as a warning to others? Bah! Hearing this punishment, Lin Fei was very angry. Facing the wall for 10 years for no reason, Lin Fei didn't want to face the wall. In this way, another fight was inevitable. At this time, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The law enforcement hall disciples behind Wang Chong looked at each other, wondering if they had heard wrong. This is too arrogant. They were all law enforcement elders, although they had not reached the profound king realm. They were all at the profound spirit late stage and profound spirit great circle, which was also a first-class strength in the divine martial sect. Now there was someone who was not convinced? It seemed like a fight was going to happen. The law enforcement hall was located in the belly of a gloomy mountain. The gloomy atmosphere became the biggest feature of the location of the law enforcement hall. The natural terrain, coupled with the law enforcement hall's reputation for not provoking over time, this place became a forbidden area, and few people were willing to appear in this place, because they hated the atmosphere of the law enforcement hall. This is the law enforcement hall? Wang Chong nodded. Through the passage is the main hall of the law enforcement hall. Lin Fei muttered in his heart. This law enforcement hall is a prison. No wonder they are all afraid of the law enforcement hall. They have been here once. I'm afraid they won't dare to come a second time. Looking at the plaque hanging high, the black words, Law Enforcement Hall, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and he strode in. As Lin Fei was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall, the news of senior brother Blood Shadow's defeat spread immediately. The inner sect disciples were shocked. This news was too great a shock to them. Among the inner sect disciples, of course, there were some powerful inner sect disciples who were eager to fight with Lin Fei in order to raise their reputation. After hearing this news, the inner sect disciples opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Senior brother Blood Shadow was a core disciple, and his strength was many times stronger than the inner sect disciples. Even if a group of them went up, it would be useless. The tyrannical senior brother Blood Shadow personally went up to Lin Fei, and he was utterly defeated. How would they dare to go up? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Then, the words that Lin Fei conveyed were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a turbulent lake, breaking the original peace. For a moment, a storm arose in the Divine Force sect. Haha, even Blood Shadow was defeated. This Lin Fei is really surprising. Hearing this news, Raymond couldn't help but applaud. Lin Fei is a friend worth befriending. Blood Sea wanted to use the challenge ring to defeat Lin Fei, but I didn't expect Lin Fei to not give him face, and humiliated him in front of everyone. Good fight, I old lay like this kind of person. Hearing this news, Raymond was the most excited. But when he heard that Blood Shadow was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall, he couldn't help but frown. That brat Lin Fei didn't give Blood Shadow any face. I hope he won't cause any big trouble again. Those old antiques aren't that easy to provoke. But I'm really looking forward to it. Some people were happy, and some were angry. A mere Lin Fei only defeated Blood Shadow, and Blood Shadow's strength is only in the middle stage of Cryptic Spirit, and he dares to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall. If he comes out, I'll definitely have a big fight with him, and let him understand the rules. On a mountain peak, 2 core disciples had furious expressions on their faces. He is indeed arrogant. There aren't many people in our Divine Force sect who are so arrogant. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after defeating Blood Shadow? Seems like he thinks too highly of himself. We, the core disciples, haven't said anything yet. The white-haired young man said indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, it carried a hint of disdain. It's really a pity that this brat was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall. I heard that those old antiques are quite angry. Maybe he'll be facing the wall for a few decades. A few decades? That's not a small punishment. His whole life is over. In the gloomy main hall of the Law Enforcement Hall. When Lin Fei walked in, there were 2 Law Enforcement Hall disciples standing on both sides, all of them expressionless. Chapter 311. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the update votes, Little Zia for the monthly votes, and Novel Addict for the comment votes. Thank you for your support. A show of strength? Hearing this, Lin Fei was enraged. I came to the Law Enforcement Hall, and you want to teach me a lesson without saying a word. Are you looking for trouble? Are you really going to show me a show of strength? If it was a good thing, Lin Fei would not be angry. However, the other party did not take him seriously at all. Anyone would be angry if they wanted to teach him a lesson. They had just arrived, and they immediately wanted to show him a show of strength. This matter was completely targeted at him. On the way, Wang Chong had briefly introduced the punishment whip. It was a special method of the Law Enforcement Hall. First, true essence would be suppressed, and then the punishment whip would be used. 100 whips should not be underestimated. Those who did not know would think that even if a martial artist could not use true essence, a martial artist's defense would not be affected by a mere whip. In fact, the punishment whip was not an ordinary whip, but a special kind of whip. It was specially used to break a martial artist's body. This kind of whip was useless against true essence martial artists, but for a martial artist with a pure body, it was a hellish pain that would be unforgettable. Some people would say that even if a martial artist did not have true essence, with a strong body and a martial artist's willpower, what could a mere whip do? If you thought so, you would be completely wrong. This was because the whip was not only made of special materials, but also soaked in a special potion. Every lash was unbearable. Even if one had a strong willpower, they would not be able to withstand 100 lashes. No matter how hard one's bones were, they would have to beg for mercy under this whip. If Lin Fei had not heard the situation from Wang Chong, he might not have understood the origin of this whip. It could be said that the whip of the Law Enforcement Hall was equivalent to a killing stick in the yamen. No matter how strong one was, after their true essence was suppressed, their body could not withstand it. It was conceivable that when the disciples of the Divine Martial Sect came here, they would turn pale at the mention of the Law Enforcement Hall. Who could bear this kind of pain? Therefore, Lin Fei was angry. An ordinary disciple would not be able to withstand 100 lashes. Wang Chong had once mentioned that an ordinary disciple would only be able to withstand 20 lashes. 100 lashes was rarely seen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, for Law Enforcement Hall disciples rushed out from both sides. Their black chains were like venomous snakes, wrapping around Lin Fei's limbs. Once he was bound, his Zhen Yuan would be suppressed, and only his physical body would be left. I, Lin Fei, do things in an open and above-board manner. I didn't expect the Law Enforcement Hall to attack this disciple without any reason. Then, don't blame this disciple for being unreasonable. Lin Fei snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he punched at the 4 Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Bang, bang, bang. When Lin Fei landed on the ground once again, the 4 disciples of the disciplinary hall were sent flying. Each of them had received a punch to their chests, causing them to vomit blood. Wang Chong, who was standing next to him, quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Senior brother Lin Fei's temperament is truly ferocious. This is the disciplinary hall, but he still dares to make a move. Truly ferocious. As such, Wang Chong moved cautiously to the side. If he was hit by Lin Fei, wouldn't that be courting death? He wouldn't go up even if he was beaten to death. Rebellious, rebellious. At the end of the hall, an elder was enraged. This elder was the 10th elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Shueshur-san. He had always been in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall. Apart from cultivating, he rarely came out of seclusion. He would only make a move in person if he encountered a disciple that he could not suppress. Throughout the Godly Prowess sect, there were very few disciples who dared to hurt someone in the disciplinary hall. This Shueshur-san was infuriated. The old antique was completely enraged. He believed that it was necessary to punish this disciple. Take him down quickly. How dare he rebel against the Law Enforcement Hall? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall on both sides immediately made their moves. Previously, when the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall were defeated, they felt that their honor had been destroyed. They had long wanted to take Lin Fei down. As they made their moves, the black chains turned into a giant black net. If Lin Fei were to be hit by it, he would be in great trouble. He might even be suppressed. Buzz! With a flip of his hand, Lin Fei drew out the killing sword and slashed in the air. A sword ray flashed past. Walala, walala, the iron chains of the inescapable net were all cut by the sword ray. They broke into countless pieces and fell from the air. Lin Fei did not stop there. He made a second move. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The enormous murderous aura enveloped the entire Law Enforcement Hall. It was oppressive and even made people's hearts tremble. Whoosh, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall who rushed up were all sent flying in an instant. There was a wound on their chests. Blood flowed out and the smell of blood permeated the air. They were defeated. They were all defeated. The power of one sword. All the enemies were destroyed. In the Law Enforcement Hall, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall fell to the ground in disorder. Their faces were full of horror. Some of them were even pale and had a weak mind. They were completely frightened. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. To become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, in addition to strength, one must also have a strong mind. However, the situation in front of them looked like a group of frightened children. It was very miserable. Lin Fei stood upright with his sword in hand. Elder, you will know whether it's right or wrong. As for venting your anger on the disciples, it's completely unnecessary. Lin Fei said indifferently, if Elder is not satisfied, feel free to do it yourself. The Law Enforcement Elder? Lin Fei did not take it to heart. A group of stubborn old things. Teaching them a lesson was fine. Fear? There was no such word in Lin Fei's dictionary. The 10th elder, Blood 13, slammed his hand on the table. Whoosh! A huge amount of true origin rushed out and tore the table, turning it into a pile of sawdust. A superior grade spiritual treasure. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Blood 13 had a good eye. Of course, I will do it myself. I want to see what a disciple like you has to be proud of. Blood Shadow Saber Technique. The 10th elder shouted angrily. He used his palm as a saber and struck out a blood-red saber ray. It was actually 100 feet long. He took the lead and slashed down from the sky. Blood Shadow Saber Technique? Blood Sea Scripture? Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Could it be that this elder is senior brother Blood Shadow's master? Old thing, if that's all you've got, just stand aside. Facing the saber ray that was 100 feet long, Lin Fei snorted coldly. The killing sword slashed in the air again. The saber ray that was 100 feet long split into 3, then a few hundred, then 1,000, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Elder, take my sword. The killing sword in Lin Fei's hand stabbed out, and a green sword slashed down. A black saber appeared in Blood 13's hand. His face darkened, and the saber ray slashed out again. Boom! The green wind blade was fierce, but it blocked the green wind blade for a moment before it was directly shattered. The air seemed to be split in half, and it crashed into the 10th Elder's chest. Even though the 10th Elder used all his energy, he was still blasted away and crashed into the hall. Rumble. The entire hall was filled with a loud noise that echoed continuously. Defeated. Even the law enforcement elder was defeated. The law enforcement hall was dead silent. The disciples of the law enforcement hall knew how powerful the law enforcement elder was. There had been disciples who resisted, but they were all suppressed. They had never seen such an outrageous scene. The 10th elder struggled to stand up. His clothes were torn, and there were sword marks left on his body. It was horrifying. It's no wonder you have such capabilities. Mystic spirit, great circle cultivation. Blood 13 uttered these words with great difficulty. In fact, the 10th elder had been heavily shocked. The other party was not even 20 years old, but already had the strength of the profound spirit realm. He had cultivated for 100 years, but only had the strength of the profound spirit realm late stage. His strength had been wasted. One had to say that this scene was really a blow. The words cryptic great circle had shocked everyone present. He had the strength of the profound spirit realm at such a young age. There had never been such a genius in the divine force sect. A genius, a real genius. Elder, you flatter me. Blood 13 seemed to have aged a dozen years overnight. Let's go. I believe in your words since the divine force sect has a genius like you. Lin Fei thought he would have to fight a few more rounds. He didn't expect it to be settled so easily. This was really unexpected. Since the law enforcement elder had said so, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say anything more. He turned around and left the law enforcement hall. Lin Fei knew that the matter had been settled. Perhaps today's matter would soon be spread to the upper echelons. Lin Fei didn't want to pay attention to this. That was something they should worry about. Puff. After Lin Fei left the hall, the 10th elder, Blood 13, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. I'm old. I'm really old. Blood 13 was indeed Blood Shadow's master. When he heard that his disciple was defeated, he couldn't help but feel angry. That was why he wanted to show off his strength in the hall. In the end, he didn't show off his strength and got himself into trouble. I'm afraid that this Lin Fei will be able to enter the top 10 among the core disciples. The 10th elder thought, this matter needs to be reported. The Divine Force sect has one more disciple in the profound spirit realm. The Divine Force sect has a chance to get one more place in the dynasty selection. Lin Fei walked out of the law enforcement hall. The warm sunlight outside fell on him, and he felt very comfortable. He stretched his waist and flew out. After leaving the law enforcement hall's mountain range, Lin Fei could not help but frown slightly. He thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be so many people outside. They must all be secretly paying attention to me. Looks like I've become famous. Senior brother Lin Fei, are you all right? Li Wudi came over with Gao Chong. Lin Fei smiled. Look at me. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Li Wudi was shocked. There's a rumor outside that you were taken away by the law enforcement hall. It's said that the law enforcement elder is angry and is going to punish you. Lin Fei shook his head. You believe the rumors outside. That's not true. The law enforcement elder was just looking for me to understand the situation. Something bad happened, so he came out. Chapter 312. Damn. Why did Lin Fei come out? Along with an exclamation, the crowd saw Lin Fei coming out and flying towards a certain direction. This scene was out of their expectations. Originally, some were rejoicing in Lin Fei's misfortune, while some were prepared to watch a good show. But when they saw this scene, all of them shut their mouths and looked at the scene in disbelief, suspecting that they had seen wrongly. We didn't see wrongly, right? That person is Lin Fei, right? A disciple rubbed his eyes. I don't think so. How could it be like this? Didn't the law enforcement elder know that Lin Fei made a mistake and is preparing to punish Lin Fei? This news came from the law enforcement hall. Shouldn't be fake. Did something happen? Unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Fei really has a powerful backer? Impossible. Lin Fei is a newly promoted inner sect disciple. His master hasn't assigned him yet. How could he have a powerful backer? Without a backer, how could he walk out of the law enforcement hall unscathed? Everyone can't have seen wrongly, right? They had to admit that when Lin Fei walked out of the law enforcement hall, apart from shock, they were also shocked. So shocked that their glasses fell to the ground. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, but this was the result. What a scam! Lin Fei was suddenly shrouded in a layer of mystery. The inner sect disciples completely lost their confidence. Lin Fei was no longer someone they could fight, but someone they could only look up to. Even those core disciples who were prepared to watch a good show sighed when they heard the news and chose to observe for the time being. Even the law enforcement hall was helpless against Lin Fei. They didn't dare to do anything for the time being. As long as one was a disciple of the divine martial sect, they would have an impression of the terror of the law enforcement hall. Even the elders had to give face to the core disciples. If they made a big mistake, the law enforcement hall would still come looking for them. In the past, there was a core disciple who committed crimes and was eventually suppressed by the law enforcement hall. In the divine martial sect, be it the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, or core disciples, they all had a feeling of resistance when facing the law enforcement hall. Now, Lin Fei stepped into the law enforcement hall and came out right after. It indeed gave them a lot of feelings, and at the same time it gave them an infinite sense of mystery. An outer sect disciple from half a year ago. Half a year later, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. This kind of subversive contrast was no less than the sun rising from the west. They couldn't imagine what had happened in between. It seemed like even a monster didn't have this ability, right? Lin Fei was a complete mystery. Divine Martial Gate. Divine Martial Hall. Blood 13 hurried into the room. Senior Brother Sect Leader. In the main hall of the Divine Martial Gate, a middle-aged man wearing a crown slowly opened his eyes. He smiled like a cool breeze. Junior Brother Blood 13, aren't you supposed to be cultivating in seclusion in the law enforcement hall? How come you have the time to come here? This middle-aged man was the current leader of the Divine Force Sect. His Taoist title was Divine Force Sect Leader. This had always been the rule of the Divine Force Sect. Anyone who became a sect leader would have this Taoist title, which was passed down from generation to generation. Later on, everyone was used to calling him Divine Force Sect Leader, and no one knew his real name. Blood 13 cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader, something big happened today. I think it's necessary for me to come here. The Divine Force Sect Leader smiled. Junior Brother, the sun rose from the west today. It's the first time you've said something like this. Then he looked confused. What's wrong? Are you injured? Senior Brother, you have sharp eyes. I can't hide this from you. I'm indeed injured. Blood 13 brought out a white crystal from his pocket. It was a rare memory crystal. Only big sects like the Divine Force Sect had it, and it could record what had happened. The Divine Force Sect Leader took the memory crystal and activated his true essence. A white light screen appeared in front of him, and then the scene in the law enforcement hall was played like a movie. Senior Brother, do you understand now? Blood 13 smiled bitterly. We have a genius in the Divine Force Sect. The Divine Force Sect Leader smiled, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. No wonder you were injured. It turns out that you were injured by him. But why is this disciple so unfamiliar? His strength is obviously at the peak of cryptic spirit. With an ultra-grade spirit treasure, he is invincible below the king realm. Ah, isn't that a superior grade spirit treasure? How can it be an ultra-grade spirit treasure? Blood 13 was shocked. The spirit treasure he had was only a mid-grade spirit treasure, but a disciple had an ultra-grade spirit treasure. It was too shocking. In the Divine Force Sect, disciples who had low-grade spirit treasures could be counted on one hand, not to mention mid-grade and superior-grade spirit treasures. Perhaps only the sect leader's brother had an ultra-grade spirit treasure. The Divine Force Sect Leader shook his head. Junior Brother, you're wrong. That long sword is indeed an ultra-grade spirit treasure. Moreover, this person's true essence is extremely dense, and his combat power is powerful. It's not a shame that you lost to him. Blood 13 frowned and said worriedly, I've sent someone to investigate this disciple's information. Half a year ago, he was just an outer disciple. In just half a year, he has reached the peak of cryptic spirit and has an ultra-grade spirit treasure. Senior brother, do you think there's something wrong with this disciple? Should we investigate him? We don't want a spy to sneak in and harm our Divine Force sect. What's this disciple's name? The Divine Force sect leader suddenly asked. Lin Fei. The Divine Force sect leader frowned and then smiled. So it's him. No wonder Junior Brother Zhang once said that our Divine Force sect has a genius disciple. If I'm not wrong, it should be this Lin Fei. Ah, Junior Brother Zhang one also knows this Lin Fei. Blood 13 was indeed surprised. It should be said that Junior Brother Zhang one is the first to know. The Divine Force sect leader said, "This disciple's performance is so outstanding. It's indeed our Divine Force sect's fortune. Moreover, our Divine Force sect can't cultivate such a genius. Do you think that other sects would let go of such a genius disciple and instead send him to our Divine Force sect?" Blood 13 seemed to understand. Senior brother, what do you mean? This disciple comes from the Divine Force sect, so he has fate with the Divine Force sect. I'm sure he will amaze everyone in this dynasty selection. It's also a good opportunity for our Divine Force sect. If we can be accepted as disciples by a big sect, our Divine Force sect will definitely become the overlord of an unfalling dynasty. Blood 13's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you're amazing. I almost ruined your plan. As for Lin Fei, there's no need to pay attention to him. The dynasty selection is about to begin. I believe that Junior Brother Zhang one has seen through it and will definitely tell everything to Lin Fei. The Divine Force sect leader said lightly. In Martial Uncle Zhang Wen's residence. It was Lin Fei's first time here. Ever since he returned to the Divine Force sect, trouble kept coming. If it weren't for the trouble, Lin Fei would have taken the initiative to visit and thank Martial Uncle Zhang one for teaching him the wind sword. Martial Uncle Zhang Wen's words meant that he was Lin Fei's teacher. Especially with regards to Lin Fei's grasp of the Wind Dao, it could be said to be a great help. Lin Fei had to personally come. The dynasty selection was about to begin, and Lin Fei was destined to not stay in the Divine Force sect for a long time. This was equivalent to a transition period in the Divine Force sect. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. If he was alone, there was nothing to worry about. He still had friends, and he hoped that Martial Uncle Zhang one would take care of him. The word, take care, carried a lot of meaning. Zhang Wen's residence was very quiet. It was a pleasant environment with green mountains and clear waters. Martial Uncle Zhang one is indifferent, and his residence is different from others. Li Wudi explained. It seems that Brother Wudi has been here a few times? Lin Fei asked casually. Gao Chong said, "Don't you know? Senior Brother Wudi is now Martial Uncle Zhang Wen's disciple." Ah, congratulations. Lin Fei was very surprised. Li Wudi said gratefully, "It's all thanks to Lin Fei's help in Mountain River City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to become Master's disciple. It's all thanks to Senior Brother's guidance." After crossing a stone bridge, there was a wooden house by the stream. It gave off a peaceful atmosphere. "Lin Fei, you're here." Before Lin Fei arrived, Zhang Wen's voice could be heard. When they arrived, Li Wudi stopped. "Senior brother, you go ahead." Lin Fei nodded and walked to the stream. Zhang Wen looked the same as before. He didn't have any imposing aura, and he sat by the stream with a fishing rod in his hand. He looked very relaxed. It was hard to imagine that he was a profound spirit expert. "Martial Uncle, you're in a good mood." Lin Fei sat down beside him. As for fishing, Lin Fei also liked it. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll go fishing. It's a good balance between work and rest," Zhang Wen said, looking at the water. "You've been in the limelight recently. All the disciples of the Divine Force sect know your name, and even us elders have heard of it." Lin Fei nodded. "I had no choice. Martial Uncle, do you think that someone like me is born to cause trouble? Since they came looking for me, I have to teach them a lesson no matter what, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be bullied by them?" Zhang Wen smiled in surprise. "You're still the same as before. That's good too. The disciples of the Divine Force sect are a little arrogant. Someone should teach them a lesson. You've done well. Lin Fei could already understand Martial Uncle Zhang Wen's words. Martial Uncle, I'm here to seek your protection today, Lin Fei joked. I'm afraid that the elders will hate me to death. Zhang Wen laughed. You also know that you'll offend people by doing this. Your reputation in the Divine Force sect is that you're a monstrous genius. Then he sighed. As your martial uncle, I didn't know that your cultivation would be so fast. It seems that you were right to suggest going out to cultivate. Otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are today. Lin Fei didn't speak. He knew that martial Uncle Zhang Wen had more to say. The Empire selection is about to begin. I have already prepared a position for you. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. Just quietly enjoy this period of time. Perhaps you won't have such a time in the next few months. Chapter 313. P.S. Thank you, Luo Yuxuan. Thank you for your support. Shattered Knights update vote and win following 443's monthly vote and gifts. After returning from Uncle Zhang Wen's place, Lin Fei lived a leisurely life. As he said, he had a good rest and prepared for the dynasty selection. This kind of carefree life, Lin Fei rarely enjoyed this kind of leisurely life. Usually, if he wasn't looking for Gao Chang to drink with, he would find a mountain peak by himself and go through a systematic comprehension of what he had previously learned. The core disciples who were originally prepared to muster a large force all gave up for some reason. In general, everything was developing well. Time flew. Lin Fei returned to the Divine Force sect, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed. This morning, after Lin Fei finished a set of fist techniques, an inner sect disciple came to inform him to get ready. The Divine Force sect would go to the dynasty tomorrow to prepare for the selection before the dynasty war. He sent the inner sect disciple away with a few hundred pure yuan pills. Is it finally going to start the dynasty selection? Lin Fei clenched his fists. The dynasty selection. Lin Fei had been looking forward to it for a long time. These days were leisurely, but for Lin Fei it was empty and boring, not as exciting as the previous days. That night, Lin Fei invited Gao Chang, Li Wudi, and several other familiar friends as a farewell before leaving the Divine Force sect. Gao Chang raised his glass. Senior brother, you will definitely show your power. Junior brother congratulates you here. Li Wudi also raised his glass. I, Li Wudi, can't say anything else. But in the dynasty war, senior brother will definitely make a name for himself. I wish senior brother a smooth journey and show your power in the dynasty war. Your congratulations, senior brother will accept. Let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. Lin Fei drank a glass of wine. The next morning, when Lin Fei woke up, he found that Gao Chang and Li Wudi had left. Looking at the small courtyard, he simply packed his clothes. Outside, another inner sect disciple came and stood respectfully outside. Senior brother Lin Fei, please follow me. Lin Fei strode out of the courtyard. On the Divine Martial Square, unbeknownst to them, a black warship had stopped above them. By the time Lin Fei arrived at the plaza, there were already many core disciples gathered there. Anyone with a certain level of strength had been selected to participate in the dynasty selection. Senior brother Lin Fei is here. When Lin Fei appeared on the square, many people exclaimed. Everyone would remember Lin Fei, who had come out of the law enforcement hall safely. Of course, there were rumors circulating that Lin Fei had injured a group of law enforcement disciples and law enforcement elders in the law enforcement hall. Even though he didn't know whether the news was true or not, he still couldn't help but admire and worship Lin Fei. No matter where the strong went, they would be qualified to be worshipped, even if he wasn't famous in the past. Lin Fei looked around and didn't recognize many familiar faces. They were all unfamiliar disciples. He found a place and sat down to wait. From time to time, disciples would come up and he would deal with them one by one. 1 hour later, the Divine Martial Sect Master came out. When the Divine Martial Arts Sect Master came out, the entire Divine Martial Arts Square was dead silent. What a powerful aura! Lin Fei took a glance and confirmed the opponent's strength. peak mystic king realm. His aura was vigorous and much stronger than the one from the 18 clans. The Great Dynasty War will begin in half a month. All of you are the core disciples of the Divine Martial Sect. Your stage will come very soon. Children, seize this opportunity and cherish this qualification. The Divine Martial Sect Master's words were very simple. However, these few words were filled with boundless temptation and boundless fighting spirit for the core disciples present. As expected of the Divine Martial Sect's boss, even his words are so powerful. Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder the Divine Martial Sect can continue to develop. With such a boss, the Divine Martial Sect will become the overlord sooner or later. After some passionate words, now go and step on the stage that belongs to you. Along with this sentence, everyone on the Divine Martial Square became excited. The inner disciples were full of expectations for the future. The core disciples were looking forward to stepping on the big stage that they dreamed of and showing the majesty that belonged to their generation. Lin Fei, who had received the news like the explosion of the earth, heard such words and his fighting spirit was also aroused. Very soon, the group of core disciples boarded the warship one by one. The warship was very big. It was Lin Fei's first time here. After boarding the warship, he found that the space inside was very big. It was like the plane on Earth, but the width was even bigger. I'll sit by the window. Lin Fei walked straight to the window where he could see the scenery outside. Soon, the warship was filled with core disciples. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. You stand up. I've taken a liking to this position. Just as Lin Fei's eyes were closed, a voice rang out in his ear. He raised his head and saw that at some point, a burly man had appeared in front of him. His hands were as black as charcoal, and he was currently looking at Lin Fei with ill intent. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Get lost. The burly man was furious. He reached out to grab the shoulder of the other party and was about to throw him out so that he could occupy the window seat. Just when his hands touched the shoulder of the other party, a huge force came. Kacha, the bones of his hands were broken. Then, the burly man hit the wall of the warship with a bang. The surrounding people were very surprised, but no one said anything. However, inadvertently, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. This burly man was called Black Tower. He was extremely strong. After the core disciples were grabbed, they almost couldn't break free. No one had ever been able to block Black Tower's grab at such a close distance. Now, this Lin Fei didn't even make a move. Just the force of the recoil was enough to make Black Tower, this strong man, embarrassed. In the Divine Martial Gate, there weren't many people like him. Because of this, everyone was even more afraid of Lin Fei. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, good job. This kind of person should be beaten up. Relying on his divine strength to show off, he indeed deserves to be beaten up. At some point, a tall young man filled with explosive power had appeared next to him. He smiled at Lin Fei. I am Lei Meng. Lin Fei also smiled. Greetings, senior apprentice brother. The warship started moving. It didn't directly fly in the sky, but directly passed through the void. This warship was called Void Warship because it could shorten the time it took to reach the falling dynasty. Hearing the name Void Warship, Lin Fei was shocked. The Divine Martial Gate had such a treasure. Lin Fei was the clearest about the dangers of the void. Without a certain level of strength, passing through the void meant certain death. The reason why space beasts were so powerful was because they could pass through the void. They could go to endless dangerous places and harvest all kinds of treasures. And space beasts had the fastest cultivation speed. Some dangerous places that warriors couldn't reach could be easily entered by space beasts and harvest the treasures inside. In this way, the speed at which space beasts improved their strength was naturally unimaginable. Buzz, the warship slightly shook. A continuous huge pressure, like an avalanche, directly rushed to the divine soul, shrouding everyone. At this time, the distribution of strength among the core disciples could be seen. The weakest had a pale face, without a trace of blood. Their bodies were trembling, and they were struggling bitterly. This was the weakest. Next to them were those with average strength. Their faces were still pale, but they didn't tremble like the weaker ones. They still had time to look around, but it was more difficult. There were no more than 10 people with the strongest strength present. They didn't see any changes. Facing the void pressure, they took a moment to recover, and then used true essence to resist. It seemed that they were very relaxed. The void pressure can actually increase the divine soul power? Lin Fei's heart shuddered. Without a cultivation technique for divine soul cultivation, although Lin Fei could increase his divine soul power, it was all because of the spirit liquid. Just now, the void pressure actually increased slightly. Although it was only a slight increase, Lin Fei noticed it. Since I'm bored, I can use the void pressure to strengthen my divine soul power. After dispersing his true essence, Lin Fei's body clearly stiffened. What a domineering void pressure! Lin Fei thought to himself and hurriedly cultivated. This action was also seen by the others. This Lin Fei's strength is still slightly lacking. No one could see that Lin Fei was using the opportunity to strengthen his divine soul, directly using it to resist the void pressure. The void worship blocked a part of it, and everyone could use true essence to resist the rest. Half a day later, the void worship appeared under a blue sky. Under the azure sky, a large continuous stretch of cities appeared. This was the Unfalling Dynasty. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you all right? Raymond asked when he saw the pale Lin Fei. Lin Fei shook his head. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'll be fine after some rest. In his heart, he was secretly excited. In just half a day, his divine soul had strengthened a lot, and it was no worse than using the spirit liquid. This was a great harvest. Below us is the periphery of the Unfalling Dynasty. In a while, we will reach the imperial capital of the Unfalling Dynasty, Raymond introduced. Below the void worship, the vast city exuded the charm of history and was filled with the solemn aura of a dynasty. This was the accumulation of history. Even though they did not go down, looking down from the sky, they could feel the dynasty's aura, which made them feel the power of this dynasty. Soon, the worship stopped in the imperial capital square. At this moment, there were already several void warships parked in the square. The imperial capital is so big, as expected of the imperial capital of a dynasty. It's so domineering everywhere. The core disciples who came down said sincerely. Lin Fei also came down from the worship. As soon as he came down, he immediately felt hostile gazes, and he could not help but be stunned. There were enemies in the imperial capital too. Then, he discovered that these gazes came from a worship. Senior brother Raymond, who are they? Raymond had a good impression of Lin Fei. You must have felt their gazes, right? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I'm quite curious. Chapter 3:14. Oh, no wonder. Lin Fei was enlightened. The three major sects of the Unfalling Empire were the Divine Martial Sect, the War God Sect, and the Bright Moon Palace. The Bright Moon Palace was made up entirely of women. There were no men. Even though they were all women, they were rather strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to sit in this position. The Bright Moon Palace rarely arranged for their disciples to train. Their combat strength had always been strong, and they had always been a mystery. They rarely interfered with the affairs of the outside world, and their reputation was inferior to the Divine Martial Sect and the War God Sect. The War God Sect was different. This sect of the Battle God was filled with the desire to expand. The Divine Martial Sect was more powerful, and they also hoped to expand their influence. Because of this, the Divine Martial Sect and the War God Sect had been fighting endlessly. No matter which arena it was, the disciples of the Divine Martial School and the War God School would fight to the death. They had to compete with each other on the surface, but in private, when the disciples of the War God School met the disciples of the Divine Martial School, it was rare for them to leave alive. Therefore, it was normal for them to look at him with hostility. We have nothing to worry about in the imperial capital. The War God Sect would not dare to mess around. Lei Meng smiled. Tonight, I will bring you to see the prosperity of the imperial capital. Lin Fei did not refuse. Then I will trouble you, senior brother. Lei Meng smiled. I like junior brother. The Divine Martial Sect lacks people like you. Sweat, I'm not a dish. Lin Fei felt depressed. The warship descended. The elders also followed. This time, the leaders were two mystic king experts. One could imagine how strong the divine martial sect was. King-class strength was the best proof of the sect's strength. In the imperial capital, there were already royal disciples who had prepared carriages. They boarded the carriages and went straight to the resting place arranged by the royal family. Even though it was their first time in the imperial capital, Lin Fei had the experience of being in the imperial capital of the Skysi dynasty, so he was not surprised by the imperial capital of the Buluo dynasty. However, compared to the imperial capital of the Skysi dynasty, the Buluo imperial capital was much larger, and the atmosphere of the dynasty was grand. Later, Lin Fei found out that the unfalling empire had been established for hundreds of years longer than the Tianhai dynasty. It was normal for it to have a grand imperial aura. I didn't expect the imperial family to be so polite this time, arranging for us to stay in the imperial palace. Raymond was a little surprised. Lin Fei laughed. If we don't live in the palace, I'm afraid they can't control us. Raymond laughed heartily. That makes sense. Soon, Lin Fei and the others approached the palace. The imperial palace was very large, and they were arranged to stay in a side hall. He learned from the guards that only the three great sects had the right and honor to stay in the imperial palace. The other sects did not have the right to do so. The imperial palace was shrouded in the aura of a dynasty, giving people the supreme dignity of a royal family. Lin Fei understood. The imperial family was full of experts. With just a glance, Lin Fei understood what was going on. The imperial clan had always been very powerful. No matter which imperial clan it was, they had an innate advantage. In front of the side hall, the two elders in charge first explained the situation to them. Basically, they pointed out some things that they needed to pay attention to, such as not walking around the royal palace. The dynasty selection would begin in 3 days. In these 3 days, they would be given free time. They could cultivate in seclusion, or they could have fun in the imperial capital for 3 days. The only thing they were not allowed to leave the imperial capital. After the arrangements, it was time to arrange the rooms. As for the room arrangement, Lin Fei did not have any specific requirements. Each person had a room. For this side hall, it was still very empty. After the arrangements were made, the two elders did not know where they went. All the core disciples were free. They also received tokens to go out. The imperial palace was heavily guarded. If they did not have the token, they would deserve to be killed if they barged into some places. Night fell. Lin Fei came out of his room. After resting for a while, his complexion returned to normal, not as pale as before. After a short rest, Lin Fei's strength returned to its peak. He was full of energy, and no one could tell that he had been injured. Just as he came out of the room and walked in the corridor, he met Raymond and the two core disciples. "Junior brother Lin Fei, I was going to look for you." Raymond walked over with a smile. "Senior brother, I knew you were not out yet." Then, he simply introduced the two beside him. "This is Li Jun and this is Wan Yen." Both Li Jun and Wan Yen had a certain understanding of Lin Fei. However, even they could not send the Black Tower flying on the Void warship. They were naturally very willing to get to know someone as strong as Lin Fei. This was how networking was developed. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, living in the royal palace is too depressing. Let's go out for a drink. Raymond was very carefree. The royal palace was a place that outsiders wanted to stay. For the disciples of the divine martial sect, the atmosphere in the royal palace was not good. The imperial capital at night was lively and prosperous. Lin Fei quickly became familiar with them. After listening to their understanding of the imperial capital, he immediately learned many things. Some of them were even secrets. However, in their words, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant. When Lin Fei saw the Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant, he could not help but be startled. He casually asked, "Where are we going to eat?" Raymond was not surprised. "Junior brother, this should be your first time in the imperial capital. Don't you know that Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant is famous in the imperial capital?" I really don't know." Lin Fei shook his head. "I thought we were going to find a random place to eat." Wan Yen smiled. Junior brother, there is something you don't know. There are really not many places in the imperial capital that can compare to this fragrant fragrance restaurant. I believe that after Junior brother has tried it, you will know why fragrant fragrance restaurant is famous. Lin Fei clearly saw an expression that only a man would have. There is a universe inside? He thought to himself. Lin Fei did not ask. Seeing the situation outside, he had already guessed it. When he walked into fragrant fragrance restaurant, Lin Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. Inside fragrant fragrance restaurant, young girls walked around. It was very lively inside. At a glance, it was full of men and women, and laughter could be heard constantly. How is it? Not bad, right? Raymond smiled. It seemed that this was not his first time here. A brothel. A thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. There were brothels in the Shentian continent. Lin Fei had known about this a long time ago, but he didn't expect to actually go to a brothel. I'm going to drink wine with prostitutes. Then, another thought appeared in his mind. After they entered, a beautiful woman dressed in red immediately greeted them warmly. She smiled tenderly. Dear guests, how may I be of service? Give us a high-class room and a table full of good food, Raymond said generously. Dear guests, this way please. Very soon, they entered a private room which was very elegantly decorated, and a few jars of golden jade. Li Jun said. Not long after, delicacies were served one after another, filling the entire table. The fragrance wafted into their nostrils, unknowingly stimulating their appetites and making them want to immediately eat to their heart's content. Raymond said, These are all good things. Just this table of food alone will cost at least 500 low-grade pure yuan pills. 500? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. So expensive? Wan Yen chuckled. Otherwise, how could this banquet be so high-class? At first, I was also skeptical, but after tasting it, I could never forget it. I must try this wine later, Li Jun said. Lin Fei asked, Could it be that this wine has some benefits? Raymond chuckled. You'll know when you drink it. The golden jade is here. The beautiful woman in red entered once more. The waiter behind her brought in a few jars of wine and placed them on the table. Raymond glanced at them and said unhappily, Why are there only 5 jars? The beautiful woman sighed. Dear guest, you know that our golden jade is the treasure of our shop. 5 jars is quite a lot. If it's not enough, you can bring something else. Raymond waved his hand. Go and call your best lady over. All right. After the beautiful woman left, Raymond untied the golden jade and a fragrant smell wafted over. Quick, try it. Without any explanation, the wine was poured. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I didn't think that my first time drinking wine would be in a place like this. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lin Fei's brows furrowed before relaxing. He squinted his eyes and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Good wine. He had to admit that this Jin Xiangyu was pretty good. Drinking it in one gulp made him feel relaxed and carefree. He felt like he was floating in the air. At least, Lin Fei had never experienced such a feeling before. Raymond laughed. How is it? This golden jade is not bad, right? 1 jar costs 1,000 pure elemental pills. If you're unlucky, you won't even be able to drink it. 1,000 pure elemental pills was indeed a high price. Normal warriors relied on accumulating pure elemental pills. How could they have extra to buy the golden jade? Everyone, let's drink to our heart's content. Everyone cheered. Lin Fei was already hungry. Naturally, he did not hold back. 1 mouthful of golden jade and another mouthful of delicious food. The taste was very good, causing people to praise it. 500 pure elemental pills was worth it. Soon, the table was filled with delicacies. Raymond suddenly frowned. What's going on? Is the young lady not coming up? Wan Yen also stopped. Yeah, what's going on? Li Jun stood up. I'll go out and see what they're up to. Don't think that our divine martial sect is easy to bully. As for Wan Yen and Li Jun, they were all core disciples of the divine martial sect. Each of them had their own pride. Now that they had invited Lin Fei to drink with women, and this young lady refused to come up to them, they felt displeased and uncomfortable. It was not easy to invite Lin Fei out for a meal. They naturally did not want to lose face because Lin Fei was worthy of their friendship. Who knew when he would become a king-level expert? Li Jun stood up and walked out. In the room, Lin Fei, Raymond, and the others continued to drink and enjoy the delicacies on the table. "What are you guys doing?" "I'm from the Divine Martial Sect." Suddenly, a boom sound could be heard, causing the room to shake. Lin Fei put down his cup. Not good, senior brother Li Jun seems to be in trouble. Although he was drinking, Lin Fei still paid attention to the situation outside. F***CK. Who's courting death? Chapter 3:15. Lin Fei and the other two rushed out from the private room. In fact, the three of them were shocked. They were from the Divine Martial Sect. Plus, they were in the imperial capital. Who would dare to offend them? Outside the private room, there was a long corridor. The fight took place in this place. Li Jun's left hand was hanging down. It was obvious that he was injured. His face was ugly as he looked at the group of people. Apart from that, in the corridor, several girls were standing to the side in panic. It was these girls who caused the problem. "Li Jun, what happened?" Raymond rushed out and appeared next to Li Jun, asking anxiously. Li Jun smiled. Mother****, he was ambushed. That kid isn't feeling good either. He won't be able to get up for at least half a month. Sure enough, in the corridor, a person was lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Raymond looked over. "Get out of here before I get angry." Finally, a ruthless person walked out. "Kid, do you know who we are?" Bang! Raymond appeared in front of him and kicked him, sending him flying tens of zhang away. He fell to the end of the corridor and vomited blood. Mother****, you're courting death. The people around him scattered in all directions like flustered birds. Raymond didn't care. A bunch of rascals dare to fight for a woman? The lady in red came out again. Her expression was not calm. She was panicking. "Sir, why did you fight?" Wan Yen snorted. "We are from the Divine Martial Sect. Tell those bastards to come again if they dare. It's not as simple as kicking them away. They won't be able to get up for at least half a year." Hiss, the lady in red was shocked. Her expression changed and she smiled apologetically. "So you are the disciples of the Divine Martial Sect. Sorry for offending you just now. I will send another group of people." The Divine Martial Sect was one of the three great sects of the Bufalling dynasty. Fragrance Inn was famous in the imperial capital. If they offended the Divine Martial Sect and the Divine Martial Sect spread the word, Fragrance Inn wouldn't be able to handle it. In the private room, the drinking continued. Li Jun's arm was broken. After using medicine, he had almost recovered. Damn, that group of things are really not good. They actually dare to snatch the little girl that our Divine Martial Sect has taken a fancy to. Li Jun's words were still filled with anger. At this time, two beautiful girls appeared beside them. One of them took food and the other poured wine, enjoying the service of beautiful girls. Lin Fei was not a virgin. Back when he was on Earth, he had also helped to rope in clients. Inevitably, he had to go to the sauna and the like, so he had long become thick-skinned. Touching and taking advantage of them, Lin Fei wasn't any worse than them. This action caused Lei Meng and the others to think that they had misjudged him. It turned out that junior brother Lin Fei was the same as them. Men are all lustful. Come, let's continue drinking. Lin Fei also found it difficult to let go of his emotions. With a beautiful woman in his arms and good wine and food on the table, it was indeed a warm and gentle place. Crash! Just as the four of them raised their cups, the tightly locked door was kicked away. A group of people rushed in and occupied the entrance. Their faces were aggressive, and they seemed to have bad intentions. A young man jumped out and pointed at Lin Fei and the others, saying, "Big brother, it's these people." It turned out that this person was the one who had just left in a sorry state. Lei Meng's face darkened. Scram! Drinking to their heart's content, this kind of thing happened again and again. It was already quite displeasing. Your divine martial sect is really arrogant. Path appeared at the entrance. Shortly after, a few young men walked in and looked at Lei Meng with a satisfied expression. So it's people from the divine martial sect. Lei Meng sneered. It's good that you know. Your divine martial sect can do whatever you want, but our divine martial sect can do the same. The leader was a young man with a hooked nose. Wang Yan also stood up. Are you guys looking for trouble? Haha, it's not trouble. I just want you to get out of this fragrant restaurant so that you don't disturb our senior brother's leisurely eating. The hooked nose continued. Lei Meng's interest was piqued. Your senior brother is really arrogant. He wants to clear out the restaurant while eating. I wonder who it is. Tell me. Maybe I know him. The hooked nose's eyes lit up. So you're Lei Meng. Our senior brother Jingyi was just looking for you. Wang Yan and Li Jun's expressions changed slightly. They all knew this Jingyi. He was a core disciple of the divine martial sect. His strength was tyrannical, and he had always been Lei Meng's enemy. As for how they became enemies, no one knew. This Jingyi wasn't a match for Lei Meng 2 years ago. Now that 2 years had passed, it was said that his strength had increased very quickly. He seemed to have the strength of a cryptic spirit great circle. Zhengyi, so it's this loser. Lei Meng sneered. Go back and tell Zhengyi that if he wants to fight, he can do it himself. As for you guys, get out of here. The hooked nose said angrily. Everyone, attack together. Obviously, these people were also confident in their strength. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei and the other 3 acted together. In less than a moment, they had thrown these people out. The corridor was filled with people. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm afraid we won't be able to drink to our heart's content today, Lei Meng said apologetically. Lin Fei waved his hand. Not this time. We can drink next time. We have time anyway. Wang Yan laughed. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Won't we have the chance to drink? It seems to be that Zhengyi, Li Jun suddenly said. Lei Meng looked toward the end of the corridor. A few people were walking over. Their auras kept pressing forward. This was the divine war technique cultivated by the divine war sect. Soon they appeared in Lei Meng's vision. The person in the lead was a burly man with a shiny bald head. He didn't conceal his aura at all, as if no one knew his strength. This bald man was Jingyi from the divine war sect. Since the martial arts of the divine battle sect had always been domineering, the disciples they chose were usually tall and sturdy, making it easy to recognize them. I was wondering who had such guts. So it's you, Lei Meng. Jingyi spoke with a towering tone. When Lei Meng saw Zhengyi, he could feel his powerful aura. Clearly, he had reached the peak of the cryptic spirit great circle and could successfully condense the profound armor. A formidable opponent. If you don't have guts, how would you dare to drink in the aromatic pavilion? Lei Meng replied. Jingyi stepped forward. Today you injured someone from the divine war sect. Kneel down and apologize. Then get out of the aromatic pavilion. He spoke ruthlessly. Who do you think you are, Zhengyi? How dare you tell someone from the divine martial sect to get out? Wang Yan said angrily. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. Zhengyi moved. His figure flickered, and he actually appeared in front of Wang Yan. He punched him, and the profound armor shattered in an instant. Zhengyi was sent flying. Bastard! Lei Meng turned around and pounced angrily. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was Lei Meng or Zhengyi, both of them were melee experts. Their quintessential essence swept out, and the area around them immediately became a vacuum. Lei Meng's close combat strength is really strong, but compared to Zhengyi, he is still a bit lacking. With Lin Fei's current strength, he could tell who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. This core disciple of the divine war sect, Zhengyi, was indeed very strong. If one was not a close combat expert, they would definitely be quickly defeated by Zhengyi's close combat attacks. Raymond, you are too weak. Zhengyi laughed. Back then, I was weaker than you. Today, I will let you remember what it means to be defeated. Divine War Nation. Behind Zhengyi, a huge phantom appeared, emitting a powerful aura. That was an invincible aura, and following it, Zheng Yi's battle strength soared. Boom! The two punched again and the space seemed to collapse. Blood flowed from the corner of Lei Meng's mouth, and then he was shocked. You actually cultivated the divine war nation, and you can enhance your attack. Zheng Yi laughed loudly. So, you also know about the divine war nation. With the enhancement of my divine war nation, let's see how you will end tonight. This divine war nation was a powerful auxiliary skill of the divine war sect. After activating it, one's battle strength could be enhanced for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During this time, one's battle strength wouldn't drop, and after that, one would only be weakened for a moment. In the divine war sect, only those who successfully cultivated the divine war nation were real disciples of the divine war sect. Divine war fist. Zheng Yi grinned and changed his fist art. A phantom of a war god was shot out and blasted toward Lei Meng's chest. This attack was several times stronger than the previous one. Even Lin Fei, who was next to him, could feel the attack after the enhancement. Lei Meng's face was solemn. If the opponent didn't activate the divine war nation, their battle strength would be similar, and he could completely defeat the opponent. Just when Lei Meng was about to go all out, a swaying water-fire lotus appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the phantom of the war god. Who? After the enhancement, Zheng Yi understood the attack best. Lei Meng definitely couldn't block it. At the very least, he would be seriously injured and lose the qualification. This was Zheng Yi's idea, which was equivalent to reducing the divine martial sect's chance of advancing. There were only 10 people in a dynasty, especially small dynasties, where the competition was more intense. So the disciples of the divine war sect are all so weak. You can't even see them standing right in front of you. Lin Fei mocked. It's you. Zheng Yi glared. The one who attacked was indeed Lin Fei. He could more or less guess what the other party was planning. Senior brother, you don't mind if I act rashly, right? Lin Fei turned his head and said to Lei Meng. Lei Meng said, I don't mind. In fact, he was quite grateful. There was too much meaning in being injured and not being injured. There were a total of 10 places in the dynasty selection. Naturally, it would be best if he could get a place, but if he couldn't, getting a good ranking in the selection would also make him famous in the divine war sect. At the same time, he would receive resources from the sect, and it would also affect his future position in the sect. If Lei Meng was injured today, he wouldn't be able to raise his position in the divine martial sect in the future. Chapter 316. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for your 588 tip. Lin Fei blocked the attack of the god of war nation as soon as he made a move. Naturally, Raymond and the others were shocked when they saw it. The strength of this junior brother Lin Fei was not as simple as they had imagined. They were almost bewitched. What followed was a sense of relief. They had all underestimated Lin Fei. His strength was so great that they felt as if wolves had suddenly turned into tigers. Even Cryptic Spirit Great Circle couldn't break this lotus. His strength was at least stronger than theirs, and he seemed to be a bit stronger than Zheng Yi. Only then did Zheng Yi notice that he hadn't paid attention to this ordinary-looking young man before and had set his sights on Raymond. Being mocked like this, he was naturally angry. The mystic arts cultivated by the god of war sect were naturally forward and domineering. Moreover, the rule of the god of war sect was to do as one pleased. If you can't stand it, hit it. If you can't stand it, hit it. It was because of these rules that the god of war sect had a great influence in the Bufalling dynasty. Moreover, the god of war sect was more protective, which was why the god of war sect had today. At the same time, the god of war sect nurtured the arrogance of all their disciples. Zheng Yi, a core disciple, naturally had a body of arrogance and domineering. Lin Fei already bore a grudge with what he said just now. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll beat you until you can't walk. Zheng Yi's eyes turned cold as he looked at Lin Fei. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of Lin Fei, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. His huge fist punched toward Lin Fei's chest. This move was vicious. It was rare to see someone who could cultivate such a movement technique with domineering fist techniques. He had a lot of advantages. Whoosh, a waterfire lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei. The water rippled and looked lifelike. It was accompanied by the ripples and constantly swayed like a breeze. The waterfire lotus only shook a little when the other party's fist landed on it. There weren't even any ripples. I thought the strength of the disciples of the God of War sect would be very strong. It seems like this is all there is to it. Lin Fei shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. Raymond, Wan Yen, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this a little too strong? Under the buff of the battle god's kingdom, his attack power would definitely make people fearful. But now, junior brother Lin Fei actually dared to say such a thing. That was quite rare. Bastard! Zhang Yi cursed loudly. Fist of the war god. As a core disciple of the Gate of God of War, Zhang Yi's influence in the sect increased tremendously after he successfully cultivated the war god's nation. No one dared to talk to him like that. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows of the fists entered the mountain and continuously landed on the lotus of water and fire, causing ripples to appear. Crash, the water flame lotus was finally broken. Die for me! Zhang Yi bellowed and punched down. He was obviously enraged. Whoosh! The water flame lotus unfurled once more, appearing lifelike in front of him to block the punch. Damn it! Zhang Yi was on the verge of vomiting blood. How could such a powerful move appear on his opponent? Even with the support of the war god's kingdom, he was unable to display its full power. He was only at the cryptic spirit realm. How could this happen? When the strongest attack met the invincible defense, Zhang Yi found himself in pain. Lin Fei was very satisfied in his heart. The defensive power of the upgraded water flame lotus was much stronger than before. At the very least, it wouldn't be easily shattered in front of a cryptic great circle martial artist. He wondered to what extent its offensive power would increase. Since the water flame lotus was upgraded, Lin Fei hadn't tried it at all. Tonight, he finally had a chance to experiment, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. It seems that the disciples of the Gate of God of War are all unworthy of their reputation. Lin Fei shook his head again. This undoubtedly provoked Zhang Yi again. His attacks were faster, his attacks were stronger, and his anger was greater. Like a volcano, it kept accumulating, and finally it was on the verge of eruption. Break! The water flame lotus shattered in response. Even so, it consumed a large amount of genuine essence which had never happened before. What was more tragic was that the water flame lotus appeared immediately. Zhang Yi almost vomited blood. How could the Divine Might Gate have such a freak disciple? Freak, too freak. Zhang Yi rarely said a person was freak, but tonight, he had to say that the person in front of him was the most freak. How much genuine essence did he need to support this move? Was it a bottomless pit? Zhang Yi felt like he was in a dream after being toyed with one after another. Is this how you Divine Might Gate disciples are? You don't dare to fight head-on? Zhang Yi pulled away and sneered. There was a disdainful expression in his tone. How could Lin Fei not guess the other party's meaning? Fight head-on? As you wish. Lei Meng hurriedly said, Junior brother, be careful. He is very strong in close combat. Don't fight at close range. Lin Fei nodded. Don't worry, senior brother. The Gate of God of War is full of such trash. I will deal with as many as they come. Arrogant. With a thought, the water flame lotus appeared under Lin Fei, trapping Zhang Yi and catching him off guard. Walala, the water flame lotus rotated, and a white water dragon and a red fire dragon appeared in the lotus, twisting left and right. Zhang Yi, the disciple of the Gate of God of War, was in a sorry state. The two true essence dragons kept crushing and slapping, and Zhang Yi instantly lost his fighting strength. If not for Lin Fei showing mercy, he would have been killed in the first wave of attacks. Boring! The water flame lotus dispersed, and Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. At the side, Lei Meng and Wan Yen were dumbfounded. This powerful Zhang Yi couldn't even withstand one move from their junior brother. Isn't this too invincible? At least, their Divine Might Gate had never produced such a powerful disciple who could play with Zhang Yi in the palm of his hand, controlling his life and death. Zhang Yi was lying on the ground, with wounds all over his body. Could be said that he was seriously injured. There was no need for him to go to the dynasty selection. Freak! What a freak! Jingyi's confidence was almost destroyed. He could clearly defeat me, but he kept confusing me. Isn't he playing with me? He felt like a clown, constantly trying to show off, but he didn't know that the other party was completely watching a joke. That's right, it was a joke. Junior brother, you're really awesome tonight. Coming out of the fragrance tower. Lei Meng and the others admired Lin Fei from the bottom of their hearts. Wan Yen was at the cryptic spirit late stage, but he couldn't even withstand one move from Zhengyi. Even if it was a sudden attack, strength was the best proof. We're all junior brothers. This is what I should do. That Zhengyi is too arrogant. After taking care of Zhengyi, Lin Fei's expression was the same as usual. He could kill a king-level expert, let alone a mere Zhengyi. He really didn't feel anything. Lin Fei didn't feel anything. As for Lei Meng and the others, seeing a cryptic spirit great circle Zhengyi easily defeat Zhengyi, it was hard to imagine. Junior brother Lin Fei, I wanted to spar with you before, but now I'm convinced. Even senior brother isn't your opponent. Lei Meng said sincerely. You made Zhengyi lose the qualification, which is a good thing for our divine might gate. All the junior brothers will be indebted to you. Lin Fei smiled. I'm a disciple of the divine might gate. This is what I should do. While drinking, they were interrupted midway. After leaving the fragrance tower, they went to another place to drink. Even though the wine wasn't as good as Jin Xiangyu's, it was still quite tasty. Midnight, a figure came out of the inn and disappeared into the darkness. Darkness stealth. After a cup of tea's time, the figure appeared in front of a huge house, like a huge monster in the night. Is this the Lin family? The one who appeared here was none other than Lin Fei, who lived outside, and this figure was a clone. Transformation. Scales immediately appeared on Lin Fei's arm. This was the effect of practicing the Azure Dragon True Body. Its defensive power was many times stronger than that of a profound armor or armor. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had only managed to form scales on his hands. He could not form scales on his entire body. Tonight, Lin Fei planned to take this opportunity to visit the Lin family and see if he could get the remnant copy of the Azure Dragon True Body. Last time, he got it from an elder. Lin Fei set his sights on an elder. It would be best if he could get the next few levels. Being in the Divine Might Gate, Lin Fei knew a lot of secrets about Cryptic and King-level warriors. For example, Cryptic could form armor, and King-level warriors could form armor. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already amazing, but in the big dynasties, these were the worst. In the profound spirit realm, one would have a profound armor that was forged from real materials. King-level warriors, of course, had armor. Their defensive power was absolutely incredible. As for body tempering techniques similar to the Azure Dragon True Body, they were also not inferior to armors. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon True Body had been evaluated by the system to be as tall as 4 stars. There were secrets hidden within it. After thinking about it, Lin Fei didn't plan on using the high-level armor. Instead, he targeted the Azure Dragon True Body. Based on the system and his intuition, the Lin family must be hiding a big secret. If it wasn't for the system's evaluation, Lin Fei wouldn't have suspected the Lin family. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had the blood of the Lin family. No matter how much time passed, there would be a thin part in his body, which was why he could cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body so quickly. As for the Azure Dragon True Body, Lin Fei was looking forward to it. He wanted to solve his doubts. Of course, Lin Fei could go to the Lin family in person, but he didn't plan on doing so. He felt that it was meaningless. He might as well rob it. If the elder had the remnant copy, then the other elders would also have the same. Dark sneak. Lin Fei smoothly slipped into the Lin family. After entering the Lin family, Lin Fei almost ran into the rune's traps. The defense was tighter than he imagined. Chapter 317. The Lin family. It was a huge area with countless tall buildings. There were fake mountains and rivers, pavilions and terraces. Those who didn't know the way would feel like they were in a maze, unable to see the directions clearly. From this, one could see how extravagant the Lin family was. Young master, be careful. On the winding corridor, There were two people walking one after the other. The person in front seemed to have drunk too much and was swaying as if he would fall in the next moment. The person behind seemed to be a servant and wanted to support the young master because there was a thick pillar in front of him. Scram! Who said that I'm drunk? The moment the young man opened his mouth, the smell of alcohol filled the air. Who knew how much he had drunk? He seemed to be in a daze and couldn't differentiate between them. The servant at the back wiped the sweat off his brow. How could he not be drunk? You're lying. Of course, the servant didn't dare to say such words out loud. At most, he would express his dissatisfaction in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to support the young master, but he was flung away and almost crashed into the fence. After struggling for a long time, they appeared in front of a house. Young master, we're home. The servant at the side had just finished speaking when he let out a groan and fell to the ground without making a sound. Little Seven, aren't you going to help me in? The young man was drunk and didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, a dangerous aura landed on his neck. A cold light flashed as if the moment he moved, he would die on the spot. Don't move. The drunken Lin Lang was about 80 to 90% tipsy. When he saw the flying sword on his neck, his drunkenness immediately sobered up. It was as if a spring breeze had blown past him. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Lang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Within the Lin family, there was actually someone who dared to hold him hostage. Luckily, the cold light proved that if he acted rashly, he would definitely end up in a tragic state. The person who appeared here was naturally Lin Fei, who had snuck in. After entering the Lin family, the huge Lin family felt like he had walked into the depths of the palace and didn't know where he was. Lin Fei urgently needed to find someone who understood him. Unfortunately, Lin Lang happened to be shot. Don't ask why. Lin Fei said lightly, bring me to your elder's residence. Because Lin Lang met a robber, he did not expect that he would actually come for the elder. His heart could not help but thump. Could it be that he was here to seek revenge? Our Lin family has many elders. I wonder which one you are looking for? Lin Lang carefully probed. Core elder. Lin Lang became even more confused, and he sobered up again. The best position is around here. Don't try to play any tricks. My flying sword doesn't mind breaking your dantian. A dangerous cold light suddenly appeared in his dantian. Even without looking, the dangerous aura already made Lin Lang understand that the other party had the strength to do so. Careful, careful. Lin Lang was scared out of his wits. Don't worry. I promise I won't play any tricks. Please be careful and don't make a mistake. With his dantian crippled, his status as a young master would also be gone. After 10 minutes, Lin Lang brought the people behind him to a quiet and secluded courtyard. Elder Lin Wei lives here. Lin Lang said. Bring me in. Lin Fei continued. Lin Lang was covered in sweat, especially on his forehead. He made up his mind that after this, he must bring a few guards with him. The feeling of his life being in the hands of others was not good. He did not even know when he would die. But, Elder Lin Wei, bring me in or not? The cold light was like the cold of winter, causing Lin Lang to break out in cold sweat. I'll bring you in. I'll bring you in. It's best if you listen to me. Walking into the quiet house, it was completely silent. Dong, dong, dong. Is Elder Lin Wei in? Lin Lang braced himself and knocked on the door. Elder Lin Wei, I am Lin Lang. My father is looking for you. Please open the door. Lin Lang had no choice but to say again. Lin Lang? Inside the house, a dissatisfied tone could be heard. Lin Lang suddenly felt his body go numb. His whole body was like a block of wood, unable to move. Even his eyeballs could not move, and his heart was filled with fear. Creak, the door opened, and a gray-robed old man appeared, his face expressionless. Lin Lang, you are... Whoosh? Lin Fei instantly made his move. Soul shock. Elder Lin Wei let out a muffled groan and lost consciousness. He only knew that he had been ambushed. As for Lin Lang, he had already fainted. He was still affected by the shockwave, and was currently being carried by Lin Fei. Soul shock, a treasure for sneak attacks. Spying on the Lin family at night, Lin Fei had already made up his mind. He did not plan on doing anything else. Under the dim light, Elder Lin Wei woke up in a moment and was shocked to find that he could not move. A black-robed man had appeared in front of him, and in his shock, he stopped struggling. "Who are you?" Lin Fei squatted down, and in his hand was an incomplete book. "I wonder, how many layers of heart cultivation techniques does your Lin family have?" Azure Dragon True Body. Lin Wei's face was filled with shock, and he immediately understood what the other party was thinking. "It's good that you know." Lin Fei said, "Tell me, where are the remaining layers of heart cultivation techniques? This is good for you, for everyone. You don't want to lose your strength and become a waste, right?" The Netherworld sword appeared in his dantian, bringing with it a dangerous aura. "Sir, why do you have to do this?" Lin Wei calmed down. "The Azure Dragon True Body is our Lin family's secret art. Even if you obtain the remaining layers, it will be useless. Other than our Lin family members, no one else can cultivate it, or else they will go berserk." Wang, the Netherworld sword, stabbed forward, and Lin Wei quickly said, "Stop! I'll speak. I'll speak." Lin Fei smiled. "That's right, whatever I say you answer. You're good, I'm good, everyone is good." Lin Wei did not dare to think about luck anymore. The person in front of him was very strong, and he actually had a secret soul cultivation technique. Otherwise, with his spirit's secret perfection realm cultivation, he would not have been taken down so easily. Lin Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that this elder would not speak, and the heart cultivation technique in his hand was the second layer of the Azure Dragon True Body. At least he did not waste his time. Our Lin family's Azure Dragon True Body has a total of 10 layers. Most elders will have the first to third layer, the last 4 layers and above are in the hands of the first elder, and the 8th to 93rd layers are in the hands of the patriarch. Lin Wei said carefully, "So there are 10 layers." Lin Fei said to himself, "What is the highest cultivation level of your Lin family?" Lin Fei asked. Lin Wei was getting more and more confused, but he did not dare to say anything. "Our patriarch has cultivated to the 7th layer, achieving the dragon transformation. The dragon transformation should be the entire body turning into scales." Lin Fei said to himself, "This patriarch is very strong. Are the last few layers very difficult to cultivate?" Lin Fei asked again. "It is said that if you want to cultivate after the 7th layer, you must find the true blood of the Azure Dragon. At that time, you will be able to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body to the large success stage." Lin Fei lifted Lin Wei up. "Now I need your help. Your elders should be in contact with each other, right? Now invite the 3rd layer elder here." Lin Wei did not dare to say anything. In the dark room, at this time there were already 3 people lying on the ground. "The 2nd and 3rd layers are in my hands." Lin Fei said to himself, "Now I still lack the last 4 layers." The 3 people on the ground were all dejected, especially the 2 elders who were defeated without any ability to fight back. They could not help but be dejected. "I must obtain the last 3 layers. If I can successfully cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body, my defense will be greatly improved. In the future, I will also have a lot of confidence in the dynasty." Lin Fei kept the 2nd and 3rd layers. "Elders, I'll have to trouble you with one more thing. Inform your Grand Elder to come here personally and tell him that you've discovered an important matter. Tell him that you found an important secret." Lin Fei squatted down and looked at the 2. His gaze was filled with warning. Lin family in a secret room. Someone who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the communication talisman beside him. After taking a glance, he could not help but frown. What the hell are they doing? This person was the Lin family's first elder, Lin Yifeng. Looking at their appearance, they should have encountered something big. Lin Yifeng withdrew his true essence and opened the secret room. Soon Lin Yifeng appeared in front of Lin Wei's courtyard. "Elder Lin Wei, what new clue did you find?" Lin Yifeng opened the door. Ah. Just as he opened the door, he saw Elder Lin Wei and the others trapped on the ground. His expression was hesitant. Immediately, An overwhelming aura rushed up and hit Lin Yifang's body. Lin Yifang, who was at the Shen King realm, still felt dizzy. He was shocked. Soul shock. Since Lin Fei had made a move, how could he give Lin Yifang, the first elder, a chance? Soul shock attacked again and Lin Yifang was sent flying. Now that he had used soul shock, Lin Fei could move as he wished. Lin Wei and Lin Chong, the two elders, were dumbfounded. Even the first elder could not block it. The first elder in their eyes was at the Shen King realm. In their eyes, he was the strongest. But in front of this person, he could not block the sneak attack. First elder, it is best not to move recklessly. Your cultivation is not easy to come by. If it is crippled, it only takes a thought. The netherworld sword had pierced into the dantian. As long as one used a bit of force, the dantian would be broken and even the Shen King realm would become trash. Lin Yifang woke up from his dizziness. Although it had only been a few breaths, he was still in the opponent's hands. He was shocked. As a king-class expert, he had been easily captured. Lin Yifang was about to find a hole to hide in. "Sir, what are you trying to do?" As the first elder, Lin Yifang's calmness was not bad. "Nothing. I just want to ask the first elder for something." Lin Fei said indifferently, "Azure Dragon True Body, the fourth layer in your hand." "What? You want the Azure Dragon True Body?" Lin Fei squatted down. "Don't be agitated. If I am not careful, then it will really—" Lin Wei and Lin Chong were covered in cold sweat. This fellow was really bold. He wanted to rob the first elder. But the first elder could only swallow the bitter pill in silence. Lin Yifang could not understand why this person wanted the Azure Dragon True Body. Even if he obtained it, it was not something he could cultivate. Why? Chapter 318. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 2 tips of 588 Qidian coins. Threats had always been useful. Lin Fei didn't take long to dig out the last 4 layers from the mouth of the great elder of the Lin family. Between having his dantian destroyed and becoming a cripple or handing over his mental cultivation method, the great elder rationally chose the latter because no one would accept the former. Not everyone could accept returning to the past after cultivating for hundreds of years. Lin Yifang couldn't accept it either, not to mention the position of the great elder. Lin Fei put away the last 4 stages of the mental cultivation method. That's right. As for the remaining 3 layers, Lin Fei wasn't in a rush for the time being. Furthermore, the clan chief wasn't easy to deal with. It would be quite difficult to launch a sneak attack with the strength of a clone. Lin Yifang felt that he had lost all his face this time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 gusts of wind from Lin Fei's fingers fell on them. Immediately, the 3 of them groaned and fainted. They turned around and disappeared into the darkness. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The great elder was the first to wake up. Because he was in the Shen King realm, he recovered quickly. Damn it! After regaining his freedom, Lin Yifang's face was filled with anger. A dignified elder was robbed by a stranger, and the person even stole the Lin family's secret art. It was no less than a slap on his face. As Lin Yifang woke up, Lin Wei and Lin Chong woke up one after another. Great elder! The 2 of them looked ashamed. Lin Yifang said, "What happened today is not allowed to spread. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished." The Lin family was a big family in the Bu Luo dynasty. If someone sneaked into their house in the middle of the night, captured 3 of their elders, and took away their secret art, they would be laughed at by everyone. Lin Wei and Lin Chong didn't dare to spread the news. It would be a disgrace to the reputation of the Lin family. They also knew that the situation was serious, and they wouldn't dare to do it even if they were given 100 guts. After leaving a warning, Lin Yifang turned around and left. Bring Lin Lang down and find out how that person came in. Facing the great elder's angry gaze, Lin Wei and Lin Chong's hearts thumped. Lin Lang was going to be unlucky this time. Even though the 1st to 7th layers of the Azure Dragon True Body were taken away by someone, it would not be a loss to the Lin family. However, if news of this were to spread, it would still have a significant impact. After leaving the small courtyard, Lin Yi and the others went straight to the patriarch's study. With such a big thing happening, They had to report it to the clan leader. Tonight, that person was able to sneak in. If this person was an enemy, he would definitely not be easy to deal with. It was such a simple matter, but it carried so much meaning. The first elder had no choice but to pay attention to it. How refreshing! After leaving the Lin family, Lin Fei kept walking in circles to avoid being followed. Even though Lin Fei was very proud of his dark stealth, he was still very careful. He was worried that he would be tracked, especially after what happened last time. Lin Fei became cautious about his whereabouts. After the doppelgangers gathered, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he set up runes traps around the house. Now that I have the 1st to 7th layers, let's see if I can cultivate them or not. As for the Azure Dragon True Body, Lin Fei was rather concerned. He had only cultivated the 1st layer of a 4-star body tempering cultivation technique. His physical body was several times stronger than before, especially after he infused it with divine energy. I'm afraid they still do not know that I took away the Azure Dragon True Body for my own cultivation. Perhaps they are still guessing who did it. If the Lin family suffered a setback, Lin Fei would be incomparably delighted. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Lin family. Back then, that Lin Wufa suppressed him. If he was not strong enough, he might have been killed long ago. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when I successfully cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body ? Lin Fei did not cultivate it immediately. Instead, he checked the authenticity of it. In his heart, he believed that it was real. If there were any mistakes in it, ordinary people would not be able to tell. With the system around, everything was easily settled. Azure Dragon True Body, 2nd to 7th layer. Are you sure you want to cultivate it? After checking, the system's voice rang in Lin Fei's ears. Could it be that I can cultivate all of them? Lin Fei was slightly startled. Was this possible? Yes. Since the system already said so, Lin Fei would definitely not reject it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for learning the Azure Dragon True Body, 2nd to 7th layer. Lin Fei was already familiar with this voice. His understanding and comprehension of the Azure Dragon True Body immediately appeared in his mind. So that's how it is. After checking, Lin Fei understood the later layers. So, this dragon transformation required one to cultivate it one place at a time. Finally, it would be the true dragon transformation. Apart from this, Lin Fei discovered that cultivating the scales required a large amount of veritable essence energy, which he had to use to grow them. Looks like I should be able to cultivate to the 7th layer in one go. With his core lake as the base, the thing that Lin Fei lacked the least was quintessence. Lin Fei's cultivation lasted for a day and a night. In the eyes of others, the Azure Dragon True Body was difficult to cultivate. A large amount of quintessence would require a large amount of quintessence to form a layer, and the cultivation of a single scale required a large amount of quintessence. Any Lin family elder who wanted to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body to the level of dragon transformation would definitely need a lot of time. To successfully cultivate it, they would need at least 50 years. Lin Fei did not lack quintessence, especially after robbing the 18 clans and destroying Tianxia. His pure essence pills were close to 100 million. With close to 100 million pure essence pills, would Lin Fei lack quintessence? Of course he did not lack quintessence. That day, Lin Fei tactfully rejected Lei Meng's kind intentions of going out to play. He focused on cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, preparing to successfully cultivate this mysterious body refining technique before the dynasty selection. Lei Meng and the rest were not angry. Instead, they admired him for being able to cultivate at this time. In the room, Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged. He swallowed large mouthfuls of pure essence pills. Damn it! This Azure Dragon True Body is simply a bottomless pit. No wonder it can only be cultivated to the 7th layer. I'm afraid that even in the Lin family, there are not many who can cultivate to the 5th layer. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, had his upper body bare. Azure scales appeared on his chest. These were the dragon scales that he had cultivated. Near his neck, the dragon scales had turned into an illusion. They already had some form, and this required him to pour in quintessence continuously in order to condense them. This is only the 5th layer, and I have already exhausted 10 million pure essence pills. There are still 2 more layers. Fortunately, I have the confidence. Otherwise, I can only watch helplessly. Lin Fei lowered his head and looked at the dragon scales on his body. They gathered together, forming dragon markings. It was very beautiful. With a thought, they disappeared without a trace. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had already broken through to the 5th layer. The number of pure essence pills he had exhausted was also a huge number. This was why he had such achievements. Hualal. Lin Fei's hands were covered in azure dragon scales, looking very dazzling. Back then, what Black Eagle King? If he was scratched by my dragon claws, he would have died in one move, right? Looking at his transformed palms, Lin Fei felt very pleased. What Black Eagle Claw? Before this pair of claws, everything would pale in comparison. Lin Fei thought wickedly. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei had not come out of the inn at all. Raymond and the others were waiting outside. This was because the dynasty selection would begin today. In the past 2 days, all the sects, big or small, had sent out their elites to fight for the 10 positions. Senior Brother Lei, should we go in and inform Junior Brother Lin Fei? Wan Yen asked Raymond. Raymond was anxious as well. He originally thought that Lin Fei would be in closed-door cultivation for 1 or 2 days. After all, he might gain some comprehensions at times. However, he did not expect 3 days to pass in the blink of an eye. Let's wait a little longer. Junior Brother Lin Fei might come out soon. Raymond thought for a moment and said, what if he's comprehending something? If we go in rashly, we might affect Junior Brother Lin Fei. Although he did not know what Junior Brother Lin Fei was comprehending or cultivating, Raymond knew that it must be something important. Li Jun also said, anyway, it hasn't started yet. Let's wait a little longer. In the room, Lin Fei's body was shrouded in azure light. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. The rainbow absorption instantly sucked all the pure yuan pills into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, they turned into true yuan and were injected into the last dragon scale. At this moment, Lin Fei's dragon scales were floating up and down. It's done. When the last dragon scale was successfully produced, Lin Fei instantly felt a powerful will envelop him. Suddenly, he realized that there were some things in his mind. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and there was even an azure dragon tail behind him. Dragon transformation. A true dragon transformation. When this happened, Upper Lin family patriarch study. Lin Zhongwu, who was flipping through the news, suddenly frowned. A strange look appeared in his eyes. An azure light flickered on his body and he suddenly appeared in the sky. Who was it that summoned the azure dragon's will? Lin Zhongwu was shocked. When the azure dragon true body was cultivated to the 7th layer, after dragon transformation, one would obtain the recognition of a distant will and obtain a supreme technique. As for the Upper Lin family, very few people could successfully cultivate it. This was because the difficulty of cultivating the azure dragon true body was extremely high. It required a large amount of true yuan. Lin Zhongwu had obtained a divine grade martial technique by chance. That was how he succeeded in cultivating it and eventually became the patriarch. But now, the azure dragons will appear in the imperial capital again. Although it was very weak, he could still feel it. Could it be that person from last night? Lin Zhongwu thought to himself. Then, he shook his head. How is that possible? The azure dragon true body was very difficult to cultivate. Normally, the Lin family disciples would only cultivate 1 or 2 parts and turn them into their trump cards. The azure dragons will clearly felt it. The azure dragons will appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Patriarch, what happened? Seeing the patriarch appear in the sky, the elders all rushed out. They did not know what happened for the patriarch to be so moved. Go and get the 2 elders, Lin Wei and Lin Chong. Lin Zhongwu revealed a rare grave expression. Chapter 319. Inside the inn, Lin Fei did not know that the appearance of the azure dragons would attract the attention of the Lin family's clan head. Fortunately, this moment disappeared as quickly as it came. The dragon transformation was complete. Transforming into a dragon now would no longer attract the Azure Dragon's will. Looking at his appearance, Lin Fei could not help but think of a phrase, Dragon Man. My appearance is probably that of the dragon race's dragon men, right? I look really handsome. The 7th layer of the Azure Dragon True Body, the True Dragon Transformation. A mirror appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was a mirror condensed from the state of wind. The Lin Fei in the mirror was currently wrapped in a layer of Azure Dragon scales. Aside from his eyes, his shape could not be seen. Furthermore, his body seemed to have grown taller, looking very powerful. The thick dragon tail behind him did not seem to be out of balance. Instead, he could control it as he pleased. It swayed back and forth in the air, giving off pa-pa-pa-pa sounds. Damn it, this is awesome. This pure essence pill was worth it. Seeing this, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He did not feel any heartache over the pure essence pill he used. The strength of the dragon transformation could be easily felt. This was especially so for the claws. With a light swipe, it felt like a tear appeared in the air. His combat prowess had increased greatly. He could now fight without fear against a king-level expert. Withdrawing the dragon transformation, Lin Fei returned to normal. There were no visible changes. This dragon transformation is much more awesome than armor. It looks even cooler. The only problem is that it consumes a large number of pure essence pills. No wonder not many in the Lin family succeeded in cultivating it. After that, Lin Fei realized that the instant he succeeded in the dragon transformation, something strange appeared in his mind. If one was not sensitive, they would not be able to tell what it was. After a careful search, Lin Fei found it as he wished. Azure Dragon Primordial Art? Lin Fei was shocked. Why did this appear? Could it be that it was brought down by that vast aura? Lin Fei was not sure. He had a strong intuition, and at that moment something appeared in his mind. After some hesitation, he checked this Azure Dragon Universe Origin art, and came to a conclusion. As he read on, Lin Fei would frown from time to time and relax from time to time. In the end, he was extremely shocked. High rank, profound level, profound art. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something he had never imagined. High rank, profound level, profound art. This was a mystic ranked cultivation technique. It could be said to be the highest ranked mystic ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon Primordial Art was a close combat cultivation technique. One had to activate the dragon transformation state for its power to reach its maximum. An unintentional act of obtaining a high-grade profound rank profound art was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. Along with the sound outside the door, Lin Fei couldn't help but retract his thoughts. He suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the 3rd day. Raymond, Wan Yen, and the others waited for a long time, but they did not see Lin Fei. Just as they were about to open the door, they discovered that Lin Fei had come out. "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting," Lin Fei said apologetically. He was very surprised. "It's good that you're out. There's still time," Raymond said with a smile, not showing any dissatisfaction. Lin Fei scratched his head. "I cultivated too much and nearly missed the opportunity. It looks like Junior Brother's strength must have improved greatly," Wan Yen, who was at the side, said. Lin Fei smiled. "It's all right." After exchanging pleasantries, they immediately left the inn. After Lin Fei left the tavern, people immediately began to investigate the people in the tavern. They began to investigate the people in the tavern. This caused quite a bit of panic. Very soon, Lin Fei and the others arrived at the selection location, Imperial Capital Plaza. At this moment, the Imperial Capital was bustling with people. Soldiers stood guard outside, emitting a strong killing intent. The plaza was empty. With a glance, arenas had been built in the plaza at some point. With a glance, there were at least dozens of arenas, looking very imposing. "The selection will be held in the arenas?" Lin Fei asked. Raymond nodded. "Yes, it will indeed be held in the arenas. Our unfalling dynasty has a total of dozens of sects and clans. Although they don't have as many spots as us, they all have a few spots. Together, there are about 300 to 400 people. Lin Fei preferred arenas. That's good too. It's easy. If I lose in the arenas, I'll be disqualified, right? Of course, if I lose, I'll be disqualified. Wang Yan was eager to try. This is a good chance to make a name for myself. Clans of all sizes are fighting to come here. Apart from that, there are also people from the unaffiliated alliance. They have spots too. Lin Fei did not continue asking. He already had an idea of the situation. He did not care about the arena selection at all. No matter how many came, he would take care of them. Oh, right, are there any outsiders who place bets in our dynasty selection? Lin Fei asked suddenly. Yes, of course. Li Jun smiled. For such a grand event like the dynasty selection, there are many people who place bets. All the strong clans in the imperial capital have open bets. Junior brother, are you planning to place a bet? When the bets were placed, the eyes of Raymond and the others lit up. It was like a wolf smelling meat. Can I place a bet now? Or after the bets are placed? Lin Fei asked. He had spent close to 100 million pure essence pills on the last 2 layers of the Azure Dragon True Body. More than half of it had been spent. The expenditure of pure essence pills had exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Adding on the 0.77, Lin Fei only had about 30 million pure essence pills on him. He had spent about 60 million pure essence pills. In the eyes of others, 60 million pure essence pills would require a lot of time. However, it was different for Lin Fei. After advancing to the profound spirit realm, his ability to consume pure essence pills had increased. In the eyes of others, 30 million pure essence pills would be sufficient to cultivate for a very long time. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, 30 million pure essence pills would only take him a few days. Furthermore, he would need to take his time to do so. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Very unhappy. When he saw the arena in the plaza, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. He was prepared to earn a large sum of money to fill his wallet, lest it was empty. If he did not take the free pure essence pills, there would not be a second fool in the world. There are so many bets. At the edge of the plaza, there was a huge crowd. They were all betting. Lin Fei, Raymond, and the others first went to the elder's place to sign in and obtain their own medallion. After that, they immediately went to the bets. Junior brother, don't look at the bets outside. These are just the small powers in the periphery. Raymond said, the real bets are all inside. The bets in these places are only a few million pure essence pills. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Could it be that there are even bigger bets inside? Raymond nodded. Of course, they are all big powers in the imperial capital. The last time the imperial capital held a martial assembly, many families earned a huge sum, especially the Lin family. It is said that they earned no less than tens of millions of pure essence pills. At the mention of tens of millions of pure essence pills, Wang Yan and the others were extremely envious. Martial artists relied on pure essence pills to cultivate. As long as they had enough pure essence pills, their strength could be increased. However, the number of pure essence pills was a huge number. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fei smirked. If I tell them that I have 30 million pure essence pills, I wonder how scared they will be? After passing through the crowd, they appeared at the edge of the plaza. Betting on the world. Seeing the name on it, Lin Fei was very surprised. When preparing to enter, they needed to verify their assets. This was because to enter this place, one had to have 1 million pure essence pills to prove that they were qualified to bet. Raymond took out a black card and led them in. This place is like this. 1 million pure essence pills is to restrict outsiders from entering. While walking, he said, after entering the hall, the interior was luxuriously decorated, giving off the feeling of entering a high-class casino. These are all the biggest families in the imperial capital. You can bet wherever you want. Raymond was a regular customer. He pointed to a counter. You can exchange the pure essence pills for a special list over there. Junior brother, you are strong. This time, you have to bring senior brother along and earn a fortune. Wang Yan said jokingly. Lin Fei said, no problem. As long as senior brother doesn't worry about losing everything. Raymond smiled at Wang Yan and the others. What do you think? I told you, junior brother Lin Fei is a good person. He will definitely bring us to make a fortune. Lin Fei said, "Where is the Lin family located?" Raymond and the others did not understand why. Lin family? In this casino, the biggest family. Junior brother is really amazing. Don't tell me you are going for the tens of millions of pure essence pills? In truth, Lin Fei was very disgusted with the Lin family, especially the matter of Lin Wufa and the grudges left behind by the higher-ups. He would first collect some interest from the Lin family. Naturally, he would look for the biggest family, and the Lin family just happened to be the biggest one. Do you see that? The genius disciple of the Lin family is coming in. Wang Yan nudged Lin Fei and gestured in a direction. From the direction of the entrance, a few people were walking in. Among them was a young man with a black cape fluttering in the wind, exuding a powerful aura. Lin Wufa. When he saw this person, Lin Fei revealed a rare anger. Back at Death Valley, in order to be the first to enter, he had actually made a move. Thankfully, his strength was not bad, and he did not suffer much. However, he still suffered a hidden loss. This scene had always been engraved in Lin Fei's heart. The genius of the Lin family. It is said that he has already broken through to the profound spirit realm. His battle prowess is extremely terrifying, and he is the dark horse of this year's dynasty selection. Raymond's expression was solemn. Junior brother, be careful. This person will be a formidable opponent on the stage. Lin Fei shook his head lightly. Formidable opponent? This kind of person is not qualified to be my opponent. Raymond and Wang Yan were stunned, not knowing why Lin Fei would say such a thing. Could it be that there was some kind of enmity between the two? Lin Wufa was one of the hot favorites in this dynasty selection. Lin Fei's words caused Lin Wufa, who was about to head to his own counter, to suddenly raise his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 320. Lin Wufa's eyes were filled with shock and discomfort, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. It was as if he had never imagined such a thing would happen. Back in the demonic beast mountain range, this unassuming brat had barged into the profound emperor's tomb and snatched away the concept of metal that belonged to him. Lin Wufa would never forget this kind of humiliation. Later, when he saw Lin Fei's godly might, instantly killing all the mystic masters, Lin Wufa did not know why he was filled with endless rage. An unassuming brat with such frightening battle prowess had stolen his limelight. This was something Lin Wufa could not accept. How could such a person be stronger than him? How could he be more famous than him? This was something Lin Wufa could not swallow. The most powerful person must be himself. Only when all the king-level experts had come out to hunt down Lin Fei did Lin Wufa heave a sigh of relief. Although he still felt some regret, at least Lin Fei would die at the hands of the king-level experts. If he had really died, Lin Wufa would have been extremely happy and excited. But the final result was something he was not too happy about. Because Lin Fei had actually died at the hands of a demonic beast, and not a king-level expert. He had even taken a king-level expert with him before he died, causing the king-level experts to lose quite a few of them. Lin Wufa was very happy about this. Adding on the fact that the dynasty selection had begun, he believed that this time, he would be able to take first place and use his strength to tell everyone that he, Lin Wufa, was the true expert of the younger generation, and not the dead Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei's fame was limited to the upper echelons of the family, it still made Lin Wufa very unhappy. Taking advantage of his good mood, he went to gambling the world, only to see the scene he did not want to see the most. Lin Fei had not died. He had appeared right in front of him. He had even become a disciple of the divine martial sect. Was there anything more difficult to accept than this? It was as if Lin Wufa had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Die? I'm still young, I don't want to die like this. Lin Fei looked at Lin Wufa and mocked. Lei Meng and the others were shocked. Hearing these words, they seemed to sense a different meaning. It was as if junior brother Lin Fei and Lin Wufa had once fought to the death. Lin Wufa, how dare you? You dare to kill a core disciple of our divine martial sect. Lei Meng took a step forward, glaring at Lin Wufa. Naturally, this scene could not be hidden from the observant people. In particular, Raymond took the initiative to speak. His voice fell into everyone's ears. Hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, this Lei Meng is really smart. With just a few words, he confirmed Lin Wufa's crime of killing a divine martial sect disciple. Lin Wufa was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This divine martial sect disciple really dared to demand an exorbitant price. Even though this was the imperial capital, the Lin family's words held great weight in the imperial capital. They didn't dare to go against the divine martial school. At the same time, he was shocked that he had actually become a core disciple. Humph! You people from the divine force sect better not slander me. How could Lin Wufa dare to admit it? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Fei yourself. Just who is chasing after him? Lin Fei would not let go of the opportunity to beat a dog while it was down. Who is chasing after me? You know very well. Lin Fei said lightly, causing others to misunderstand and think that Lin Wufa was targeting a core disciple of the divine force sect. How can Lin Wufa be so daring? He actually dared to make a move against a core disciple of the divine force sect. How gutsy! Immediately, some people started discussing. The Lin family's strength has been growing by leaps and bounds. Now, they even dare to make a move against the divine force sect. Lin Wufa is really out of luck this time. Although the Lin family is powerful, they have Lin Zhongwu as their leader. If the divine force sect makes a move, it won't be easy for them. Who knows, they might even have a headache. Who is this Lin Fei? I don't think there's such a person in the divine force sect. The incident at the demonic beast mountain range did not spread too far, especially since so many mystic and mystic experts had died. More importantly, they had all died at the hands of a mystic expert brat. This kind of news would naturally not spread out, as it would damage their image. Thus, the name Lin Fei did not attract much attention. Of course, other than the enemies who were gnashing their teeth in anger, wishing that they could kill Lin Fei. Lin Wufa raised his eyebrows and laughed. Lin Fei, you've really hidden yourself well. Everyone must have been deceived by you. I'm afraid that those people at the demonic beast mountain range would never have imagined that you're a disciple of the divine force sect, and that you've even stolen the profound emperor's inheritance. The last thing you should have done was come to the capital personally. This move was truly powerful. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Fei's heart. Lin Wufa's move had instantly diverted everyone's attention away from the matter of the assassination. Everyone's attention was now focused on the profound emperor's inheritance. From this, one could see how vicious Lin Wufa's heart was. The capital was not an ordinary place. It was the capital of a dynasty, the capital of a dynasty that had never fallen. It was the capital of a dynasty that had never fallen. Everyone had a certain understanding of what had happened at the demonic beast mountain range. If Lin Wufa had not mentioned it, no one would have thought about it or paid attention to it. But when Lin Wufa said it, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone knew about the profound emperor's inheritance, especially those in the upper echelons. What? He's Lin Fei? The one who stole the profound emperor's inheritance. Is it true? It seems like even the profound King Realm experts took action and suffered heavy losses. How could it have fallen to a profound spirit realm brat? Don't look anymore. He's a core disciple of the divine force sect. He's found a powerful backer. Everyone started discussing, looking at Lin Fei. No one knew what they were thinking. Lin Fei could not help but admire this Lin Wufa. With a single sentence, he had turned the situation around, drawing everyone's attention to him. If it was before, Lin Fei might have been a little worried. But now that his battle prowess had reached the King Realm and he had mastered a terrifying group attack technique, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the profound emperor made a move, he would still be able to leave easily. Beside him, Lei Meng and Wan Yen looked at Lin Fei as if they were looking at a monster. They had heard about the demonic beast mountain range before, but they didn't know the details. They had never imagined that junior brother Lin Fei would be the one to obtain the profound emperor's inheritance. This was something they had never dared to imagine in their entire lives. Back then, They had been guessing who had the strength to snatch the profound emperor's inheritance from the hands of so many experts. This was simply too monstrous. But who would have thought that it was actually junior brother Lin Fei? Monstrous. He was indeed a monstrous monster. A super monstrous monster. Now, they finally understood why the law enforcement hall had been able to obtain the inheritance so easily. It was most likely related to his strength, right? Do you think there's any use in saying this now? Lin Fei looked at Lin Wufa, completely erasing the threat that Lin Wufa posed. Little did they know that Lin Fei's hidden meaning was that he already had the battle prowess of a king, so why would he worry about others stealing it? As for Lin Wufa, he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He thought that Lin Fei was using the divine martial sect as a backer. Even Lin Wufa wouldn't dare to do anything to a core disciple of the divine martial sect. If it was an inner disciple, perhaps there would be a way. But a core disciple of the divine martial sect. Who knows, maybe it was because of this inheritance. Lin Wufa gritted his teeth in anger. This Lin Fei was too much of a bastard actually using this kind of method. Wasn't this telling everyone that the divine martial sect was behind them, and that if they had the guts, they could go up and fight? This time, the divine martial sect had sent out 2 king-level experts, using their strength to tell everyone that the divine martial sect definitely had the strength to take revenge. Sending out 2 king-level experts at once, but what about the hidden king-level experts? As for Lin Fei, Lin Wufa was temporarily helpless. Kill Lin Fei? What a joke, the divine martial sect would probably be the first to attack. Lin Fei, this young master now admits that you are very smart, and also very cunning. Unfortunately, you came to the wrong place. In the dynasty selection, we will meet sooner or later. At that time, don't lose too badly. This was Lin Wufa's only threat. This was because in the dynasty selection, other than the big and small families, there were also people from the middle-sized dynasties who would act as judges to ensure fairness. This was a perfect opportunity for Lin Wufa. Perfect opportunity. The people from the middle-sized dynasties were at least king-level experts. If Lin Fei died on the stage or even became a cripple, the divine martial sect would not dare to say anything. Before a mid-sized dynasty, a sect from a small dynasty could easily crush it if the other party made a move. And the kind that could not even retaliate. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. If I were you, I would definitely not go up on the stage. That would be your nightmare. A nightmare that you would never be able to reach king level in your entire life. If you don't believe me, you can go and try. Lin Wufa laughed heartily. Haha. This is really something to look forward to. I really want to see what kind of nightmare it will be. However, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. You killed so many people in the demonic beast mountain range, so those people will not let you off. Don't die on the stage. Lin Wufa laughed heartily and left with his people. Finally vented. Lin Wufa even began to admire himself for coming up with such an idea. In the demonic beast mountain range, many Xian and spirit realm experts had died under Lin Fei's hands. Of course, Lin Wufa did not count on this to kill Lin Fei, but to injure Lin Fei. In the unfalling dynasty, many people had also died at the hands of Lin Fei. Because of this, there would be many people who would attack Lin Fei. This was tantamount to having a group of enemies, giving Lin Fei no peace. Lin Fei could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. Arranging all kinds of enemies for me? That's only if they dare to make a move. In front of true strength, they can only swallow their anger. If it weren't for the dynasty selection, Lin Fei really wouldn't mind killing Lin Wufa. But on second thought, it would be too boring to just kill him like that. He might as well beat him up 100 times on the stage. That should be quite interesting. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't worry. Lei Meng also realized the seriousness of the matter. We are all disciples of the divine martial sect. I don't think they would dare to make a move. Chapter 321. Lin Fei's wager had indeed shocked everyone present. This was too big a deal. Winning or losing would mean tens of millions of pure yuan pills. It was not that no one had ever seen such a large wager before, but this was the first time someone had personally placed a wager of 30 million pure yuan pills. This was not 300,000, nor 3 million. This was 30 million pure yuan pills. If he could refine and absorb them, his strength. The surrounding people were all green with envy and jealousy. Of course, many of them were pondering whether or not they should rob Lin Fei. 30 million pure yuan pills. With such a huge amount of cultivation resources, they could just find a deep forest and casually burrow into it, and they would definitely be able to cultivate to the king stage. When that time came, who would they be afraid of when they came out? Raymond and the others beside Lin Fei were also dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that their hearts were stronger, they would have fainted from the shock of the successive blows. Originally, they had thought that Lin Fei taking out over 1 million pure yuan pills was not a small amount. After all, pure yuan pills were not easy to obtain. However, they had never imagined that Lin Fei would take out 30 million pure yuan pills, and even dare to bet that he would obtain first place. Crazy. He was crazy. What, you guys don't dare to accept the wager? So there are times when the Lin family is afraid too. Lin Fei was completely unaware of the situation outside. 30 million pure yuan pills. Without a certain level of strength, one could forget about leaving this place. He would have been targeted long ago. Ever since the dynasty selection, Lin Fei knew that he would meet Lin Wufa sooner or later. Even though he had not interacted much, he had a certain understanding of Lin Wufa. This kind of person would definitely use all sorts of underhanded methods. The matter of the demonic beast mountain range would definitely not be hidden from everyone. Since that was the case, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. He had originally planned to place a few million pure yuan pills. But after seeing Lin Wufa, Lin Fei decided to place 30 million pure yuan pills. High profile, then let's really be high profile. Who says the Lin family doesn't dare to accept the wager? Lin Wufa snapped out of his daze, his heart filled with endless rage. Bastard, damn bastard. These pure yuan pills must have been found in the profound emperor's tomb. 30 million pure yuan pills, they were all mine. With these pills, becoming a king-level expert would not be a problem. It's all this kid's fault. He stole what belonged to me and still dares to strut around. Lin Dong was also very tempted by such a large wager. More importantly, this Lin Fei did not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, betting on the number 1 position. If it was something else, Lin Dong might consider it again and again. But this betting condition, they had it. This was set up for those who were full of confidence. Sir, are you sure you want to bet 30 million pure yuan pills? Lin Dong asked. Bet that I'll take first place? Lin Fei said calmly. Of course, if you dare to accept it, I dare to bet. I'm just afraid that your Lin clan will not accept it. It's fine as long as you can't take it out. There was still a smile on Lin Dong's face. In this aspect, this elder did indeed have a certain level of ability. Sir, you don't have to worry about this. Our Lin family has never defaulted on our bets. Sir, you have bet 30 million pure yuan pills. Due to the size of the bill, the odds are only 1 to 3. At that time, if you win, please bring the bill over, and our Lin family will compensate you. 3,000 pure essence pills in exchange for 90 million pure essence pills. Although it's not much, it's barely enough, Lin Fei said in his heart. Ever since he had a core lake, Lin Fei's need for pure yuan pills was greater than anyone else's. The 1-3 odds had already been modified by them. It doesn't matter, Lin Fei said casually. Give me the list. No one was surprised by the Lin family's actions because they had the right to change the odds, especially on such a big deal. If they were to lose, it would be a huge blow. It was easily tens of millions. Soon, when the bill was given, Lin Fei handed over 30 million pure yuan pills. Everyone fainted from this huge bet. Those who thought that their 1 or 2 million pure yuan pills were considered a lot now paled in comparison to the 30 million pure yuan pills bet. They felt that it was difficult to raise their heads. I'll bet 2 million pure yuan pills. 500,000 pure yuan pills for both of us. Lei Meng and Wan Yen, who were at the side, also took out their pure yuan pills and followed behind Lin Fei. They did not know why, but they were very confident in Lin Fei. They might not even have the courage to bet 30 million pure yuan pills. Moreover, if they chased after him now, even if they lost, they would still benefit greatly in the future. Lin Fei saw that Lei Meng's bet was not a small amount. He was quite shocked. Senior brother, you're not afraid that I'll lose? Lei Meng laughed loudly. If you're afraid of losing, then don't play this game. Junior brother, you're really generous today. As your senior brothers, we don't have many pure yuan pills on hand. We'll definitely support you a little. When you win, you can cultivate in peace. Lin Fei was very grateful for their bets. Even if there was a little part in it, who would care? Life was like this. One had to constantly struggle. If one did not struggle, there would be no opportunities. Everyone else thought that they were fools. Could it be that the core disciples of the divine martial sect had so many pure yuan pills that they had nowhere else to go? Lin Dong and Lin Wufa were extremely excited. After all, with such a huge deal, their families would definitely raise their positions. First place? Lin Dong did not believe it at all. From the moment Lin Fei placed his bet, he believed that this sum of pure yuan pills would belong to the Lin family, not Lin Fei. The dynasty selection was filled with experts. Every time there would be all sorts of dark horses. Every time the fight for the first place was extremely intense. No one knew who would be the winner. Lin Fei had thrown out 30 million pure yuan pills to take first place. Naturally, the participants would have their eyes on Lin Fei. This was a kind of instinct. What made Lin Wufa happy was that Lin Fei still wanted to give away such a large sum of pure yuan pills before his death. In his heart, the thought of killing Lin Fei grew even stronger. Lin Fei must die. He must have taken many good things from the profound emperor's tomb. All of this should have belonged to me, Lin Wufa. After placing his bet, Lin Fei and Lei Meng turned around and left. Everything was more or less settled. The only thing left was to participate in the arena battles. In the morning, they would be allocated to the selection area. The real battles would only start in the afternoon. Otherwise, there would be no time to place bets. Move, move, everyone move. From the entrance, a group of black-clothed men rushed in. Their aura was overbearing, and their killing intent was so strong that no one dared to look them in the eye. Who is Lin Fei? Come out! Walala, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Fei. They all knew that this was the Lin family's enemy. With so many dead in the demonic beast mountain range, there would naturally be people who would not be satisfied. If they had died in the hands of a strong expert, they would admit defeat. But to die in the hands of a profound spirit realm brat, they would naturally not be satisfied. Moreover, he had the concept of metal. If they could take it, they might be able to nurture a profound spirit realm expert. Lei Meng and the rest were also slightly startled, and their expressions became serious. They had arrived so quickly. This was completely out of their expectations. It was hard to believe. Wasn't this information too fast? Behind them, Lin Wufa saw this scene and revealed a smile. He thought to himself, "Let's see how you deal with these troubles. I really hope to see you get killed." Aren't they the three brothers of the Wang family? I heard that in the demonic beast mountain range, the Wang family lost 3 profound spirit realm experts. This is the Wang family's disciple coming for revenge. Who are you? We are from the Divine Force sect. Lei Meng and the rest asked in a low voice. Lin Fei said to Lei Meng, "Senior brother, let me handle this. Why bring up the name of the Divine Force sect? Won't people think that we are bullying the weak?" Coming so quickly, Lin Fei was also slightly surprised. This scene was within his imagination. Not too fast, but not too late. 3 brothers walked out from the crowd of men in black. These 3 were the 3 brothers of the Wang family. The eldest brother Wang Jun, the second brother Wang Yang, and the third brother Wang Ziyun. They all looked to be 45 years old, but in reality they were older than that. You are Lin Fei? Among the 3 brothers, Wang Jun was the eldest, and the most mature one. He stared at Lin Fei and asked, "I am Lin Fei. If you want revenge, come at me. Don't waste your breath." Lin Fei was very direct. There was no point in beating around the bush. Lin Fei's arrogance shocked everyone once again. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. Of course, there were also many people who wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was to be able to snatch the profound sovereign's inheritance from the crowd of experts. As for the 3 brothers of the Wang family, Lin Fei couldn't remember who he had killed. When he used his ultimate move, it was all a one-shot kill. Those who were not strong or had protective treasures would definitely die a horrible death under the direct attack. Lin Wufa, the Black Emperor's son, and the others were not included. They all had protective treasures and naturally could survive the attack. At most, they would be injured. The three brothers of the Wang clan were the first to receive the news. That was because the Wang clan was a first-rate power in the imperial capital. The speed of their intelligence network was very fast. After all, as long as there was any news in the square, it would be sent back immediately. Wang Jun sneered, "It's good that you admit it. You killed people of our Wang family. Seeing that you are from the divine martial sect, as long as you hand over the metal mentality, cripple your Zhen Yuan, kowtow, and admit your mistake, our Wang family will not pursue this matter." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but curse the shamelessness of the Wang family. They actually wanted to snatch the metal mentality with all kinds of excuses. Everyone knew how strong the metal mentality was. If one could comprehend it successfully, their battle strength would increase greatly. It could be said that it would be a piece of cake to fight against those with higher cultivation. My big brother's words are already lenient. This is already a lenient punishment for you. If it weren't for the Divine Force sect, our Wang family would have definitely destroyed your soul. You wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate and cultivate, said the second brother, Wang Yang. Chapter 322. The appearance of such a big matter in gambling the whole world's territory spread internally at the first possible moment. The speed at which it was transmitted was like a spring breeze blowing through the night. It was impossible for people not to know about it. It was just as Lin Bufa had said before he left. The imperial capital was not an ordinary place. It was a place where clans of all sizes gathered. What happened in the demonic beast mountain range might not be known in small places, but in the imperial capital it was a completely different story. The news came from a wide range of sources, and everyone could catch wind of it. As long as Lin Wufa wasn't an idiot and had heard of this matter before, then he would immediately understand Lin Fei's background. He was a powerful figure who had snatched the inheritance of the profound emperor. Other than that, there were also murderers whose hands were stained with blood. This news also immediately reached the ears of certain people, such as the clans and sects that had been insta-killed last time. The imperial capital was too big, so it was impossible to keep this information a secret. In a courtyard in the imperial capital, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. With a glance, one could tell that this was a high-class residence. What? Lin Fei has appeared? There were originally a few people sitting in the courtyard, but when they heard the news, they all stood up, their voices filled with endless anger. That's right, it was an endless rage. Lin can't say it. Also, Lin Fei admitted it himself. It should be Lin Fei from the monstrous beast mountain range. There's no mistake. What a good Lin Fei. He has the guts to come to the imperial capital. Originally, I thought he would just die at the hands of the demonic beasts. Who would have thought that this brat's life would be so tough? He still dares to come to the imperial capital. The gloomy middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Big bro, we can't make a move right now." That person said, "What's wrong?" Lin Fei killed our people and a few of our mystic spirit experts died. His vitality has already been greatly damaged. Could it be that he is just going to watch helplessly and not go up to take revenge? That Lin Fei has become a core disciple of the divine martial sect. That person said unwillingly. "What? Core disciple? How is that possible?" said the middle-aged man in shock. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. How could this be? Core disciple? How could he be a core disciple? The core disciples of the divine martial sect were definitely existences that gave people headaches. No one dared to make a move against them. Big brother, just because we can't kill him doesn't mean that no one else can, right? That person said gloomily. So many king-level experts died in the demonic beast mountain range. It is said that they were killed by that little bastard Lin Fei. Some of them are not from our unfalling dynasty. Maybe they know the information and will come immediately. They don't care about the identity of the divine martial sect's core disciple. You're still the smart one. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. That kid, Lin Fei. After obtaining the profound sovereign's inheritance and causing the deaths of so many experts, especially the king-class experts, I'm sure those people won't let it go so easily. They will definitely take action personally. Big brother, let's go and watch the show together. Meanwhile, in some of the high-class inns, the same news began to spread. Have you heard? The inheritor of the profound emperor has appeared, and he is currently gambling on the world. It can't be. This person is so daring? It is said that this person obtained the inheritance of the concept of metal and was even hunted down by a king-level powerhouse. How did he survive? The Lin family. Lin can't say it himself. That person seems to have admitted it. Everyone has heard the news. Then what are we still sitting here for? Let's go and watch the show. The news spread like the wind. Within the gambling on the world, Lin Fei felt no pressure. When they heard this, Raymond and the others couldn't help but be startled. Junior brother, this is not a place to stay for long. Why don't we report the situation to the elders? That way they won't have to worry too much. Indeed, Raymond was thinking further ahead, so he gave a friendly reminder. Going to the Lin family, Lin Wufa's words indeed gave Raymond a bad feeling. Others might not feel much about the matter of the demonic beast mountain range, but as a disciple of the divine martial sect, he was more familiar with the matters of the demonic beast mountain range. Could be said that Lin Fei had offended a lot of people there. If it was any other time, it would be fine. With the divine martial sect here, they wouldn't dare to not give face. But now they were in the imperial capital and it was the dynasty selection. Many families and factions would appear in the imperial capital, and among them a portion would undoubtedly become enemies. These people would definitely not dare to act blindly without thinking. After all, the divine martial sect was not an ordinary divine martial sect. Intimidating them would be a piece of cake. Among them, there were some who were hard to say. For example, wandering lone rangers. They were usually very strong, and if there was a chance to snatch the metal intent, they wouldn't miss it. As for the divine martial sect, in the eyes of these lone rangers, it was as if they didn't exist. They went around committing crimes and were extremely difficult to deal with. Also, the descendants of king-level experts definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Lin Fei staying here was not a good thing. If they surrounded him, he might really be in danger. That was the concept of gold, the strongest type of concept. Anyone could make a move. Lin Fei shook his head. Senior brother, do you think that you would dare to appear here because of a single sentence? Raymond nodded. Of course not. Otherwise, junior brother wouldn't be the Demon Beast Mountain Range's junior brother Lin Fei. He began to feel relieved. That's not right, Lin Fei laughed. I wasn't even afraid of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Do you think I would be afraid here? Raymond was ashamed. Senior brother really can't compare to junior brother. No wonder I've been stuck at this position for so long without any breakthroughs. Perhaps it's because I lack the courage to advance forward. After the dynasty selection, if I don't make it, then senior brother will travel the continent. Lin Fei applauded. Traveling the continent is indeed a good idea. I believe senior brother will soon break through his bottleneck and become a king-level expert. Raymond laughed. If that day comes, senior brother will definitely treat you to the finest wine. Lin Wufa walked up to the Lin family's counter, his expression frightening. Even though he had just let out a breath, he couldn't think straight. His heart burned with anger, and he desperately wanted to find an opening to vent his anger. Wufa, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so pale? Elder Lin Dong couldn't help but walk over. He was the elder in charge of this place, and his face was always full of smiles. In his words, this was called smiling to welcome wealth. For an elder to take the initiative to ask about Lin Wufa's well-being, it was clear that Lin Wufa's status in the family was not something ordinary disciples could compare to. In truth, that was indeed the case. I met an enemy, Lin Wufa said lightly. Lin Wufa said blandly. Suddenly, he caught sight of Lin Fei's figure walking towards him. The rage in his heart was about to burst out. What is he doing? Lin Dong also saw the change in Lin Wufa's expression. Anyone could tell that Lin Wufa was in a terrible mood. The clansman beside him didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. Lin Fei, why aren't you running away immediately? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to return? Only by constantly attacking could Lin Wufa alleviate the anger in his heart. It's too early to go back now, Lin Fei said calmly. I heard that your Lin family is a big banker in the capital city. If you don't come up and place your bet, could it be that the Lin family wants to keep our guests outside? Lin Wufa had never seen such a bold person before. Even though he knew that danger was approaching, many malicious gazes also appeared to place their bets on the Lin family. Lin Wufa couldn't find a second person. Behind him, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. It can't be that Lin Fei from the demonic beast mountain range, right? Others might not know, but Elder Lin Dong was the first to realize that through certain channels, he had learned that the genius Lin Wufa had once suffered a great loss at Lin Fei's hands, nearly losing his head to Lin Fei. If not for his position as an elder, he really wouldn't have heard of this. Lin Dong finally understood why a genius like Lin Wufa would be so enraged, completely unlike his usual calm self. Lawless aura had already begun to waver, and this person, Lin Fei, had also become a demon in Lin Wufa's heart. I really don't know if you're smart or stupid. Lin Wufa laughed heartily. Our Lin family has a good reputation, and we are strong. We never refuse guests, even if you're about to die. Although this was what he said, Lin Wufa still felt uneasy in his heart. He couldn't figure out what this Lin Fei was up to. The memory of almost losing his head was still fresh in Lin Wufa's mind. Thus, he had always been wary of Lin Fei, not daring to make a move against him. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart again. This Lin Wufa already has a demon in his heart. This will be it for the rest of his life. I wonder if your Lin family dares to accept a big deal? Lin Wufa was rarely in charge of setting up bets. Lin Dong was the one in charge of this place. Lin Dong stood out. I wonder what kind of big deal you're preparing? Our Lin family's strength is solid, and our reputation as an unfailing empire is clear for all to see. At this time, Lin Dong naturally would not lose face for the Lin family. Big deal? Most likely only 1 or 2 million. This kind of deal, even if another 5 or 6 came, Lin Dong would not care. This kind of person was too timid. Lin Fei's appearance at the Lin family's bets naturally attracted the attention of many people. No one could guess what Lin Fei was thinking. If it were them, they would definitely not stay here. This would only bring danger to themselves. I'll bet 30 million pure yuan pills that I'll take first place. I wonder if your Lin family dares to accept? Lin Fei said lightly, but in the ears of the crowd, these words were incomparably domineering. Bet 3,000 pure yuan pills that he'll take first place? This tone was too arrogant. Did he think that everyone else did not exist? 30 million pure elemental pills still gave everyone a fright. In their entire lives, they might not even be able to earn 30 million pure yuan pills. But this little brat actually took it out. They felt as if the world was changing. Lin Dong and Lin Wufa's eyes twitched, their eyes filled with disbelief. 30 million pure yuan pills? Take first place? These two sentences kept repeating in their minds. Chapter 323. P.S. Thanks to God Emperor Hao Tian for the monthly vote, and Thoughts in the Wind for the 100 Qidian coins. The 3 Wang brothers were instantly enraged. This Lin Fei dared to be so arrogant in the imperial capital. He was simply courting death. Did he not know the strength of the Wang family? When Lin Fei's voice fell, a destructive aura formed into a blazing sun. The terrifying aura shrouded the casino. The 3 brothers' angry faces instantly turned black, black like coal. The other people's faces also changed greatly. This was an artistic conception, an invincible aura. It was as if anything in front of it would be destroyed. The blazing sun turned into rays of golden flowing light. They were unbelievably fast, so fast that they could not be captured. They charged towards the 3 brothers and instantly landed on their dantian. With a casual thought, they destroyed their dantian one by one. Ah, my dantian! My true chi, you destroyed my dantian. The 3 brothers felt like they were in a dream. The unbelievable speed made them feel that it was difficult to resist. The 3 Xianling realm martial artists were crippled. In front of everyone, they crippled the 3 brothers of the Wang clan. How daring! This was the imperial capital. If you don't have the strength, don't come out and make a fool of yourself. Lin Fei looked around with a smile. However, in the eyes of others, his smile was like a devil's smile. It made them feel cold. The concept of gold is in my body. If you are not afraid of becoming useless, then come at me. I don't mind playing some tricks. His cold words pierced the hearts of everyone. Arrogant. Too arrogant. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by Lin Fei's means. Death was not scary. It was nothing more than death. But to have one's strength destroyed and be half dead, that was the real pain. Lin Fei's move indeed left an unforgettable scene. Looking at the 3 Wang brothers who were in pain on the ground, everyone shook their heads. The originally strong Wang family lost 3 Xianling realm warriors. Wang Jun said angrily, "You are going against our Wang family. Our Wang family will not let you go." Lin Fei said, "It doesn't matter. If your Wang family dares to come for revenge, I don't mind letting your Wang family have another group of trash." Trash. These 2 words stabbed into the hearts of the 3 Wang brothers like needles. A chill ran down their spines. They were at the Xianling level, but they couldn't even block a single move, and their dantian was directly destroyed. He had never even thought about it. Trash? Revenge. Your Wang family dares to attack a core disciple of the divine martial sect. You must be tired of living. Raymond stood up and said angrily. Thump. The Wang clan's 3 brothers immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When they heard that Lin Fei had appeared in the imperial capital, they didn't even bother to investigate. They were afraid that they would fall behind and have their metal intent snatched away by others. However, he never would have thought that Lin Fei was a core disciple of the divine martial sect. It was a loss. What a great loss. If the Wang family's 3 brothers had known about the situation, they would definitely not have made a move. Clearly, they would have chosen some other method. Regret, endless regret. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Let's see who else dares to make a move. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to kill them in a bloody manner to leave an impression on everyone. But after some thought, killing? It would be better to cripple his strength. Senior brother Raymond, let's go. Raymond glared at the Wang clan's 3 brothers. You guys can go. Following Lin Fei's departure, the crowd started to disperse. In reality, they were all going to report the news. The Wang clan's 3 brothers were cryptic realm experts, but they were crippled by Lin Fei in less than 1 move. This was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The metal intent was indeed terrifying. Lin Wufa's face was frighteningly gloomy. Lin Fei had easily grasped the metal intent and crippled the 3 brothers' strength. His heart was filled with shock. No, this person is too strong. I need to prepare my trump card and use it to kill him. Only then can I make a name for myself. Lin Wufa himself didn't know that he was starting to panic. It was a subconscious panic. Beside him, Lin Dong didn't dare to say anything. At the betting area, "Junior brother, weren't you a little too arrogant just now?" Raymond was still in a state of shock. First, he had casually crippled the Wang clan's 3 brothers with a wager of 30 million pure yuan pills. This was something that even they couldn't do. In truth, they really couldn't do it. If the War God sect is so arrogant, then our divine martial sect should do the same. I'm afraid our elders will also approve of this. Lin Fei smiled. Raymond thought about it and felt that it made sense. In the afternoon, the selection officially began. All the big and small sects and families of the unfalling dynasty gathered in the square, rubbing their palms, preparing to show off in the selection. Lin Fei didn't come early, but he also didn't come late. From time to time, he could hear noises coming from the surroundings, especially about the Wang clan's 3 brothers. Moreover, Lin Fei could feel the gazes from all directions landing on him. The news should have already spread. I wonder how many people are waiting for an opportunity to make a move? Lin Fei thought to himself. It's best if there are more. 500 million experience points. I'll at least go on a killing spree. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and disappeared. In truth, there were indeed many people who were thinking about Lin Fei. Do you see those two people up there? They're from a mid-sized dynasty, Raymond said. It seems like it's going to start soon, Lin Fei said. I'm on the 10th arena. In the afternoon, Lin Fei received a number. On the 10th arena, a winner would be decided. The next 30 arenas would carry out the finals together, and 10 people would be selected. Raymond, Wan Yen, and the others laughed. Luckily, we're not on the same stage as you. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck. Encountering a freak like you, I'm afraid no one in the arena can stop you. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys really know how to joke. Very soon, after a passionate conversation, the selection began. Especially the two notaries, who appeared in the air above the arena, seemingly preparing to observe the 30 arenas below. For these notaries, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. This kind of selection was a piece of cake. Senior brother, you can do it, Lin Fei said to them. Just now, he saw that there were many experts in the selection, and all of them were powerful. It seemed like all the young experts were in the square. It's the same for junior brother. After exchanging greetings, everyone walked towards their respective arenas. Lin Fei also walked towards the 10th arena. When he was near the 10th arena, Lin Fei could feel that the surrounding people were looking at him with the desire to fight. He didn't need to guess to know that once the news spread, many people would be tempted. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this. He had already made up his mind. The preliminaries were about to begin. The square was filled with excitement. Everyone was looking forward to it. The first match was Lin Fei's turn. His opponent was a guy who used a sword. His name was Fang Wen, and he looked very powerful. Do you want to go down yourself? Or do you want me to send you down? Lin Fei said lazily to the swordsman. Fang Wen. Fang Wen laughed. The battle hasn't started. Why are you so anxious? Bang! Lin Fei appeared in front of Fang Wen and kicked his stomach, sending him flying. When he was flying, he could still hear Fang Wen's disdainful voice. So talkative. The judge below the arena was also stunned. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? The victor was decided so quickly. This match is Lin Fei's victory. Lin Fei had no interest in this selection. Even if it was the simplest kick, his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand it easily. His defeat was already a foregone conclusion. So fast. This Lin Fei is so strong. Fang Wen didn't even have a chance to attack. There were about 7 to 8 matches on each arena. The moment Lin Fei made a move, the people on the arena felt a great pressure. This Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Lin Wufa's victory. As Lin Fei walked down, Lin Wufa's gaze swept over from the 22nd arena. He chose to ignore it and sat down on the empty arena. Afterwards, the arena became Lin Fei's personal stage. This match is Lin Fei's victory. Lin Fei's victory. Lin Fei's victory. Almost no one could withstand a kick from Lin Fei. Usually, they would be sent flying without a second move. Lin Fei leaped into the air and transformed into a dark horse. Everywhere he passed, everyone was defeated, and he smoothly obtained the qualifications to advance to the 10th combat ring. The qualification for arena number 10 quickly fell into Lin Fei's hands. He could be said to be the fastest person on the arena. People wondered if they were dreaming, because the other arenas were only halfway through. Of course, if it was anyone else who did what Lin Fei did, they would definitely be extremely fast. After all, one kick and the opponent would be sent flying. It would be strange if they weren't fast. Arena number 10 instantly became the center of attention. The disciples who lost were extremely depressed. Why did they have to meet such a monstrous person who would send out a kick at the drop of a hat, and they couldn't even block it? As for the other disciples, they were in a good mood when they saw the contestants on arena number 10. No matter how strong they were, in front of a monstrous person, they would be sent flying without even making a move. That would be the most tragic thing. Luckily, they weren't on arena number 10. Lin Fei's name soon spread across the public square. At the same time, the incident in the morning started to spread as well. Uproar, all kinds of shock. First in the dynasty selection, he dared to say such words? Many strong geniuses naturally wouldn't be convinced. They started to stare at Lin Fei. As for the three Wang brothers being crippled, they were at most surprised. They didn't believe that Lin Fei was really that strong. Lin Fei came down from the arena. Today's selection had ended. 30 contestants would be selected from the 30 arenas. Tomorrow would be the next round of selection. Boring, so boring. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. He was prepared to wait for Lei Meng and the others. But the moment he came down, two black-robed men appeared before him. Sir Lin Fei, our clan leader would like to invite you to the Lin family. The two black-robed men were expressionless. Chapter 324. The Lin family had taken the initiative to seek him out, and it was the family head at that. Lin Fei felt quite surprised. He did not know why they had sought him out. Lin Fei would not take the initiative to seek him out, so he naturally refused. Furthermore, he did not want to go to the Lin family at all. The two men in black seemed to have expected this. They took out something. It was a black wooden box. He could not tell what it was. This is what the patriarch wants to give you. Lin Fei was curious. What would the patriarch of the Lin family give him? What was the meaning behind it? After hesitating for a moment, he took the box and said, "You can leave now." The wooden box was very light. Lin Fei could not imagine what was inside. After they left, Lin Fei opened the wooden box. When he saw what was inside, he could not help but be startled. It was actually a piece of white paper. That's right, it was a piece of white paper. For bold and powerful words, Azure Dragon True Body. It had the aura of an azure dragon rising to the sky. Perhaps to others they would not know what it meant. However, to Lin Fei he was very clear about the meaning of these four words. The Lin family is indeed worthy of being the Lin family. They found me so quickly. It seems like the information was leaked in the inn. Lin Fei did not find this strange. Whether it was in the inn or the palace, the Lin family would know because they had the ability to investigate. In fact, this was indeed the case. Once the information of the Lin family was activated, coupled with Lin Zhongwu's understanding of the specific location, it was not difficult to find a person. Furthermore, this was the imperial capital. Is this a test, or is there something else? Lin Fei could not help but guess, but he did not dare to make a conclusion. The matter of the Lin family in Guiyuan City cannot be hidden. They will find out sooner or later. It seems like the patriarch has already guessed that it was me. After thinking about it, Lin Fei quickly felt relieved. So what if they know? The Lin family can no longer deal with me. I want to see what they are planning. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. The next day the preliminaries began again. On this day, the liveliness was far greater than the day before. Many important people had come. Today, the 10 qualified positions would be decided. For the unfalling empire, this was a huge matter, so everyone naturally couldn't sit still. They would definitely come out to see the results. Although the 10 qualifications did not have much meaning, in reality, it was something that all the sects and clans, big and small, cared about. If one of the 10 qualified candidates was accepted as a disciple by a large sect during the dynasty war, then that sect or clan would have a good backer. Especially if that disciple became a core disciple or a direct disciple of a large sect. His usefulness would be immeasurable. If yesterday was just a warm-up, then today was the most exciting time. Apart from deciding the 10 qualifications, the unfalling dynasty's emperor would also personally come to the plaza. The 10 qualifications were incredibly important to the unfalling dynasty, and they could affect the unfalling dynasty in the future. No one could sit still, let alone the royal clan. Look, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu, is here. No one knew who suddenly shouted, but it immediately attracted a lot of attention. The Upper Lin family was a powerful family in the unfalling dynasty. They were an important family that the unfalling dynasty's royal family relied on. The royal family could be very powerful, but they also needed external support, and the Upper Lin family was one of them. With Lin Zhongwu's appearance, many people stood up and greeted him. Lin Zhongwu walked over and nodded from time to time. His powerful aura made people want to worship him. The head of the Lin family is really strong. Lin Fei was also in the crowd, so he naturally noticed the head of the Lin family. Apart from his powerful strength, Lin Fei also had a different aura. That was the Azure Dragon aura? Even though this aura was very weak, Lin Fei could still sense that it was indeed the aura of the Azure Dragon. This aura was something that even experts would not be able to detect, and he was probably the only one present who could sense it. This Xianglin family head had also cultivated the Azure Dragon avatar to the 7th layer, the level of dragon transformation. At the same time, Lin Zhongwu also looked over, as if he had found his target in the crowd. He smiled as he looked at Lin Fei, and his gaze only flashed for a moment. Others might not know, but Lin Fei knew very well. He had indeed felt that glance from the other party. The senses of experts were never wrong. Looks like he knows who I am. Lin Fei could not help but frown. This Lin Zhongwu is indeed not simple. He clearly knows that I snatched the Azure Dragon true body from the Lin family, yet he still sent such a signal. What exactly is he planning? Lin Fei was a simple person. He was not the kind of person who specialized in scheming. Hence, he was not very clear about what kind of person this Lin Zhongwu was. Zhongwu, looking at you, could it be that you found a good seedling? When Lin Zhongwu sat down, one of the clan heads took the initiative to ask. Although the action just now was very subtle, in the eyes of those who were observant, they could still see some clues. Everyone could not help but feel curious. Seedling? Of course. Lin Zhongwu smiled. There were no good seedlings in the dynasty selection that year. His words stopped everyone from talking about anything else. Lin Zhongwu's words were also impeccable. Could be seen how clever Lin Zhongwu's words were. In every dynasty selection, all the experts of the younger generation would come out. After all, the participants of the dynasty selection had to be below the age of 50. At this age, they could still be considered the younger generation. Generally speaking, those in their 20s to 40s would be considered relatively young. Another clan head said, "The Lin family's young master Lin Wufa has outstanding talent. I believe he will easily obtain a qualification this time." This was obviously a bootlicker. Lin Zhongwu smiled. No emotions could be seen. "Wufa, this kid is not bad. There are quite a lot of young experts this year, much stronger than the previous one. I'm afraid it's still unknown who will obtain the qualification." On the other side, the War God sect and the God Martial sect sat opposite each other. The War God sect also had 2 king-class elders. After all, they were one of the 3 great sections. How could they not have a king-class expert? They would lose a lot of face. Apart from them, the Bright Moon Palace's elders also sat together. Behind them stood a few girls in white. Their expressions were cold, like fairies who did not belong to the mortal world. They gave off a cold and unapproachable feeling. Even the Bright Moon Palace's elders also had a cold aura. It was because they cultivated the Bright Moon Palace's unique cultivation method that their aura became cold. "I heard that your God Martial sect has a Lin Fei who arrogantly wants to obtain first place in this dynasty selection. You elders should really teach him a lesson, lest he tarnishes the God Martial sect's reputation." War God sect's elder Shen Kuan said in a strange tone. This Shen Kuan was one of the leading elders of the War God sect. As for the other elder, Bai Qianqiu, his white hair was extremely dazzling. It was impossible not to notice him. However, his expression was cold, like a poisonous snake. He squinted his eyes, as if he was staring at his prey and then baring his fangs, ready to deal a fatal blow. The War God sect's elders started to cause trouble. Everyone was very clear about the conflict between the War God sect and the God Martial sect. Once they started fighting, it would be an endless battle. Everyone knew about the matter of Lin Fei. This kind of news could not be hidden. In the eyes of those with a certain status, news was no longer news. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a secret. The originally chatting crowd all pricked up their ears, preparing to watch a good show. They wanted to see how this would end. Lin Fei had placed a huge bet, preparing to obtain first place. Everyone did not think much of it, but they were shocked by the news after. 30 million pure essence pills was a huge sum. However, when they heard the words after, they all cursed in their hearts. What a crazy person. 30 million pure essence pills. Even if it was given to a pig to cultivate, it would still be able to cultivate to a decent level, not to mention a cultivator. No matter how bad their talent was, it would not be difficult for them to cultivate to the profound spirit realm. In the end, this fellow actually used it to place a bet. Furthermore, he bet that he would obtain first place. This kind of wager made people hate iron for not being steel. If they had the guts, they would definitely grab him and ask him what he was thinking. Hearing the ridicule from the War God sect's elders, they really wanted to know how the God Martial sect would reply. After all, it was impossible for them to obtain first place this year. They did not believe it. Would the elders of the God Martial sect believe it? This year's dynasty selection had many young experts. Compared to the previous dynasty selection, the competition would be even more intense. It was almost impossible to determine who would be the winner in the end. Our God Martial sect advocates having high standards and seeing far. An elder of the God Martial sect said faintly, Lin Fei obtained the opportunity. That's Lin Fei's fortune. As for obtaining first place, we agree. If he doesn't have the intention to obtain first place, why would he bring pressure to himself? Don't you think so, everyone? This elder was calm, and what he said was very reasonable. As for his heart, he still admired Lin Fei. They knew all the disciples that they brought out this time, except for Lin Fei. The God Martial sect leader said, Lin Fei is a disciple. You don't have to care about him. He can do whatever he likes. Previously, the two elders had no idea what was going on. However, when the news spread, the two elders were filled with shock and astonishment. If the God Martial sect leader had not mentioned it, they would not have known. Their God Martial sect actually had such a strong disciple. They all knew about the incident at the Demon Beast Mountain range. Later on, a mysterious expert appeared. They were all surprised, especially the name. At first, they thought that it was from their God Martial sect. However, they did not believe it and did not connect the dots.